on what action she has taken, especially on the areas that were talked about last week. I was a little mean by mentioning my own constituency, and we will get a feedback from the minister on how far she has gone with it, and how ready are we as Ugandans. The fact that it is happening in Kenya, in Tanzania, in everywhere, how ready are we as Ugandans to mitigate the disaster that is happening in the country? How are we going to handle it? So it's a very serious matter. It's not anything for joking this time round. We need to take an action on that. Thank you. On my communication, a leader of opposition. Leader, let's your two troops first said then you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Sorry for calling you troops, but let the two MPs.
But of course we are, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you've talked about the broken bridge of Karuma. In the same vein, we have
it is actually
a bridge
correct bridge.
We have a bridge on River Mayanja that connects Nakaseke to Mitiana. It has already carved in, and vehicles are no longer passing. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I think I should also consider the people of Nakaseke. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Alan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wanted to bring this in the way of a procedural matter, whereby I was expecting you at least to make a statement or a comment on an activity of census, which is, I think, in 3 days will be beginning. And I thought that at least the minister responsible for that activity to give us an update, because most of Ugandans are not aware of the activity, and yet this activity is very, very important, and specifically to Parliament, in a way to budget for a specific population of Ugandans. I thought that at least you can allow Minister to give us an update. They have not advised, because most of Ugandans are not aware of even the questions, the many questions of about 150 questions which are going to be asked to Ugandans. They are not aware of it, and they are not yet prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Government, you will need to give an update on that. Wakaima, Richard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you've considered working on Kalma Bridge, but there are quite many bridges that had collapsed. And these bridges that are collapsed had been done. When you look at Masaka Bridge, the new bridge collapsed and it left the old one functioning. So we need to go deep.
The workmanship.
The workmanship, to see that those who make the bridge, we need them to be good. We need them to be technical enough so that what they do is good and can last for a long time.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I hope this one is tall enough. When I pull it, it's not coming. It's long. Madam Speaker, I want to add on what Honorable Rutamaguzi has just submitted. Madam Speaker, the road he's been talking about is the road coming all the way from Kanoni, Mitiana, Busunju, then to that bridge. It is not only that bridge. The bridge on Muchiragwe is caved in. The bridge on Kokatimba on the same road is not there. Madam Speaker, what is the problem with this road and those bridges? The problem is the heavy traffic coupled with heavy rains. As I'm talking now, I was there on Sunday. All the trucks cannot pass there, and there's no alternative road. Even the alternative roads, the heavy trucks have broken all of them. We talked to UNRA. I wrote to UNRA, actually, Madam Speaker. The answer they gave me is that right now, they don't have the culverts to repair those areas. Madam Speaker, you have urged UNRA to expedite working on Karuma. But these roads here also, Madam Speaker, are so important as Karuma, I would say. I would think that UNRA right now should come out and try to repair these roads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable, thank you. On your communication about Karumba, first I would like to ask government to provide reliable ferry as an alternative from the Masindi port to Congo.
To Congo.
Because the ferry that has been there in the past has not, first of all, it is not reliable and it has very limited carrying capacity. Now with the increase in traffic and especially of the heavy trucks and the passenger vehicles, that ferry, right now it's broken, it's not working. But if it is possible, an emergency ferry can be got from somewhere else to come to that place. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there is something that I think government had underlooked when we were constructing that dam, the new dam at Karumba. There is reasonable suspicion that should be subjected to studies, that the feasibility study of that dam did not take concern of the impact on the bridge itself. The bridge deteriorated faster than it was thought, and while this was brought to the attention of government in the 10th Parliament, the status of that bridge, no action was took place since then. And these stoppages came very abruptly, and it has disorganized the communities across. I know that the impact eventually will be that goods and services will be more expensive to the people. It will limit trade, and I don't know in this already struggling economy how it will affect the people crossing the Nile. So the most feasible solution would be that commitment that the ferry is repaired urgently and another one is added. Where possible, even the time frame, because these ferries operate from 7 to 7. If it is possible, we need the time frame to be the frequency and also the time to be enlarged. Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Speaker. Honorable
Government Chief Whip, you will need to take that up seriously, because you may not be able to reach a jury. If you may not be able to. Laibi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and especially on your communication in as far as Karumba Bridge is concerned. But there are two things, right, Honorable Speaker. One, last year when I raised this matter, the Honorable Katumba Omala made a commitment that government would embark on carrying out an assessment and doing a design for a new bridge. Right, Honorable Speaker, as they embarked on rectifying the defects they have detected, it would be good for us to get to understand from the Honorable Katumba Omala how far they have gone in as far as designing the new bridge is concerned. Can we get to understand when they would start working on the new bridge? Because what they're doing is a temporary measure. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, last year when we went to, there was an event next to Karumba Dam where government has put in resources to extend clean water from the Nile to Gulo. And when we went for the commissioning, we got to know that there is actually a bridge that was built as part of the hydropower project. There is a bridge built that connects to the other side of the Nile. I would like to know, because right now as I speak, Right Honorable Speaker, UNRAS decided to provide an alternative route for heavy trucks and buses. And that alternative route puts an additional burden on the road users by over 100 kilometers. The question I'm trying to put to get to understand from government is whether the other bridge that was built as part of the hydropower project can be used as an alternative route that would reduce that additional burden on the road users. I would really need to understand from the Minister of Works the strength of the other bridge, whether it can also be used as an alternative. Because what I see from what is being done, Right Honorable Speaker, much as Yonra is saying, heavy trucks will use the other road, there is a possibility from the magnitude of the work, there is a possibility that even light vehicles would have to take an alternative route. Would it not be okay for us to understand whether the other bridge can as well be used? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Presidential. Then I'll come here. Honorable members, and I want the public to see, what we are going to do today is on taxation, to raise money to finance a budget. Which budget will be used for making hospitals, the roads that we are talking about, all those kind of things. But we voted 529 members of parliament here, and they are not here. Honorable members, I request whoever is entering inside, please put your check-in. Check-in. I want you to check in so that the people out there know which people are in this house to legislate for them. Yes, Presidential Affairs.
Thank you so much,
Procedure.
Right Honorable.
There's a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, in most of the campaigns I have attended, the chairman of NRM, Mr. Yoweri Tibuhaburwa, has consistently said that NRM MPs are voting machines. He actually said even if they come here and sleep, but wake up and vote. So the procedure issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker, if he did not make you aware that his MPs are purposes of voting, that when you're at a voting stage, they can pick borders and run here and vote.
I have never heard that. I'm happy I'm hearing it from you today, that they are voting machines, but I've never heard it from the president. But all we need is attendance in the house. They are voted to come and do representation, legislation, appropriation in this house. How come for you you're in the house every day? I've never seen you missing in the house.
Madam Speaker, for me, I am not a voting machine. That's why I must stay here and process before voting. But the chairman
Honorable members, Honorable members, for me, I want members in the house. Whether they come and vote, sleep, whichever, I want the members in the house. Presidential Affairs.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. We are so grateful that government is going to work on that bridge because it is life-threatening. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we would love that the Minister for Works brings a statement on what exactly is going to be done. Yesterday, I crossed the bridge because I traveled from Adjumani yesterday. We were kept there for more than 1 hour, and no one gave us adequate information on what exactly was being done. And this question is being asked daily. So if the minister could come here and give us that update, that would be okay. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
I actually saw the minister at the locus.
Okay.
The minister is in that area. But one can come and give us a statement when we resume the house.
Thank you. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, One of the alternative routes we are thinking about is via Masindi, where we have our park. The last time I crossed via that, we were charged per person. Therefore, in my car, we were 4, all of us were charged. Now that our buses may also be crossing, we want to know whether those charges will still remain. Because we are passing via a tourism route, and normally we are charged per person. Yes, information?
Thank you very much, Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker.
My chair.
Right Honorable Speaker. I was reading an advert by UA where they communicated information to do with vehicles that are going to pass through the park. But what touched me most was the fact that they limited the time. They said that vehicles must pass there only during day. Most of the heavy vehicles normally travel at night. So I really want to think it is going to increase the cost further if vehicles cannot travel within the time that has been, they normally move. Because they said from 7 to 7. That implies at night, goods vehicles can't move, the traders can't move, the buses can't move during that night. That's the information I wanted to give you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I will propose that the issues of the cost to be incurred be part of the brief being brought by the minister, so that we explain to our companies, because this is all going to affect the population, not only in the north, but to the neighborhood that is in South Sudan. Thank you.
But even the transporter should not take advantage of this kind of scenario, because it is not created by anybody. So increasing costs will not be the best thing for our people. And as I said before, and Honorable Patrick has also said, that it is going to increase the cost, but that should be avoided. And UNRA should do its work as fast as possible to ensure that we restore the bridge. Dr. Boka, then David Boka.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you for the concern you've shown for the people in the North and West Nile who are affected by the restrictions on the use of the bridge. I have 2 key issues that I would like to observe. We thank the guidelines that have been provided, but there are 2 issues that the people of West Nile and Northern region are uncomfortable about. The first is the restrictions on the travel hours from 7 to 7. The second is the issue of the escalation of the travel charges, especially by the buses. For example, the proposed bus fare for Obongi to Kampala is going to double from 50,000 to 100,000, which is very, very prohibitive. Madam Speaker, the second issue is related to a time bomb we are sitting on, which is the Pakwach Bridge, that recurrently and every year has been cut off. And as we speak now, there are already fears that as the rains intensify, the bridge is going to be cut off. And that means the people of West Nile are going to be cut off. The Laropi Bridge would have been an alternative gateway to West Nile. Madam Speaker, this Parliament passed a loan from the African Development Bank in the 10th Parliament. To date, the people of West Nile have not gotten an update on what is happening. Where is the money? When is the bridge construction project on Laropi starting? The minister, we pray, when coming to provide an update, we'll be able to provide an update on the status of procurement of works for construction of Laropi Bridge as an alternative gateway to West Nile. I submit.
Thank you. Daudi Afidra.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, in regard to your communication on the bridge.
You're all Daudis.
Madam Speaker, in regard to your communication on Karumba Bridge, indeed, I passed via the bridge. And Madam Speaker, it is very risky. And I would think that the government need to divert all the roads. They should not leave only the small car to pass via there, because you don't know the magnitude and the capacity of the cracks. And that is why we need the minister to come and explain to us the magnitude of the cracks for us to be safe. Otherwise, we are risking the lives of the passengers passing via there, and that will be a very big shock to the country. And then, Madam Speaker, too, I have a sub-county which has been cut off by the river. Community are not able to access the medical services. Children are not able to access the school. Councillors, when they are going for a council meeting, they have to swim. It is very difficult for them to cross because the road has been blocked, and that place needs a real bridge. Women are not able to access the market, and so this has become a very big problem. So government need to do an assessment thoroughly. I wrote a letter to the ministry. Up to now, I've not got a feedback.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Fedra, but
Madam Speaker,
the issue Honorable Dur raised on increasing the ferry, getting another ferry and increasing on what is there, and the timing is very, very important, because it will help us for people going to Lango region, even going to Acholi, because you just go. When you reach Congo, you now branch back to the main road and go to Kamdin and continue to Gulu. From Kamdin, you can also go to West Nile. So that would be one of the best solutions, so that you're not limited, because you're interfering with the animals. They are telling you 7 to 7, don't move in the night. It is for your own safety. You're interfering with animal rights. Yes, Honorable Fedra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again rise on your communication in regard to the upcoming weather conditions that are within this country. We are going to be faced with the harsh rains and the Karuma Bridge reconstruction. Allow me make these 3 observations. 1, Karuma Bridge and Park are the route to West Nile, which I use very often. And indeed, at this point, I want to give thanks to government, that our government in the past few years comes up with alternatives as far as the bridge infrastructure in this country is concerned. And if ministry now makes a decision that Karuma is stopped for large vehicles and an alternative goes through the park, this is coming from the fact that a new bridge has just been constructed across River Nile, that is in Para. And we are glad that this has been opened. However, Madam Speaker, as alluded earlier on, Pakwachi Bridge connection to Gulu will be faced with these heavy rains once River Tangi floods again. Why am I saying so? The junction between entry to Noya Road going to Gulu will automatically be cut off. We've experienced this earlier on before, and the works done on Noya Road is not as to the quality expected when these rains come. So my fear is, will the people of Gulu not be cut off if this alternative route is used for them in the event that the rains come? The second issue is, I'm glad to the bus companies we have in Northern Region. The fares outside, Nile Star has not increased any fare to use the alternative route. And this is crucial for us. And I want to urge the bus companies within that they shouldn't take advantage of this calamity that has befallen on Karuma. so that the travelers can be able to travel through very well. The last one is, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's not repeat what has been said, because we are now just going around and within. Yes, Faith, Dan, Daudi, I'm coming. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you. I will not repeat what has been said. The issue of the heavy rains, it's cutting across, and it is true that those who are not prepared for these rains will suffer the consequence. We may see more serious issues than even the bridges we're talking about. Already, some gardens are being flooded, and there will be a disaster in terms of crop failure in the short term. So we need to prepare.
Food security.
Yes, we need to prepare for these disasters. Madam Speaker, I wish to remind you, last year, the former State Minister for Disaster Preparedness promised this House that told this House in a report, a statement, that Cabinet was reviewing a disaster plan. Can we know how far the disaster preparedness plan? Because preparing for disaster is more important than responding. It is costly to respond. Now we have to spare money for bridges, for giving people food, for doing everything. Can we plan? Can we know the state in which that disaster plan has reached at the level of Cabinet? Is it now ready to be used?
Thank you. The gardens are swept off. We are going to have a food shortage. The houses are swept off. People have nowhere to stay. The cows have been swept off and they have died. And human beings, the roads cannot be passed. I cannot personally even reach my home where I don't need a visa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I have two issues. One, the issue of bridges, and then the issue raised by Honourable Jonathan. Right Honourable, this comes in at the right time of budgeting. I think it is very important that we ring fence this money specifically for ferries if we want to solve this matter. And then subsequently hold the people responsible to have these ferries within a specific time. And that would address our issue. Two, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of climate change is real world over. We have been following what happened in Dubai and the other parts of the world that affected almost everyone equally. Passengers all over the world coming to a standstill. And we are not an exception as a country. And accordingly, we must respond to those challenges. And I want to propose, Right Honourable Speaker, that the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness, Relief and Refugees be given a vote, an independent vote, from the general vote of Prime Minister's office. And this would give us specific attention to hold them accountable and scrutinize their planning processes and how they intend to respond to the situations that happen in this country. My worry is that if we leave it lump summed in Prime Minister's office, it becomes amorphous as it has been. And subsequently, yes, even when they want to respond like they have been doing, they do not respond to the speed and the magnitude of the challenges that ourselves and our people face. So it is my humble prayer, Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, that we consider making that ministry a self-accounting with an accounting officer that we can hold accountable to a smaller size of work, and then we are able to follow up as Parliament, but also as a country. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. So that we don't continue relying on the main vote. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all the discussion that has been made, Madam Speaker, my simple request through you, why can't we task the Right Honourable Prime Minister to coordinate her ministries the one in charge of environment, to give us an update on the forecast, the weather forecast. Coordinate the Ministry of Finance to tell us the status of our contingency fund, just in case the weather continues in the way it is.
Can we have the shadow?
And lastly, Madam Speaker.
No, she's more knowledgeable in that thing.
Okay.
Very knowledgeable and passionate about
Thank you
environment.
for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, the forecast is already with us. It has been projected that it is going to rain up to end of June. And now, the preparedness that we want government to come to, that is why we were refusing the money allocated to Mr. Magola. The money that would address the disasters currently now is the preparedness we are looking out for. What we can do now is rainwater harvesting, preparedness in that. Everybody to prepare where to store this water. The other one is desiltation of dams and the rivers. That is the preparedness we want now. All tractors should be seen.
Are you listening, Enos?
Excavators should be seen now to desilt dams and all water channels where all these drainages go, especially around the lake shore. And then the other one is the resilience. Whoever is constructing any road, we have just been given the balance of 500 million on the road fund. Every construction should be cognizant of climate change, and the supervision should be able to show us how what they are constructing is resilient to flooding. Otherwise, we wish all ourselves well. The rains are going to come till end of June.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Have you got the information?
No, Madam Speaker, my argument, yes, thank you so much, the alternate minister, but my argument was that we should put the Prime Minister to task to tell us how ready or prepared the government is to counter what she's telling us.
It is not ready because...
How best can we put them to task?
Listen, it is not ready. My people will not be sleeping out. We don't have where to stay. You find, and to show you that it is not ready, you ask the chair of infrastructure. We are building in what? Trenches, not even wetland. Trenches, we are building in trenches. How ready are we? If you can build in a trench that even a blind person can see that this is a trench, and you put a house, you put a mall in that trench, how ready are we?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The issue of floods in Uganda, we have spoken about it for a very long time in this House. My experience from the 10th Parliament up to today.
And I want that report of the trenches, where people are building on trenches.
My experience from the 10th Parliament up to now is that whenever we enter rainy season, we talk about issues of floods, climate change, disasters. But when the money comes, we forget about allocating money for addressing those disasters. The last time the level of Lake Victoria rose to 14.3 meters was in 1964. And we have attained it this year again. The level is the same. And between the level of Lake Victoria to the highest peak in Kampala is only 124 meters. And what is helping us here is because we have wetlands in Port Bell area, Lozira area, that are preventing the water from coming this way. So for us, I stated it in this House that we need disaster preparedness. If this Parliament House is flooding because of rainwater, we block the rainwater. If your compound is getting flooded because of water from the roadside, you block it. That is disaster preparedness. Don't wait for disasters. I stated in this House that for how long are we going to buy blankets, saucepans, rice, and mabati to stop disasters? So the best thing we need to do is to allocate money to the office of the Prime Minister, especially the Minister for Disaster. And if you look at the budget now, you have forgotten allocating enough money for climate change department. These are the people who should be working to prevent disasters in this country. Thank you very much.
Katesh? Katesh, Abua.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think
Professor Daudi.
I think we have debated, but I think that we need to come out with a clear recommendation.
Honorable Abua, sorry, I'm Achon Abua. Achon Bua.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think that we have discussed, but we need to come out with a clear recommendation to government to take clear actions on the matter. For example, we've talked about the bridge. The issue of a ferry, very critical, but the costs are going to go up. And I think that I've talked to a few business people who do exports to South Sudan. Going through the park and you are charged and it's a longer distance will result into the high cost of doing business. So government should be able to pronounce itself and waive off, for example, those costs so that people are not charged. But secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry in charge of roads, really we need answers. We've been talking about disasters, but Right Honorable Speaker, this morning I received a call from one of the airlines that flies into Kisoro. And we have appropriated money for that airstrip to be rehabilitated. It's been closed. We are entering into high tourist season. The airport cannot function, airstrip. We do not have timelines for people. Finally, before I take in the information, we've talked about the flooding. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the lake shores on Lake Victoria, after it has rained, you will be shocked to see the amount of plastics that come down to the lake. So this, I agree with Honorable Christine, the deserting we are talking about, but there is an issue of plastics in this country that are blocking the drainage systems, and when you go down to the lakeside, you can really see that we are messing ourselves up, and I think something needs to be done with respect to the aspects of environment. I can take in the information.
Thank you, Honorable
Boa. Boa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think for the correction, I'm by name Bua, then Bua, Julius Achon. Right Honorable Speaker, a matter of times we have raised this issue of floods and disaster, I think, almost since Parliament began. And the issue of Karoma, I think, has woken up the problems of bridges across the country and also the culverts in this country. Honorable Speaker, the money which was released in this house to help the community of the district, if you move...
You're meaning the 1 billion,
the 1 billion shillings,
1 billion shillings,
which has been granted by this parliament. Honorable Speaker, when you look at, for example, like, Tuke, when you move in a major swampy area, the culverts, those who put the culverts, sometimes you wonder if these people, they had eaten food before the culverts were dug. Because you find most of the culverts really, they are not covered with the soil. And also when the road is graded, the water trenches are really not dug well where you find all roads are covered by the water. This is one of the key things. We would request this ministry to send the teams on the ground really to make a good supervision.
Thank you.
And the issue of Karoma Falls is very scary, honorable members. When you go across,
members, let's limit 2 minutes.
And the amount of water that goes in that bridge, before you cross, you must cross also a cross sign for Jesus to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On issue of disasters, all the signs are very clear. For us who are Matoke and Kofi growers, apart from landslides and hailstones, heavy rains can put down coffee and matoke. We need to advise our farmers to construct trenches that will hold water. They need to have supports that will hold matoke and coffee to minimize losses. And secondly, they have observed over the years during heavy rains, lightning is a very serious issue. We need to advise all institutions, especially schools, to have lightning arrest. And those families which can also afford to put lightning arrests. Otherwise, we are going to hear so many cases, and some people will believe that is witchcraft when it is not. We need to install lightning arrests on important institutions.
Daudi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a few issues to put up. Last year, I came here with a document, and the response from the Prime Minister was very clear that they were going to work on the road from Kanoni to Mitiana. Madam Speaker, up to now, there is nothing that is going on. It's on record, and let me tell you one thing, Madam Speaker. Some of us, we are going even to fail accessing our homes. The swamps are full. I cannot access my home from Chitenga. I cannot access my home from Mitiana. And if I cannot access my home as a member of parliament, what of our voters? Madam Speaker, we need to wake up. We have a lot of challenges as far as roads are concerned. And Madam Speaker, to summarize it, we need a clear statement of how these issues are going to be handled. This business of us coming here and we discuss issues and we leave them here, it looks awkward. On Saturday it rained from Friday through Saturday up to Sunday. Just imagine if it remains the same for the next 2 weeks. What will happen in Uganda? Madam Speaker, we need to wake up and let's get a clear statement from the the minister that is responsible, if possible, if even the Prime Minister should come up and revise whatever statement gives us here. Because committing ourselves before our voters and we fail to do what exactly we are supposed to do, it looks very awkward. There is no reason why we should sit here and we discuss on behalf of our people and people are just crying. They just want to write. What should we do? There's a lot of pressure on ground over these swamps.
Thank you. Honorable members, when you look at the deterioration of all these roads, it's going to have a significant impact on the economy. The cost of the goods are going to reduce. The cost of transportation is going to increase. The tourism, people are now not going to go into tourism. So what we are going to get out of tourism will also reduce. And at the end of the day, the productivity is reduced, because if you hear they are saying the gardens and whichever have been washed. And I would also implore our government to deploy security on all the alternative routes that have been created, because the highway robbers can take advantage of this. They must be saying now we have them. So you need to make sure you have security on all these alternative routes. And then it is a budgeting time. And since it is a budgeting time, instead of bundling all the monies in one account, let this parliament decide and say this is the money for disaster preparedness. And this money should be used for ABCD. And there should be a plan for disaster preparedness. Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, when a leader of opposition is speaking, you first give him time. The only person that can respond to him now on this side is...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as you did say in your communication, Climate change is real and it's hitting us hard. When we saw the devastating effects in far-off countries like Dubai, some people thought it's quite far, but now it is right at our doorstep. Torrential downpours have caused devastating effects next door here in Kenya. It's reported that over 200 people have been confirmed dead because of the heavy flooding. About 100 are missing. 170,000 are displaced. And the situation is going to get worse. Here in Uganda, the rains are pounding, and the Met authorities have told us it's only going to get worse, Right Honorable Speaker. As colleagues are sharing, bridges are breaking, roads are caving in, and the situation is going to get a lot more problematic, Right Honorable Speaker. As colleagues are saying that we need to find a separate budget for disaster preparedness, I want to suggest that even before we move in that direction, let's set a proper foundation. Firstly, with the law, and I want to quote the Constitution verbatim, Right Honorable Speaker. Article 249 of our Constitution talks about Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission. I request the Minister of State for Disaster Preparedness to just pay attention to this issue so that she can respond to this House. 1. There shall be a Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission for Uganda to deal with both natural and man-made disasters. That's 249.1. 249.2. Parliament shall, for the purposes of this article, prescribe the composition, functions, and procedure for implementation of the functions of the Commission. Government. Where is the Commission? Because this is the law that we passed. About 2018, I was still in the media, but I was following the happenings here in Parliament. Government was mooting the idea of a disaster management bill, but it did not see the light of day. It didn't come through. Is government still interested in this? Maybe we should bring it as a private member's bill so that we have a proper foundation. We get to plan. Because you see, if you don't plan, and then we give you money, what are you going to put it to use towards? So it's important that we plan. We need this commission in place. Because legally, it's covered. We need that bill because it will help us. Right now, we want to deal with the short-term issues, which are important. Like the Honorable Kaya was mentioning, desilting and all of that. That's important, and it is short-term. But we need to deal with the long-term. So that now, in a few months down the road, we are not here again trying to run around to deal with the short-term issues. Can we plan appropriately? Let's have this commission in place. Let the bill be brought. And then we can discuss the idea of giving you money when we know the docket to which exactly it's going. And then we hold you accountable. It's important. We give you money. And then we task you to put that money to very good use. Yes, Right Honorable.
Maybe before you continue, you could find out from government, could there be a problem with having that commission in place? Because it has come out several times. So we need to understand from government, could there be a problem? Why are we not having a commission in place? It's a constitutional requirement. Honorable Bua, that's a question from Lop.
Very important, because me I was saying bring it because it's legally covered in our Constitution, Article 249. But if you don't want it in place, then explain to us why not, and then the law should change, because otherwise why should we have redundant articles in our Constitution? The reason it was provided for is because the makers of the law then thought it important, and it is important, so that colleagues will stop having these challenges and get to plan properly. Because finally, the water levels of Lake Victoria are going higher every day. I'm sure, Minister, you've taken note of that. So my worry is what's happening in Kenya could very potentially happen here in Uganda. How ready are we? That's important. We need you to point us in that direction, because maybe Kenya did not think it could ever happen. But it has happened, and it could very well happen here in Uganda too. How ready are we to avert such a situation? It's important that government talks to us about this. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Can we hear from disaster, then government?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and members. First of all, I would like to note that we do have a disaster risk management plan that was approved in Cabinet in July 2022, and it was launched in September 2022 and presented in this House in November 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, I associate myself with the concerns of members. And as a ministry, we are trying our best to do what we can with the limited resources we have. Right Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, on the 1st of March 2024, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority released the March to May 2024 seasonal rainfall outlook over Uganda and its implications. The March to May 2024 indicated a high chance of near normal to above normal rainfall, resulting into episodic flash floods, events, and landslides in localized areas that would receive heavy downpours. Right Honorable Speaker, we have already witnessed flooding incidents in districts including Butaleja, Aleptong, Dokolo, Nakapiripirit, Nabelatuk, Bukedia, Bulambuli, whereas landslides were reported in Kasese, Kisoro, Bulambuli, Sironko, Bududa, Munyangabo districts. Some actually claimed lives. We lost 7 people. Recently, Uganda National Meteorological Authority released a 10-day rainfall forecast from 1st to 10th of May 2024, which indicates a continuation of wet conditions over most parts of the country. The heavy to very heavy rainfall events were expected over southwestern in some of the areas in Kigezi and Greater Bushenyi districts. In the northeastern, in districts of Karamoja and Teso sub-regions and neighboring Acholi sub-regions. Other areas expected to receive enhanced rainfalls are in mid-western sub-region in the districts of Masindi, Kiriandongo, Kagadi, Kabarole, and Elgon Islands. The 10-day rainfall forecast by Uganda Meteorological Authority indicates that very heavy rainfall events are expected to cause potential hazards, such as flash floods, debris flows, landslides. In addition, waterlogging, contamination of water sources due to increased surface runoff into such sources, and disruption of traffic flows along transportation routes, as some bridges may be washed away or collapse. An example are the bridges you've already mentioned earlier. Moreover, these heavy rainfalls are expected to damage critical infrastructure like schools.
Yes, it is a maiden speech. I know her report should have been uploaded, but it is a maiden speech, and she has just been writing
I have not
there.
raised the procedure. Madam, you are ruling.
Okay, please raise it.
See, the response the minister is giving, apart from being written, governed under our rules, if you're going to give a statement, is a response to confirm everything that has been said. The questions that have been asked by members require an answer, not just an illustration of how bad things will be. The procedural issue I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is whether if the minister thinks that it's important to give a statement like that, should not be given an opportunity to do so, so that we engage with itself under the rules.
She's actually making a preamble, and after that preamble, she will tell us that I've sent 20 tons of beans to this place. I've done this. So she's making a preamble to to respond. Just make a brief preamble. We know the areas that are affected.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought I would use the opportunity to highlight the country on some of the key issues which are expected and authoritatively present them to the House, because I needed to refer to some of the data and we don't misquote some of it. But however, I can go straight to some of the issues which are raised. And one of them were already about the issue of having a disaster risk management plan, which I noted earlier that we do have it. And there are some issues which are raised by the LOB about the issues of having the disaster bill presented. That is underway. We are working on it, and soon we'll be bringing it to the House. On the issues of the lightening that one of the members talked about.
Honorable, is it a bill or the commission?
The commission is a different one. He talked
Then
about
the
the
bill.
disaster bill and then the commission. The commission, I have, from the short time I've been at office, we have not had a discussion, but I'll follow it up as a concern that I picked from the House and discuss with the Office of the Prime Minister, and we'll be able to report back to the House after a discussion. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a Minister for Disaster, we are very ready to respond and on time, as you know, Right Honorable Speaker. But we are constrained by the limited...
Matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember in 2021, the then Deputy Speaker, who is now the current Speaker, did direct government on the floor here, those who were here and recall so well, did direct government to actually establish the Disaster Management Commission as provided for in the Constitution. It was in 2021. And I recall, Right Honorable Speaker, by then you were Deputy Speaker, there was an undertaking from the executive that they would come back in the House and report that the commission had been established. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well when we continuously raise the same issue and there is actually no response from government?
Government, let's first say on the commission.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My brother Sumani has kind of put me in a corner on that. It's 29 years since the promulgation of the Constitution, and this commission has not been put in place. The unfortunate bit is that the voices are coming up at a time when we are rationalizing. So we need to do a thorough assessment of ourselves as the executive.
How do you rationalize what is not there?
Maybe I should be a little more clear. I'm saying you are raising the voices at the time a number of government institutions are being rationalized. The undertaking I can make is that we shall bring this to the attention of the powers that be. Most important thing that a study needs to be done on the necessity for this commission.
The framers of this constitution, did they understand why we needed this commission?
I do understand that the framers at the time may have deemed it fit, but it has not been in place for 29 years. So that's why the law is not cast in stone. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to commit that we will come back to this House and report on this matter.
When are you coming back to give us a response?
In 3 weeks' time, Right Honorable Speaker.
3 weeks?
Yes, Right
No.
Honorable.
I want to give you 1 week. I want
Okay,
to give you 1 week.
I'll take that, Right Honourable.
Because in the 3 weeks we shall be in the next session. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, since 2018, we had tasked ourselves to establish the Climate Change Act, the Wetlands Act, and the Disaster Management Act. But the two stalled, and we anticipated that in the Disaster Management Act, that is where we would put the commission. And now that the bill stalled, it may be difficult for us. We are just beginning to chop small things. When we talk of the plan and then talk of the commission, it means we are killing the other efforts of establishing the Disaster Management Act, Right Honourable Speaker. So I pray that my minister first tracks the establishment, because we had even established the principles of the bill, and that is where we shall now be putting the urgent issues.
Thank you. Can you finish, Honourable Abbe?
Just to conclude, Right Honourable Speaker.
I've seen Nathan.
Right Honourable Speaker, I only need support from this House in terms of funding if I am to respond to the issues of disasters in this country. We need a budget. We can't do anything as a ministry if we don't have the budget. So far, I have requests from members over 30 from 30 districts, and we are not able to do much. Right Honourable Speaker, I would request this House to support the ministry with the relevant funding. Then we'll be able to respond. I'll physically be in their constituencies to address the issues.
Right Honourable Speaker. Allow me give information.
Honourable members, much as we are here lamenting, there is no money. And we need to provide money for that. But we are happy that you're now there. Next item.
Item 3, Bill second reading.
Honourable members, we stood over a bill, and when we stood over a number of bills, very important bills, and first of all, I need to apologize to leader of opposition. I dragged him out of he wasn't well, but I said, please, you're here to represent your people. And I must say thank you for coming. And I've said, members, come. This is the most important activity that you're doing for this country, for your voters. We are going on to tax bills. We had an issue which was raised by Lob, and this morning we had a harmonization meeting. Unfortunately, I was not there, but we received the document. And could I give you the floor? And I wonder why more people would want to be on Zoom. I think we should transform this parliament into a digital parliament.
Thank you so much.
Right, no, but I have members on many more members on Zoom than in the house. Yes.
Thank you so much.
The fuel prices.
Right,
that is what is making people not to come here.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, arising from the harmonization and the consultations which we have been making, I wish to provide additional information through an addendum
to the certificate of financial implications which I laid before this House accompanying the bill. And most critical is that we now provide the numbers on the expected expenditure. We now provide 2 years, financial year 2024-25 and financial year 2025-26. We also provide 2 years of estimates of revenue to government for financial year 2024-2025 and 2026. And we also state in detail the impact of the bill on the economy, the overall impact of the bill on the economy. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the certificate on the addendum certificate on table.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. As you mentioned, I was not able to attend the harmonization meeting, but again, I wanted to draw our attention to another small legal matter. The reason really I keep insisting on these legal matters, Right Honourable Speaker, is because I don't want that Parliament is taken to court and then we look shabby when we lose a matter on a technicality that could have been avoided. And good enough, my land friend, the Attorney General, is here, so we can find a remedy. I have an issue with the addendum because the law does not provide for an addendum in relation to the certificate of financial implication. When you read section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act, when you read rule 118 of our rules of procedure, it adumbrates very clearly what a certificate of financial implication should be. It does not make room for an addendum. But we can have a remedy. Rule 119 of our rules of procedure provides for urgent bills. Sub-rule 1. Whereupon the recommendation of the appropriate committee of the House appointed for the purpose, the House determines that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the bill may be introduced without publication. So my suggestion is, as we did handle the RAPEX bills, and it's good Honorable Kasolo is here, we prevailed upon him and insisted he must follow the rightful procedure, which he eventually did. I want to suggest that we follow the procedure neatly. Honourable Minister, withdraw the bills via Rule 119, table them with the new certificate of financial implication. Because when you provide an addendum, somebody will go to court and challenge it and say, but especially for these controversial bills, because you're introducing a bill to increase taxes, which some of us are opposed to, many people out there are opposed to, you're going to be taken to, actually Parliament will be taken to court. My worry is that we here, Parliament, are the ones that will be taken to court as opposed to the Minister, and there will be a challenge. Let's do this neatly. Table the bill again with the new certificate of financial implication via Rule 119, and then we debate and agree or disagree regarding the introductions that you are mooting. Of course, on our end we shall disagree, but ultimately that it gets to be done right. That's for me my point, yeah? So we have not even gotten to the stage yet of agreeing or disagreeing with the content. I'm putting you a notice, we are going to disagree with the content. But before we get there, let's follow the procedure the right way. That's my thinking, but the Attorney General is here.
Asuman?
Right Honourable Speaker, I think let's help the Minister for Finance when it comes to matters of certificate. This issue of certificates, we first raised them in the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Actually, we are the ones who informed the House that there was a problem with certificates. And along the way, you were doing things rightly. What you are calling an addendum as the law has said, is not provided for in the law. In fact, what you are calling an addendum should have been tabled as the certificate. You didn't have to use the word addendum. Because it is the information. Addendum is a matter of form. The certificate is a matter of substance. I don't know why you want to take us back. So if what you are presenting captures what section 76 says, you only have to come here and say, this is the certificate for these bills, without even making statements that this is an addendum. I don't know why you are creating a problem for yourself. Just say, this is the certificate, and we are able to proceed without hiding under the word addendum or corrigendum or whatever you want to do.
You see, in the meeting that we had, we said there were things that were lacking in the certificates. And the issue that was raised was additional 1 year. And when you look at an addendum, it is an addition to what is provided for. Nathan.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that on Friday we never presented a report of the meeting we held, but nevertheless, we all agree that the minister's certificate of financial implication was missing because the law says it should be 2 years. And also, I have done some analysis, and as the Honorable Osman has said, we need to help the minister. Number one, did we receive a budget here? Yes. And we received the budget. It has the expected income and the expected expenditure. Now, the income will come from so many forms: taxation, grants, loans, mention it. And we've been doing a lot of loans here. But the next one is taxation, which the minister is coming so that he operationalizes the budget, which you have received. So in short, the tax laws they are bringing are talking about the income side. And the URA already exists, which operates, uses those taxes. The government already exists. I don't think if the tax laws they are bringing are going to call for another authority to collect, because it talks about what does the bill, what will it be, the implication. And the implication is that the bill is talking about the budget, which budget will talk about how the government will raise the revenue and spend, and that's for the purpose of the country. So, Madam Speaker, what I wanted to say the minister to go over is that if the issue is the issue of addendum, the certificate of financial implication is basically, which to me, if I was you, I would have said, one, the financial implications on this are already in the budget framework paper and the MTF.
So this is additional.
Exactly. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know, I haven't looked at the financial implication of the minister.
First of all, was the first financial certificate laid on table? Certificate of financial implication? Was it laid?
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the bills were all accompanied by the certificate of financial implications, which I laid on table.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, we need to look at the principle upon which the Public Finance Act was enacted. Sometimes we legislate without reading the Hansard. When Parliament decided to come up with the Public Finance Act, and in section 9, the idea of certificate of financial implication came about. It was to address two important issues worldwide, and this has been picked from the tradition. South Africa, we picked it from UK and Nigeria. And Honorable Dan Wandero Gallo
who had traveled too much, we discussed and proposed that we legislate here. We pass acts or bills which come into acts. Government fails to establish the necessary institutions and to implement the act. And therefore, it was agreed that every bill which comes here, they should be planned for it in the budget. But for the tax bills, like Honorable Nandala said, the institution that's supposed to implement it already exists, the Uganda Revenue Authority. So we don't need, by the way, we may need to look at this. For tax bill, Madam Speaker, the institution that's supposed to implement it, the entire infrastructure are in place. The staffs are there, the vehicles are there. This is just to support the budget process. So the provision of 76 in the Public Finance Act says that every bill introduced in the House shall be accompanied by certificate of finance issued by the minister. Number 2, the certificate of financial implication issued under subsection 1 shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure. For this purpose, we only need to look at the aspect of revenue. The aspect of and the revenue is indicated in the addendum the minister has presented. The aspect of expenditure is about the salary, the staff, Uganda Revenue Authority still exists. So while reading this, Madam Speaker, we have been, I think we need to look at the principle of the certificate of financial implication according to every bill. Some bills, the institutions are in place. Some bills, you need money to rent office, to put directors, to put MD, to recruit staff. But for this, we only need to know how will it impact on the economy, the revenue, which is the addendum, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Let me hear from...
Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister for Finance has said he did table a certificate, and it is on record, if I heard him well. I don't want him to create an impression that he can introduce another certificate. Those would actually be 2 certificates. And it would call for a withdrawal of one of them. But as I said earlier, we really need...
There are not 2 certificates.
Yes, and we really need to help each other. What you are presenting here is additional information.
Yes.
But it cannot be worded as a certificate. And right also, we must be very clear with the record.
Additional information to the previous certificate.
Exactly. And let the record be straight. Yes. Otherwise, the minister cannot say is coming on the floor to lay another certificate or an addendum.
No.
For purposes of, and I said, right Speaker, we need to help the minister in light with section 76 to put the record straight. I am providing additional information to the certificate that I laid on the table.
You know, the difference, there is no difference between an addendum with additional information. That it is just a matter of English. That the honorable members, what is the definition of addendum? An item of additional material added on to. You get it, eh? Yes. Xavier?
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank the members who have submitted, and we seem to be on the same page. And because of that, Right Honourable Speaker, if I'm allowed, I want to move a motion that we actually proceed to the committee stage, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to move.
Is it seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Paulo Bua, Layo, Honorable Layo, Honorable Dubai, Honorable Chora, Sauda, Obama, Fred, Margaret, Mariam, Dr. Chut, Ochan, Sue, Connie, and all side, this side, Abe, there's a procedure matter from...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Now that you've seconded, those in favor of us going to for the second reading, say at the contrary. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, the procedural matter I was raising, which is still relevant, is that both reports of the committee had found that there was no competent certificate of financial implication. In other words, the bill that came here did not have a foundation to rest on it. The cure proposed by the minister, which we are trying to find a solution, was whether what was tabled here as an addendum is actually a new certificate that could support the reading of a bill or not. In law, you cannot have an addendum replacing a certificate. Your chair has not ruled officially. The question has been put here and we are moving. You have not addressed that matter.
Chair of the committee, you're supposed to go on the microphone and say what you're providing is additional information to the certificate that was laid on this table in relation to these bills.
Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted to finish so that you get the gist of what I am raising. What I am saying is, as it is stood in both the reports, there is no certificate of financial implication. Can you then, therefore, purport to provide additional information to a non-existent document? That is the question. And let me explain this to members. The certificate of financial implication helps you as a member of parliament to determine whether to proceed with the bill or not. If you are going to bring a tax bill and the tax bill is going to impose a challenge on your citizens, but you are collecting only, say, 20 billion shillings, as parliament you can say, because we have seen you are going to collect only 20 billion, then at a cost which is more, we have decided it is no longer relevant to even move with this bill. Now, this bill has not told us in detail that on this particular exercise bill, this is the total amount we are going to collect, so that we determine whether you can actually impose additional charges on Ugandans in fuel, on those cement, on those things. It helps Parliament to move. And we should not reduce the certificate of financial implication as a formality. It helps guide us.
Honourable Attorney General, did we have a certificate of financial implication in the first law?
Madam Chair, sorry,
that is that's number one. Number two, the impact in terms of the revenues to be collected and whichever, were they included in the BFP and MTEP that we can read together with the certificate that was provided for?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I think your questions have kind of put more light on what I wanted to say. One, Honourable Dur, it is wrong for you to say there is no certificate. The finding of the committee and the report is here on page 2. Says the certificate was inadequate, meaning that something was missing. The statement goes ahead to say it was inadequate in as far as detailing the estimates of revenue is concerned, meaning that you fulfill the inadequacy, you cover the inadequacy by providing the estimates that were not there. It's those estimates that have been provided for in the additional information in the addendum. That makes the certificate of financial implication adequate. I beg to submit.
He has finished. He has finished, Honourable Dur. No, there was a question. First of all, my very able Minister of Finance, we had gone into, my clerks have slept on job.
The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Honourable members, I had not put a question for second reading. I did. It was the one I put was for the motion. I put a question that the Exercise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Value added tax.
Value added? Okay. I put a question that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Clause 1. Honorable Dur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this particular bill, I don't want to escort the presiding officer in violating the law. I'll reserve my participation.
Nathan, clause 1, there is no. I don't want to come back when you say there is amendment. Okay. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2. Clause 2.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, clause 2. The committee noted that amendment of section 5 and 10 of the Principal Act was intended to clarify that where a debtor's property is disposed of through a sale, then the supply is treated as made by the debtor and not the auctioneer or creditor. Chair, what this import demands
Yes.
Chair, what this import brings in is that if a debtor fails to pay and the property is auctioned, after deduction of money that to be paid to the creditor, the residue money that the original owner of the property gets is subjected to VAT. That is a very unfair import because this person is already suffering loss, is a struggling person that has failed to pay. Then subjecting that person to VAT would be extremely unfair. That should not be taken as an earning or a gain which should be subjected to tax. I beg that we drop this one.
Shadow on section 2.
I have no problem with the amendment.
You have no problem with the committee, with her proposal. Chair?
Right Honorable Speaker, in the deliberations of the committee, and I need my colleagues to understand this, is that we said, as you read, the committee further noted the amendment of section 5 and 10 of the Principal Act is intended to clarify that where a debtor's property is disposed of through a sale, then the supply is treated as made by the debtor and not the auction stroke creditor. Further, the auctioneer stroke creditor is not entitled to a credit. So here what we are saying is that the VAT credit should not go to the auctioneer because it is not his or her property. Yeah, that's the reason.
Chair, he's explaining it halfway. Let me give a scenario. Suppose someone had a property as security that is worth 20 million shillings and has failed to pay to the extent of 17 million shilling. If that property is auctioned and 17 million shilling is given to the creditor and the original owner of the property is retaining only 3 million shillings, this new amendment which we are bringing is that 3 million shillings that has remained only, they require this original owner of the property to pay VAT out of it, which seems to be extremely very unfair. And further to explain, this is as a result of amendment that was made in 2023, where we said that there should be VAT on auctioned properties. There, afterwards, we realized that was difficult because actually banks do not pay VAT. It was difficult to collect it, and neither auctioners would pay. So no one was paying. So the big question is that who would pay? This new input which we are bringing in is that banks will not pay because they don't pay VAT. The auctioneer will not pay because he does not have the money. But the little money that the debtor has retained should be subjected to VAT, which in my submission is like it's very unfair.
Madam Chair, the question Honorable Aisha should appreciate is whether goods sold through auction are VATable or not. And the answer is these goods are VATable. In other words, there is VAT paid on auctioned goods. Who pays the VAT? The VAT is charged by the buyer. The buyer pays plus VAT. And who receives the VAT? The seller or the recipient. What this provision is requiring is that after this recipient has received the VAT, he should be able to now to remit it. So I don't see anything wrong with it.
I need to be helped by colleagues. If VAT is paid...
Honorable Ajat, AB, in the case of supply of goods through auction, it is to be paid by the recipient of the proceeds. Now, the person who has bought will pay VAT to the recipient. For instance, if the bank is auctioning a vehicle, it is a person who is buying the vehicle. Yes, it is a person who is buying a vehicle to pay VAT to the bank, and then the bank will be the one to remit.
Chair, let's read this paragraph again, which was written by the committee. The committee further noted that the amendment of Section 5 and 10 of the Principal Act is intended to clarify...
You're reading the report?
Yes, of the committee.
I want you to look at two of these amendments. Look at the bills. Look at the Principal Act and then look at the bill.
I am, Chair. The report explains better. Here, when they mean the recipient of the proceeds, after the auction and money is gotten, proceeds are divided into 2 or 1. Part of the money goes to the one who is claiming money, that's the creditor, and some residue money goes to the... Let the minister... Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Yeah, Madam Speaker and Ajat, what the law is saying...
Ajat, listen to...
In the case of a supply of goods through auction, is to be paid by the recipient of the proceeds from the auction. Now let us give an example of Centenary Bank. It is selling somebody's goods for purposes for having not paid a debt. Now I want to assume the goods were being sold at 20 million.
Now, when your centenary gets the 20 million, in that 20 million, it will be now 118%. So it will only take off 100%, and 18% will be the one to be accounted for as VAT on sale.
But
So,
the recipient
by
is
the recipient-
centenary.
Yes, the recipient is centenary, and it will say out of your goods we sold at 20 million, we only got 20 over 118 times 100. The balance was accounted as VAT to Uganda what? Revenue Authority. In short, it will be less than the 20 million they have got as the principal amount. So this one is not bad yet. It is trying to aid so that nobody would run away. That because for me I acted as a seller, I cannot account for the VAT from the sale. It's okay, Ajay.
Can I seek clarification from you, friend? When you say it will be less by this amount, whose money is lessened? Because VAT, rather banks are VAT exempt. Friends, banks are VAT exempt. When you say it is less by this amount, whose amount of money is lessened? Let us define that.
Actually, the amount which has been received is the total amount that Centenary Bank is claiming plus the VAT. You get it? No money is lessened. VAT is on its own, and the one of Centenary Bank is on its own.
Madam Speaker, what she's raising has something. She's asking, how much will I know that my goods were authored? Now let us just give in the scenario that your goods were sold at 20 million, inclusive of what? VAT. That means they will remove 100, then they'll say your goods went for 19.2 million what? Sing. Because the balance was what? VAT. That's the accounting they are trying to look for. Now, even if Centenary Bank is exempt, it must collect VAT on goods which are taxable for purposes of tax. If it was selling it like a commercial building, which are subject to VAT, I know where your point is coming. There are properties like residential houses which don't attract VAT when you sell. Those ones, they will not charge VAT. But I'm meaning those properties which attract VAT.
Katesh?
I thank the colleague for explaining. You see, VAT has input and output. If I bought a car, for example, that is arising out of the loan, I incurred VAT. That becomes my input, VAT. Now, if it is auctioned, the amendment here is actually trying to protect the data to be able to claim input VAT. That is in his favor. Because the auctioneers would have been claiming if they are the ones entitled. So actually your concern, Honorable Aisha, is that this amendment is actually in the interest of the data.
Thank you. I put a question that close to Sun's part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. Let's have it. Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Right Honorable colleagues and Chair, the committee proposes that clause 3 be deleted, and justification: the removal of commercial farmers from the list of persons who may apply to the Commissioner General to be registered for VAT undermines the contribution of commercial farming in the Ugandan economy. Although most of the plant and machinery used by commercial farmers are listed in the second schedule as exempt supplies, the registration under section 7 subsection 4A is not compulsory but optional, and does not make the provision redundant. Does make the provision redundant, I beg your pardon.
Shadow?
You see, the argument was URA has a tax register now of 4 million or more. including those who are exempted. So they wanted to remove them. The committee says they should stay there. Either way, I don't see any problem, whether they stay there or they are removed. After all, they are not paying.
Minister, AG.
This is a harmonized position. I therefore
Thank you.
agree with the committee.
AG.
I agree with the committee position.
I put a question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the control nay. Nice of it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the control nay. Nice have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5. 4. On 5. Clause 5.
My proposal is to delete 5. And I made the argument that we don't stop employers from incentivizing their staff by requiring them to pay VAT on goods they are donating, not selling. So that was my proposal, and I want to propose that 5 is deleted.
Yes, Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to the Shadow Minister for Finance, we need to look at it holistically. VAT is per value that is added. Now, in this case, where you choose to give goods to your employee, it's like you have consumed them yourselves. And under the law, that has been treated as application to own use. Now you're giving it to your worker or your employee, yet you have claimed input VAT. So if there was input VAT claimed, you must account for output VAT. Again, Madam Chair, opening it would lead to a lot of temptations. People would begin claiming donations in massive numbers, and they would be losing a lot of revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Akora. Maxwell.
I support the committee position that VAT is charged on a taxable supply by a taxable person. That taxable person has been defined. That taxable person has been registered, has claimed input taxes, and so must charge output tax. If they consume the goods themselves, then they should pay the tax. So I agree with the committee
Thank
position.
you.
Thank you.
I put a question that clause 5, Hajat.
Thank you. Chair, I want to make an attempt to support my shadow minister as a human resource professional. We all know salaries are demotivators, actually. The best way to motivate your staff is to find other means of motivating them. And as an economy that is looking forward to boosting the economy, having factories and flourish, the best way to do is to give that one back to the community by allowing them or motivating them to give it back to the people. So I want to persuade colleagues to support the dropping of these donations so that employers can give back to the employees.
Yeah, you know why I was selecting people. Let me hear from another VAT person.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, one way we can address this is the way we address discounts. Because discounts, unless the manufacturer is giving a discount of 70, 80%, then you raise a question. But they are not taxable. What we would do here, there will be one, we can provide a threshold for the value of the gift. If it goes beyond this amount, then it should be taxed. The other alternative is we allow it, but we deny them claiming input tax. We delay the manufacturer from claiming input tax on this amount, which I think I'm persuaded to do, that we allow the gifts, because this is like corporate social responsibility.
What is it?
Please, I'm still...
First leave Wanda. Wanda is a tax expert.
I haven't...
From KMPG. KPMG.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I'm still submitting. So these were the two options I was looking at, but I'm persuaded with the option of us, of us denying the claim of input tax on the gifts. That way it will be a win-win situation. And we have handled it with Honorable Katesh. He knows how we used to handle that, so he can make submission to it. Thank you.
So, Katesh, what were you doing to this country?
Right, Honorable Chair. The option he's raising could be an alternative. The only challenge is that it complicates the VAT administration, because you have to go into matters of apportionment, of input that is due to this. Remember, if someone, for example, gets 100 crates of soda or beer as a free gift, he's not necessarily going to consume them himself. He might actually sell. So when he goes into the market and sells them, he's going to compete with others who have paid tax. So I think the fair way is to deal with it now, the way it is proposed.
You see, when you talk about apportioning,
yes,
tax is supposed to be definite.
Yes.
Now, when you start apportioning, it brings in a problem.
It becomes very complicated. The easiest way to deal with it.
Madam Chair, you can talk about apportionment, because even apportionment is provided for in the law. You mean to say that URI does not do apportionment? It's provided in the law.
Administration, it causes.
Madam
Chair, just a moment.
Elijah, you invited him.
Let me give some information. One of the issues that we should be looking at when you are levying taxes is that the cost of correction of the money, the cost of administration worldwide should not exceed 3%. Apportionment, while it is legal, but the process could actually drive the cost of administering that tax higher. So I think that proposal could be studied for the future, but for now, this is the best way to treat this matter.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. The Honorable Elijah Okupa has mentioned something that I wanted to clarify. That when you say, for example, when you give discounts, that would be something we should consider. The law says when you benefit from a discount, you're already at an advantage. In actual sense, URI always adds the discount for tax purposes. And that's what we should bear in mind.
That's for income tax, but not for purpose of VAT.
Thank you. Nathan?
Madam Speaker, I want to, again, I'm getting worried with some of these tax experts. Madam Speaker, donations are very clear. If you're going to give a donation, it is in the law whether it is exempt or it is taxable. And the moment it is not, that's why they're trying to bring here, so that they bring employees to be part and a parcel of people to be exempted when they have been donated items. But an employee is employed, there are terms whereby he has to get a salary. Now, if the moment you are going to give your employee goods under the law, they must be costed and be treated as benefit, which should be subjected to pay as you earn. So there's no way. So now, in this case, the employer is entitled to do it, and when he does it, it will be treated as pay as you what? As you earn. In this state as it is, the moment there is, this is VAT, this is indirect tax. The moment there's input tax on a good, and you're donating it, there are two ways. you must remove it if you want. But in this case, you're not going to remove it. So it means the person getting is free to go to URA to claim that they gave me good VAT inclusive, but I was what? Exempt. As you see, the embassies and whatever they do. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things I want to clarify here from my sister Ajat, he was talking about as a human resource, as a donation. These are employee, employer versus employee. Secondly, is if you are going to give goods to a donation to your staff, then make sure that the staff you are giving, instead of giving them, go and sell, collect money, and donate to them what? Cash. Not to give them goods, because the implications we are going to have, it is very complicated.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, I'm just, thank you, Commissioner Nathan Nandala.
I'm a tax expert in the whole world.
The best tax expert. I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
7.
Right Honorable Chair, the committee observes that Clause 7 says insertion of 66A in the Principal Act. The committee proposes that this clause be deleted. Justification is that not all tax agents are withholding agents under Section 5 of the Act, and this makes the ground not leveled. In addition, all VAT registered taxpayers are required to issue influence receipts or invoices, and this gives Uganda Revenue Authority visibility of transactions by such taxpayers, and yet both Uganda Revenue Authority and the taxpayers incur administrative costs to implement the VAT withholding regime. So we propose the clause be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you.
On this one, we had agreed, even with the minister, that we do away with it.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee position.
Attorney General. I put a question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that...
Madam Speaker, we agreed with this minister in clause 9 to delete B 30, Roman X, of course that is 32 hose, SH, the supply of pesticides, SI, the supply of fertilizers, seeds and seedlings. The justification, we made it the other day. And the minister concurred.
So you are in agreement even with the committee?
No, the committee has not deleted. This was the minority report which the committee also considered.
Honorable Chair, we agreed last sitting on Friday, and I concur with the minority report.
That we delete?
Yes.
So can you put it that, can you reframe it? No, you move that, I move that clause 9 be deleted.
I move that clause.
Yes, let him move the part which is supposed to be deleted.
Chair, I move and concur with the minority report that hose, supply of pesticides, and supply of fertilizers, seeds, and seedlings be deleted and removed from the proposal we had made earlier.
Is that okay? I put a question that the proposed amendment by the chair of the committee be approved by this House. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the committee of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, since we have done with that, so that means the repeal and the third schedule which was being done is not necessary. So clause 10 be deleted.
Yes. It's a consequential amendment.
Madam Chair, I agree that clause 10 was a consequential amendment and I agree to the deletion.
Minister.
I agree, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I put a question close.
Madam Chair, obviously our thoughts have been captured regarding the legalese and so on, but I just wanted to inquire whether there should not have, maybe government can tell us, because the traders have been up in arms, they did meet us, they've raised concerns, and they were saying they would like to see threshold come down from 18 to 16%. Just a quick question. And also threshold from 150 million to 1 billion. Do listen to this so that you can respond as government.
There's a procedure.
Was it not maybe necessary? Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The issues, the matter that the LOP is raising might be very pertinent. However, is it procedurally right that he would bring it at this point because it's not in reference to any of the clause that we are discussing?
Right, Honorable, if I could finish the issue as raising.
Honorable members, can we finish this? Then we raise that to not to spoil the Hansard. We move. I put a question that clause 10 be deleted.
Chair, before you
as
proceed,
proposed
Chair,
by
yes.
the chair of the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title?
Chair, I think there is something quite important.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill.
Chair,
Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The tax expert, you advise the young boy
No,
that
Chair,
we
Chair, actually.
first hold on.
Chair, actually, I request that.
Chair, first sit. You'll say it. I'll give you time.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed. Congratulations. Lope had something.
Madam Speaker, my young consultant had a point.
Hey, but you didn't.
No, it is just redundant. We're just,
No, it's okay, it's okay. Bring it.
Yeah, it's redundant. He say, if you read CA, it must have been saying pesticides means insecticide. But because what I was trying to explain, I'm saying it's redundant. Because if we had left the pesticides up here, then the definition would be good to be here. Since it is not there, it is now redundant. So for purposes of those who are going to do the drafting. Yeah, it is not the
Yes.
So that's what I was explaining.
Yes.
So he was just saying that we have a redundant document in our law.
Redundant what? Redundant clause.
Chair.
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 Just a minute. Chair BCU. It is not a redundant document. It is a redundant clause.
Chair, thank you very much. The issue I was raising, unfortunately, you did not permit me. But when you look at the bill, when you look at the clause 9 and clause 10, actually we've decided to delete the entire 10th clause, which has the issue to do with pesticides. So now it's an item which is both in the second schedule and third schedule of the tax.
We'll do it.
So we were
during
actually
draft.
supposed to remove it such that it does not appear in
We'll
both.
handle it in
both
the
schedule.
drafting. But Lope had an issue first. Okay.
Madam Speaker, Article 80 of the Constitution sets qualification for one to be a member of Parliament. I did hear you say there was a younger boy who had sneaked in. Because the Constitution does not allow younger boys and girls to come to Parliament. It actually provides for a registered voter of 18 years and above. You may, Madam Speaker, have to clarify that there was no younger boy who sneaked into Parliament and is not qualifying under Article 80 of the Constitution.
Honorable members, Honorable Masava is one of my youngest sons here. One favorite young sons here. My son, you're a member of Parliament, and you're my son, and you're young.
Madam Speaker, I also want to add.
And I'm also
is a very young man and very bright.
Brilliant.
Very
And
bright.
very brilliant.
So, but this was have another problem.
Leave alone being young, but brilliant.
Madam Speaker, yes, we can understand you may have sons here, but the qualifications are set by the Constitution. So I thought that you will clarify that actually you did not refer to a younger boy because that younger boy is not provided for under Article 8.
By the way, even you as old as you are, when you go to your parents, your father calls you my son. Even when Nathan, sorry about that if it has hurt you for calling you a young son. Sorry about that, but you're one young brilliant man that Mbale should be proud of. Yes, you people, Honorable Lobe had a very pertinent issue. He had a very pertinent issue. Musale, sit down.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. for protecting me from my fellow Msoga. Anyhow, we are Ugandan, so we belong everywhere. But very importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, you know, when the traders reached out to us as Parliament and as leaders, we understand there were meetings scheduled with the executive. They did reach out to yourself, Madam Speaker. They reached out to us as well, and they had critical concerns. The assumption that they have been having is that this bill is one of the remedies to their concerns. Now, they are wondering the remedies exactly that are coming through, because they had certain proposals. They wanted VAT lessened to 16%, threshold from 150 million to 1 billion, and several other issues. Whether members here agree with them or not, but they did have these concerns. They still have these concerns, Right Honorable Speaker. To date, though, government has not given us an update. Not long ago, they told us there was going to happen a meeting to harmonize and so on, but this House has not been kept in the loop on what exactly is happening. So the traders are going to assume that we have now responded to their concerns through this bill, which is not the truth. So maybe government at this point needs to update us. What exactly is happening? Did we just push the matters of the traders under the rug and we have moved on swiftly? Because the traders have not moved on, and they said if these concerns are not addressed, they will protest again. I don't know whether we want to keep having a back and forth, because when they put down their tools, close their shops, the economy is affected. So can we get a proper remedy? Because this bill here is not a remedy.
Thank you. Honorable members, what we are doing is legislation. The matters that is being raised are policy matters. Can we have the response from the minister on policy issues as we do legislation?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is true there are a number of concerns raised on tax administration by the traders, specifically surrounding around the use of IFRIS. Madam Speaker, we have had a number of engagements at various stages, and tomorrow at 11 we'll be at Kororo engaging with the traders. The President is going to respond to all the issues which the traders have raised.
Bill second reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move a motion that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Say seconded. Seconded. Seconded by Amero, Connie, Ochan, Emmanuel, Achuti, Honorable Obama, Nancy, Sauda, the whole of this side. The whole of the right-hand side, including the government chief whip. Can you, there is Laibi, Mouma, Rossi, Patience, Presidential Affairs, Busia, Mitoma, Agriculture, Elders. Now you know I can mention all your names. No, Agriculture is Honorable Gutuma. You know I can't mention her name because she's my auntie. Okorimoy. Can you speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker and colleagues, the Tax Procedures Amendment Code is intended to require a taxpayer who intends to claim a deduction of or credit for the goods destroyed to inform the Commissioner before the destruction of the goods and other related matters. As simple as this.
Thank you. Chair, do you have a minority?
Right Honorable Speaker, there is a minority report on this bill, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024. Allow me to first present the report of the committee. And I'll go straight to the real issues. Clause 2, the proposed amendment seeks to compel a taxpayer to inform the Commissioner General before destroying damaged stock, expired stock, damage of manufactured stock, expiry of manufactured stock, or obsolete stock. The committee observed that this measure will enable the Commissioner General to validate the deduction being claimed by a taxpayer before allowing it. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends that the proposed amendment be adopted. There was also an addition of a request to extend a period of the section 40D, which allows waiver of interest and penalty and allowing of payment of principal. That was the position of the committee, and allow me to report, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, minority. Yeah, you have two minorities. I like there is no Najana Nkumbi and Katonga here. We have members of parliament.
I think what
we have minority reports.
What
not from any side, but they are all from parliament.
What many MPs have not engaged themselves with is that the rules allow minority report. They can actually be 5. There was a case here when we had about 4. Madam Speaker, this particular bill, as the main report has said, this particular bill is not as complicated. In fact, my understanding is that URI is only asking for presence when goods are being destroyed, as the chair. But let me, because this is a short report, let me read it, the parts that are important. This particular bill, Madam Speaker, I'll start with the non-compliance with the law. The certificate of financial implication the Minister of Finance, Matia Kasaija, issued for this bill does not meet the requirements of Section 76 of the Public Finance. The certificate the Minister issued reads, revenue expected from revenue is expected from improved compliance, but cannot be quantified at the present. Clarification in when a report is being read. No, those are issues you can raise after. The minister, the certificate the minister issued reads, revenue is expected from
Shadow Cabinet is doing a good job.
From improved compliance.
Let me first tell you, the Shadow Cabinet, when I was a vice chairperson of COSASE, met me and fired me when I was in a corridor and said, from today you are not a vice chairperson of COSASE. Yes.
Madam Speaker, you have forgotten I actually wrote to the Speaker of Parliament removing you. So it was not in the corridor.
Now you go ahead.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, the certificate issued by the minister does not meet the requirements of Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act. The certificate he issued reads, revenue is expected from improved compliance, but cannot be quantified at the present. This statement by the Minister of Finance offends the section above, which require him to indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over a period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill. The certificate must also indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. The law did not envisage a resident minister who will present a bill to Parliament with no comprehensive study. Every legislation brought here seeks to cure a mischief. What mischief is the minister seeking to cure with no quantifiable benefit? Yet the same minister in his letter introducing the domestic revenue mobilization strategy for Uganda 2019-20, 2023-2024 committed to end arbitrariness. The minister said, in order to achieve our revenue potential, we will move away from ad hoc annual tax policy changes. These piecemeal adjustments with little alignments to an overreaching strategy have created a high degree of unpredictability and uncertainty in our tax policy direction. The domestic revenue mobilization strategy will address this as well as ensure that our future tax policy embodies the principles of simplicity, fairness, citizen welfare, and sustainability. This is the commitment the minister made to the country in writing. This Parliament must hold him to his commitment. We should hold him to his commitment. Maybe he is carrying out a study and he wants to use Parliament as a respondent. This will be very unfortunate if that is his intention. Parliament should therefore not allow this minister to use it for this purpose. Madam Speaker, that is the minority on this exercise, on this tax procedure code amendment bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, minority reports are raised under rules of procedure. Under Rule 205, it can be a member or members. So members, I want to tell you that the rules are also allow you to raise as many minority reports. But as you are many, if you become more than the main report, then you become the majority report. The other one becomes the minority what? Report, even if it has the chair as the one leading it. And Madam Chair, in this House, we have ever had the chairperson and his vice writing a minority report during the time of Honorable Stephen Tosobie on Temangalo case. So, Madam Speaker,
but we had a minority report of Honorable August Lee.
as the chair.
Which took the day. Which took the day.
Madam Chair, I'm raising, the one I'm raising is on section 40D, which the chairman has talked about, waiver of interest on payment of principal tax. Madam Speaker, we know that there are so many challenges with the implementation of Schedule 40D of the Principal Act, which provides for a waiver of interest and a penalty. In practice, URS e-system currently applies Section 40D together with Section 38, which essentially compounds the outstanding principal as inclusive of any interest and a penalty outstanding. The therefore note that the proposed amendment should be introduced along to clear and practical implementation guidelines, indicating that the payments should be applied first to principal tax until it's exhausted. Then the balance can be applied to interest and a penalty, then to be applied on interest concurrently with the principal. Madam Speaker, this always penalizes compliant taxpayers at the time of waiving interest and a penalty. So, Madam Speaker, our recommendation is that Section 42 of the Act is amended with a clear provision that for avoidance of doubt, avoidance of any doubt, and the payment tax should be applied to outstanding principal first until it's exhausted before interest is paid or waived. Madam Speaker, it is a simple demonstration. There are two taxpayers. What is the difference?
Honorable members, there is a new clause that the committee is introducing. And the new clause is saying, that is under 40D, that waiver of interest and penalty on payment of the principal tax. And under the Principal Act, it says, any interest and penalty outstanding as at 30th June 2023 shall be waived where the taxpayer pays the principal tax by 31st December 2023. That is what is in the Principal Act. However, the committee is bringing an amendment, and the committee is saying they want to amend Section 40D of the Principal Act. Section 40 of the Principal Act in subsection 1 by substituting the word 30th June 2023 by 31st December, meaning you're having 2 financial years. You're moving away from the financial year of June to the calendar year of December. And that is what, Honorable, if I've understood you well.
Madam Speaker, on the committee as it has raised, it's saying, first of all, there are larger issues with URA which are not even in the law. What I want to put up across, for example, you are 2 taxpayers. Each of you has a principal tax of 100,000 with interest of 50. When you go and pay your money, what URA does, it will apportion the money against partly to the principal and then some to the interest. Now, I want to give 2 scenarios. I, Nandala, I am a good taxpayer. Amos, our chair, is a bad taxpayer. Okay. No. No, I have never. So, Madam Chair, it is okay. Amos have withdrawn. Okay. There are 2 taxpayers, A and B. One is a good taxpayer. He tries to pay his tax. So as he's paying his tax, part is used against the principal and partly at the interest. Now I want to give a scenario, 100,000 interest, 50,000 and a penalty. Now the bad one waits knowing that the committee, Parliament one day will waive. Now when it is waiving, for him they will waive the whole interest and the principal will be allowed to pay will be 100,000. While the other one who did some part payments, he paid 65,000, Just 1 minute. Don't worry. You are just a LDU. Listen. 70,000.
Order. Madam Speaker,
I have refused your order.
Order.
I cannot get order from
Order.
LDU.
Order.
The speaker has refused.
Honorable Nandara, order.
Madam Speaker, is somebody
Respect
allowed
the
to get
order.
a microphone before you tell him?
Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, decorum. Decorum is very important. What was your issue?
Madam Speaker, he got up and got a microphone.
What is the amendment you bring?
Madam Speaker, the amendment is simply that when a taxpayer pays money, it must be first be applied towards the principal before applying it to interest and penalty. You come.
But I thought that would be handled administratively. Must it be in the...
Thank you so much, Honorable Nandala, for accepting my clarification. The issue we are dealing with, which the committee has proposed, is that we have taxpayers who are experiencing difficulties in meeting their tax obligations. And as a result of that, they have not only incurred their tax due, but they have also added penalty and interest. Now, we want to make things easier for them by giving them a specific period whereby if they can be able to pay the principal, then penalty and interest is waived. Are we together? Now,
just a minute.
Now, the question now should be, how do we achieve this? Section 40D, which we are referring to, expired. It expired as at 30th, as at 31st
December.
of December 2023.
Okay.
Meaning we cannot amend it. We have to now bring a new insertion. Are we together? So can we start from there? Now bring your argument from there.
Madam Speaker, the argument I'm bringing, it is for benefit for Madam.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm raising on the point of procedure. A few minutes ago, as you consulted your staff, Honorable Nandara Mafabi referred the honorable member as an LDU. Remember, a few minutes ago, we had to correct the record when a comment was made. So he was on record. The microphone was on. Are we proceeding well when Honorable Mafabi referred the honorable member as an LDU?
Honorable members, was that mentioned today? Where?
Madam Chair, you were consulting your staff, and he was on record.
That means I did not hear.
But it is on record.
No, I am saying I did not hear.
Yes, that's why I've raised it as a point of procedure.
Honorable members, we are handling a very serious issue. Can we first sort out that issue?
Madam Speaker, you have raised very good. And sometimes when you sleep in the house, it's very dangerous. Madam Speaker, what I'm raising...
Professor has not slept.
Okay, I've withdrawn. What Madam Speaker, I agree with the entire committee up to what they are saying and the minister.
Yes.
But the issue is coming like this. Let me give figures.
Okay, what amendment do you want?
The amendment I'm saying, Madam Speaker.
Give us the amendment.
It is that everybody.
You first wait and hear.
Madam
from me.
Speaker, that anybody who has paid tax, that tax should be applied to the principal so that you can now know how much interest is waived. Because in most cases, what you already do, if you pay 100,000 I'm giving, they will apportion it between the principal and the interest. Now, before the law was in place. Now, what will be happening now? Let me give scenarios. I have paid 100,000. They have applied 70,000 towards the principal, 30,000 towards the what? The interest. It means the balance.
Right Honorable Speaker, we are now.
Honorable members, Honorable Nandala is bring an import in a clause. An import in a clause. Can you now bring that when we are at committee stage? Huh?
Madam Speaker, I agree with you. I'll bring it. But when you raise that like a minority, I must make colleagues to buy in so that by the time we reach there, they understand. Now the issue is, if I was giving Amos, then we withdrew, so we went to A and B. Each of us has a debt with URA of a principal of 100,000 and an interest, say, of 50,000. Assuming A paid 100,000 one time, they apportioned it, say 70 for principal, 30 for interest. So you have a difference of 20 interest and 30 principal. Now there's that one who never paid. Yeah? So now if you ask everybody that you're waiving interest, now for this one you waive 20, you will demand 30 to pay. So in short, it will be 130, he has paid 100 plus 30. While the one who never paid and waited for Parliament to come and waive, and they say, well, he will pay only 100,000. So they are penalizing those who are good taxpayers and leaving the bad one. So the reason I'm raising is that we must make a law that URA must apply the principle first of paying. When I pay money, first you apply it towards the principal, then the balance can be applied at the interest. That's it.
They have issues to be responded to by the minister. There was an issue that was raised by Honorable Semujo on the certificate. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, again I want to draw our attention to another legal challenge. The addendum that was tabled was to the Certificate of Financial Implication for Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2024, which we have issues with. So I wanted to inquire so that we get a good understanding. Both reports, the committee report and the minority report, are to the effect that the Certificate of Financial Implications for this Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill is defective. How do we remedy it? Because the remedy they provided was for the earlier one, the VAT Amendment Bill. So now we still have a challenge here because both reports are raising this challenge. We need to deal with it.
Madam Speaker, I wish to lay on table the additional information to the Certificate of Financial Implications for the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay.
Can you read for me the additional information? Read for me the whole information.
Madam Speaker, the information we provide here is that the bill is expected to achieve the following: one, to improve compliance and ease tax administration, raise revenue and attract investment. Two, since this is an amendment to the existing tax provision, there is no expenditure plan specifically different from the overall allocation of the URA budget for this financial year and next financial year. On the funding and budgetary implications, the costs of implementation will be fully accommodated within the medium-term expenditure framework and within the ceilings of URA. We also state the economic impact of the bill to the economy, and we also state that we cannot now quantify the revenue estimates at present because we don't know how much property will catch fire in this financial year.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, there's a procedure. There's a procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Procedure comes first.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think on Friday we left for the same reasons. Then going forward, wouldn't it proceed better if the Minister begins by laying that information for every bill that we are going to handle? Because it looks like he has to be reminded that we left for this purpose, and it has to be the law to come back to say, hey, we meant business over this. Can we have the Minister, Right Honourable, for every bill begins by laying that additional information if that's the process?
True.
Thank you.
I had actually told the Minister that, but maybe, I think because he has not had breakfast. Motion.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable I'm on the floor. Thank you. They have not given it. They have not given. Madam Speaker, we have discussed this matter, and some of these arguments can actually be amended during the committee stage, as you have clearly guided. I would like to move that we move to the committee stage so that we can process this bill on this issue. Thank you.
Honourable members, when a motion comes in, the motion takes precedence. Not so. Silo, not so. Is that seconded? Seconded by Professor Silo, Martin. So when you're standing, I will think, by the whole side, the NRM side. I put a question, those in favor of the motion for us to go to the committee stage, say under contrary nay. The ayes have it. I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say under contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. New clause.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes that amendment be made inserting immediately after clause 2 the following: that we amend section 40D of the Principal Act, adding D, and be amended as follows. In A, subsection 1, by substituting the words at 30th June 2023, by 31st December 2023, and the words be substituted by substituting the words 30th June 2023, and by 31st June 2023, the words 30th June 2024 by 31st June 2024. And justification is to increase the period within which the commissioner may waive the payment of interest and penalty where a taxpayer voluntarily pays the principal. I beg to submit.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I beg to improve the Chair's proposal as follows. First of all, as I said earlier, Section 40D expired, and therefore we cannot amend an expired section of the law.
Yes.
So, and in this regard, I would like to propose that an insertion of a new clause as to read as follows. Section 40E A, sub clause A. Any interest and penalty outstanding as at 30th June 2023 shall be waived where the taxpayer pays the principal tax by 31st December 2024. Section 40E-B, to take care of Honorable Mafabi's concern, where the taxpayer pays part of the principal tax outstanding as at 30th June 2023 by 31st December 2024, the payment of interest and penalty shall be waived on a pro rata basis. I beg to...
Honorable Nathan.
I want to thank the Minister with the improvement, but what I wanted to state is that that's a good one, but what I'm saying that any taxpayer who pays any money should be applied first towards the principal.
Yes.
Then the outstanding is the one, because we want to avoid apportionment. I want the Minister to agree with me that any taxpayer who makes any payment shall be applied first towards the principal tax.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think the information I want to give is when you look at the Tax Procedures Code Act, Section 38, it states the order of payments where a taxpayer is liable to a tax and interest. They have set the order through which URA should be following. And the first item is the payment should go to the principal tax, then bit should go to the penal tax. Then the balance remaining is applied against the interest due. I think it's about implementation. URA probably is doing it wrongly. They are not following the law. It should be administrative.
Yes. So are we okay with the amendment of the Minister?
Madam Chair, I think that I want to thank my colleague for raising for clarifying, because the law is there regarding the prioritization of the taxes paid. So I think we should support the minister's proposal, because the problem here is about ledger reconciliation to establish taxes due. So with the proposed amendment by the minister, we should be able to see at least the proper application, and following the law, the taxpayer should not have a problem. If you pay full, you have full waiver of interest and penalty. If you have part, then it is dealt with on a pro rata, but dealing with the principal first.
Honorable Katesh, I think what you have heard from Karim, Honorable Karim, is saying under the law, you should first apply any tax paid on principal. But these guys in the banker bench, they always, whenever you pay, they apportion a portion on principal and partly to the interest, which is wrong. And that's why we want that the minister has come. He has said it, and now it is since they have heard where you have erred, it is high time you corrected with your agent. I thank you.
Honorable members, I put a question. Honorable members, I put a question that the insertion by the as proposed by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Musa Sisi, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. No. The ayes have it.
I say no.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed.
We need a cake. A cake.
Bill's second reading, the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded by Taka Moma, Honorable Taka, Honorable Moma, Honorable Sailo, Honorable Koluo, Father. Father, you're most welcome. By the whole side of the NRM side, with Emmanuel, with Noah, and Afande.
Yes.
Speak to it.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to amend the Stamp Duty Act of 2014 to prescribe the stamp duty rate for the nominal share capital or any increase of share acquired by an investor in a private equity or venture capital fund for the transfer of shares or other securities to or by an investor in a private equity or venture capital fund for an instrument executed by or on behalf of the company or government in respect of a manufacturer of an electric vehicles or electric charging equipment and for other related matters.
Chair. Have you the certificate? The certificate was laid and then the additional information. Bambi sympathize with the
And fully funded.
Honorable Namuga is a very good friend to Honorable Musasi.
Yeah. They adopted the friends.
For some time.
Madam Speaker, we accompany the bill with the certificate of financial implications. I now would also wish to provide additional information to the bill for use by this House. I thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you read your certificate, your additional information? Aji Medi, congratulations for a baby girl. Congratulations. Please read this. Wait.
Madam.
Let him read.
Madam Speaker, the additional information provided is in respect of the key outputs from the which are going to be achieved as a result of implementation of this bill, and I would like to present them as follows. One, it will encourage businesses to invest in new projects, expansions, and innovations which lead to increased productivity, job creation, and economic growth. Two, it will enhance Uganda's competitiveness by enabling businesses to access affordable capital. Three, it will encourage entrepreneurship by making it easier for businesses to access funding, hence innovation, competition, and diversification within Uganda's economy. In terms of expected expenditure, we intend to implement this bill using the existing resources already provided for under URA budget for next financial year 2024-25, and also we have provided the cost for financial year 2025-26. we have provided the impact of the bill on the economy, and Madam Chair, for emphasis, we also state that the revenues generated from this bill will depend on how much capital we attract from venture capital and private equity, and therefore at this time it is very difficult to state reliably how much revenue this bill will generate.
Especially that some clauses will be rejected. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, what I have here, similar to what the Minister has read, the addendum, as he's calling it, the one for Tax Procedures Code, let me read this verbatim. Estimates of revenue. Revenue is expected from improved compliance but cannot be quantified at present. In that very one he has read is also saying it cannot be quantified at present. You see, the law again is clear. Section 76 of the PFMA, which also gets to come through our rules, 118. So, the law says the certificate shall, not may, shall have estimates of revenue and the expenditure. Now, when you come and say, we cannot estimate at the moment, because you see, it is not saying give us the exactness. It is saying shall contain an estimate. Now, even in your correction, because we told you go and do corrections, the corrections you have done need corrections. Because here, you're also saying the revenue expected cannot be quantified at present. That's what was in the earlier certificate, which was considered defective. So, in this very one, you're also saying cannot be quantified. Deal with what the law is saying.
First answer that.
Madam Chair, the law referred to the Tax Procedures Code. And in the Tax Procedures Code, the substance of this bill was clause 2, which deals with destruction of goods. What we are telling you is that at this stage, it is very difficult to measure the extent of damage of trading stock. It is very difficult to measure how much stock will expire in the period. It is very difficult to measure the extent to which stock will be obsolete. And as a result of that, this is why we are saying
there is an order from...
Right Honourable Speaker, and my colleague Musasi knows that I'm a former Minister for Science, Innovation and Communications Technology. Right Honourable Speaker, I do respect the Honourable Minister for Finance, but with due respect, Honourable Musasi, you are taking this House for granted. We are talking about a certificate of financial implication. Leave aside this on the penal code, but come to the stamp duty. And the other one you first submitted on Friday. There is nothing like financials. You are speaking a lot of history. You are doing a lot of wording without anything like a computation. Right Honourable Speaker, with your indulgence, can the Minister for Finance be given time to get back to his office and use his technical team to bring a certificate of financial implication? Right Honourable Speaker, this 11th Parliament cannot be taken for granted. So the point of order I'm raising, are you in order to come and mislead the House by reading history instead of bringing figures on this floor?
My friend Honorable Namuga, don't worry. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform Honorable Namuga and the House that
procedure.
in respect...
No procedure.
Are we here for procedure or substance? That in respect of income tax, we give estimates of revenue. In respect of excise duty, we give estimates of revenue. In respect of VAT, I also provided information on revenue.
Honorable members, honorable members, we need to understand the kind of taxes we are dealing with. When somebody says you may not be able to anticipate what kind of goods will be destroyed at what particular time, tax expert.
Madam Speaker, these tax laws we make are sometimes helping the administration of URA to do tax collection. And the minister is right to say, as we improve the systems, you reduce on maybe the cost of collecting those taxes, but you may not come up really to quantify what is happening. For example, we are right now, URA has a stock of how much money they are demanding from taxpayers, which includes both principal and interest, already taken care of in the last law bill. So they're saying now, it's already on our books as debtors, now because we're government. Now when you improve, you will be reducing on debtors paying so that you have a cash flow. I think, Madam Speaker, I don't want us really to
Honorable members,
Madam Speaker,
I know each of us has a specialty. We all have specialty. You get it, eh? We all have a specialty. When you get from somebody who has, let's learn from each other. We are not saying we know everything. Let's learn from each other and say, okay, if I don't know anything about stamp duty, if I don't know anything about VAT, let me be able to understand from a person who has knowledge on it. Now, I have not picked, listen to me. I first picked a member of NRM. I have picked a person from opposition. And I have picked a person from opposition whom I know worked in URA under that section for how many years? Over 20 years. And I'm asking, okay, now let me hear from Katesh. Katesh, by the way, was a commissioner.
Right Honorable Chair, you know there are things we should do. We should just analyze practically. On this particular one, we may have chosen the minister of not being adequate on others, but let's look at this particular clause. It is more futuristic. It is saying when the taxpayer, at the time he's going to report the destroyed goods, where do you expect the minister at this point to know how many taxpayers in the future will apply to have goods destroyed? Number two, even on the cost involved for that particular one, hold on. The minister has indicated that the costs involved will be taken care of through the normal operations of the existing URA budget. So for this particular clause, I don't think we should be arguing about the figures because it is more futuristic.
Madam Speaker, I think we need to understand why the law was made the way it was. The fact that the minister wants the law changed, the lawyers say there must be a mischief that you are seeking to cure. Even if you didn't do economics, what you will come here and tell Parliament, because the law that is being referred to here that we have just changed, the Tax Procedures Code, you want to be present when goods are being destroyed, which is innocent. All that you need to do is to look at the history. How many of such incidents happened last financial year? And then you will know they were worth how much. But you can't come here and claim with your economics that I cannot quantify. Let's not hide. Where you have
Honor-
made a
honor-
mistake,
honor-
I agree, and then say sorry and we move on. But you can't come here and say it is difficult to quantify. Because these goods, they have been destroyed before, and you know how worth they were. So that's the figure you bring here and say, because of this, we have lost so much income, because you are not present, and we can't be
Honorable
sure.
members, we will not debate in anticipation. Maybe let's first hear from the reports, both reports, so that the report should be able to educate us what it is. This time,
Madam Speaker, you are right. Let us. Madam Speaker, I want to state this. I am not. If there are people who are good at dancing, I am not good at it. But when I'm coming to state, I want us to have real respect for each other. No worry. We shall deal with it. You see, even the media have talked about me, but I know if somebody is talking about you when it doesn't matter, you don't need to worry. So, Madam Speaker, what we are raising is that where we know an issue has a point, we'll always raise. If they are going to destroy goods, for example, as they have said, what is the problem? The URA staff, I don't want to go into that's the past. Now, when they are talking of something which is going to streamline operations, it is just improving operations. But the man will be continuing to be paid the same salary while doing the work in a better format. So I want to state that we know all of you have a lot of knowledge, but where you have limited knowledge, please.
honorable members, yes, Mehdi.
I know it was just.
That was a slip of the
It was
tongue.
just humorous from the Honorable Nanda.
Isaac.
My colleague, comrade, Honorable Isaac. All right, Honorable
Isaac,
Speaker.
I will ask you to say sorry for making noise.
All right, Honorable Speaker, I think we should put more emphasis and focus on the Stamp Duty Act amendment. And that's where we are going. The other one is more futuristic, definitely. And coming up with an estimate is therefore to give people projection of what they intend to achieve so that we can explain. But I was waiting for the minister, mainly from the stamp duty one. I know it's promotion in form of businesses, trying to protect businesses through angel investors, etc., and venture capitalists. Now, tell us what you're trying to cure here, what will gain in the future, probably, because most you're proposing in the stamp duty are really like exemptions. Are you trying to promote clean environment? Are we bound by something? So try to tell us that by the exemptions you're proposing, right, Honorable Minister for Finance, this is what we exactly achieve, and you try to quantify it. And you say that the estimate of what we intend to achieve.
Not all achievements can be quantified.
Absolutely. But the value can be given. Definitely, not everything can be quantified, but let's see what we intend to achieve. And if so, what is the mischief you're trying to cure here? By saying probably we frustrated company X, Y, and Z that intended to invest in Uganda, but as a result of our policy of taxing the manufacture of maybe tools that are used in manufacturing electric vehicles, it diverted and went to this country.
Okay.
What are you trying to cure?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, all the reports, including this one, they're talking about inadequacy of the certificate. When the certificate is presented to us here, who is analyzing it to see whether it is now adequate? There is no analysis of the certificate. We are just tabling it as a formality and set it aside. So for me, my procedural issue I wanted to raise, whether actually have anyone that is analyzing the certificate which had been deemed to be inadequate. That's one. Number two, a minister that is privileged to have economists that can project for years, even 10 years. We even have the NRM 40 years of vision. How can such a minister come to the floor of parliament and tell us that he cannot project revenue that will be earned in a year? That's an insult to this parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, we're in the budgeting process. This budget is being informed by projections. We are projecting revenue from each source where we are likely to get money. How could the minister come and stand before the floor and say he cannot project while actually he's budgeting? Is the minister informing us now that he has no budget to tell us? Because the whole budget is full of estimates. And one of the estimates in the budget is actually money from this stamp duty. So I agree with the colleague that the minister taking us for granted. He has just refused to give us information. He has this information with him. He must inform us how much money he projects that will come from this stamp duty. Number two, as we move forward, we need to know who is analyzing these certificates to tell us whether right now they are adequate or inadequate, because the all the reports have condemned his certificate for having been inadequate. The colleague is giving me information and I'm willing to take it.
Additional information is from the mathematicians.
Honorable, you just don't take the microphone. You just don't take the. Can I hear from Richard?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Honorable colleagues.
I see how you people are putting too much emotions in this. You need to relax. Relax. Calm down. Relax. Don't put too much emotion. I don't have an ambulance here. You relax. You relax. There are things that we have to go and discuss on this, especially on the issues of land, on the issues of what. There are issues we are supposed to discuss on fuel.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. I want to draw the attention of the entire House to the nature of the law we are looking at. This is not a revenue generation or generating law. It is a preventive law. So for a preventive law, you cannot in any way assume that you can project a revenue that will come from it. The law is stating that if you are to destroy stock, then you must report to URA. So how do you expect the minister to put a figure to such a projection, such a law?
Projection.
Because if you want him to use the past information, it will not work that way. Because this is a preventive law. It is going to cease.
Richard, we are on a stamp duty, not procedure.
Maybe.
Stamp duty. Which is
encouraging.
which is encouraging.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Give it to.
Thank you very much, Chair. When you look at the stamp duty, actually the amendments that they are bringing probably may not generate revenue for us directly as a country, because actually they're exemptions. But probably the minister would have justified to us the benefit we will get probably from electric vehicles, the cost-benefit analysis. We might forego a tax because we are exempting to promote manufacturing and all that. So that is the justification that the minister could give us, and we proceed. The chair proceeds with the report.
Chair, you give us the report. Let's first listen to the report. Maybe what we are benefiting is in the report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Beg your pardon. Allow me, therefore, to go straight to the gist of the matter in the report. 4.2, clause 2, amendment of the Stamp Duty Act 2014. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, clause 2 proposes to amend Schedule 2 of the Act, which provides for stamp duty for different instruments chargeable with duty as follows. A, to exclude shares acquired by investors in a private equity or venture capital fund regulated under the Capital Markets Authority Act, CAP 84. B, to provide a nil tax on nominal share capital or any increase of share acquired by an investor in a private equity or venture capital fund regulated under Capital Markets Authority Act, CAP 84. To require that a strategic investment project ensures that at least 70% of its employees are citizens earning an aggregate wage of at least 70% of the total wage bill. And D, to require that a strategic investment project utilizes at least 70% of the locally produced raw materials subject to availability, and E, to expand provision of specialized medical facilities to any qualifying health facility without them being at a level of a national referral hospital. F, to provide a nil tax to a manufacturer of an electric vehicle, electric battery, or electric vehicle charging equipment, or fabricator of the frame and body of an electric vehicle who meets the following requirements. I, 1, a minimum investment capital of $10 million in the case of a foreigner, or $300,000 in the case of a citizen, or $150,000 in the case of a citizen who invests up country. 2, capacity to use at least 70% of the locally produced raw materials subject to availability. And 3, employs at least 70% of its employees being citizens earning an aggregate wage of at least 70% of the total wage bill. And 4, provides for substitution of 30% of the value of imported products such as debentures, whether a mortgage debenture or not, being of marketable security of a total value. Further charge any instrument imposing a further charge on a mortgage property of a total value, lease of land of a total value, increase of share capital and transfer of land. And G, to provide a nil tax on shares or other securities to or by an investor in a private equity or venture capital fund regulated under the Capital Markets Authority Act, CAP 84. The committee observed that the objective of this proposal is to promote investment by private equity and venture capital investors, which are regulated by Capital Markets Authority, into early stage and high risk enterprises with the potential of growth in Uganda. The committee further observed that the objective of the proposal is to align the qualifying criteria for strategic investment incentives under the Stamp Duty Act with that in other acts, including the Value Added Tax Act and the Income Tax Act. Further, the committee observed that the proposed exemption of specialized hospitals is for a period of 10 years. This is in line with other exemptions that have been given for other facilities. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, additionally, the committee have noted that the bill expands the scope of the manufacturers who qualify for nil stamp duty and includes manufacturers of electric vehicles, electric batteries, or electric vehicle charging equipment, or fabricators of the frame and body of the electric vehicles. This is intended, therefore, to promote investment in an environment-friendly transport system in Uganda. And therefore, the committee recommends that the bill be passed subject to the proposed amendments. I hereby submit.
Thank you. Minority.
Madam Speaker, the minority report has 3 areas of dissent. But maybe to make it very clear from the beginning, let me begin with the introduction. The stamp duty was read for the first time on March 28th, referred to the committee. The main issue in this bill, and that's why I wanted to start with the introduction. The main issue in this bill is tax exemption. The beneficiaries of this exemption include manufacturer of electric vehicle battery, electric vehicle charging equipment, or a fabricator of the frame and the body of an electric vehicle. National referral hospitals have been benefiting, but this bill now is saying you did it. So once that has been dealt with, mainly exemptions, the first area of dissent is non-compliance with the law. The Public Finance Management Act, let me read very quickly, makes it a requirement that every bill presented to Parliament shall be accompanied by a certificate of financial implication. This certificate under Section 76 of the Act state the certificate shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over a period of not less than 2 years and after the coming into effect of the bill when passed. The certificate shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. This in simple terms means total amount to be spent on implementation of the law and expected revenue. In this case, the amount foregone when we exempt unintended benefits. Certificate of financial implication that the Honorable Matia Kasaija issued on March 27th before the bill was presented one day does not meet this requirement. It reads, since this is an amendment to existing tax provision, there is no expenditure plan specifically different from the overall allocation of 619.9 billion and 534 billion for Uganda Revenue Authority for these years. And as I noted in earlier, all the 5 certificate of financial implication the minister issued for the bills bear the same statement. When it came to amendment, the Honorable Matia Kasaija stated revenue is expected from improved compliance but cannot be quantified. We are dealing with this one now. We thank the minister for being honest and kindly advise him to withdraw this particular bill. Minister, please quantify the benefits as ordered by the law and return to Parliament when you are ready. The Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy and Monitoring Plan for Financial Year 2020-2023 observed that the majority of the tax law amendments are not informed by tax-related analytical briefs. This is what this certificate confirms. Yet the same minister, in his letter introducing the Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy, committed to end this sort of arbitrariness. He said, in order to achieve our revenue potential, we will move away from ad hoc annual tax policy changes. These piecemeal adjustments with little adjustment, with little alignment to an overreaching strategy have created a high degree of unpredictability and uncertainty in our tax policy direction. The revenue mobilization strategy will address this as well as ensure that our future tax policy embodies the principles of simplicity, fairness, citizen welfare, and sustainability. This is the commitment the minister made to the country in writing. This Parliament must hold him to his commitment. The certificate doesn't show the overall impact of the new tax proposals on the economy. Moreover, Parliament recommends that in addition, every bill should be accompanied by a standalone evaluation or regulatory impact assessment. Number 4, there is no comprehensive taxation policy in Uganda. Let Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, on May 5th, 2022, these concerns were raised. I don't have to go through this again by 2 MPs who presented a motion here. Those MPs are the Honorable Javira Semwanga, MP Buyamba, and the Honorable Dixon Kateshumba, former Commissioner Domestic Tax. They actually won Customs, sorry. If you go to Let me go to where the Honorable Kate Shuma, where I'm quoting Honorable Kate Shuma. During the debate, the Honorable Kate Shuma Dixon, former commissioner, said we need to base our tax decisions on a structured policy rather than relying on ad hoc negotiations. This approach will enable us to uphold the principles we aim for and foster investment within our country. That's what this tax expert warned this parliament. I don't have to repeat what the Honorable Asman Basalirwa said. So, Right Honorable Speaker, in the absence of such a comprehensive taxation policy, the hands of this parliament are tied. Solution is to ask government to withdraw the bills and return when they are ready. I don't know how long you will want to babysit. I did say that the Honorable Musasizi and his senior, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, 2 adults who are not following the law. I now go to the last part of the minority, which is the tax exemption. And I want to invite Parliament to be very careful. The only study this Parliament can rely on to exempt taxes again is the report of the Auditor General for the financial year closing June 2023. The Auditor General reports on page 178 of his report as follows. Although the tax incentives and exemptions are expected to free up the capital so as to enable those companies employ more staff, a total of 22 companies out of 36 that obtained the incentives were performing below 50% threshold and thus had not fully achieved the desired employment levels. 22 out of 36. Dr. General, I am quoting, I noted that over the period under review, taxes waived by government amounted to 1.4 trillion. These comprised 1.2 trillion waived under the Gazette by Parliament, direct waivers by the Minister totaling 118 billion, as well as tax exemptions as per the Income Tax Act under Section 21, granted by the Commissioner General of 5.5 billion. The Auditor General is therefore advising Parliament to stop tax exemptions because they are not serving the purpose. You may not listen to the opposition, but at least listen to the Auditor General. So this is what, because this whole proposal is about tax exemptions and a list of beneficiaries. And the Auditor General, just for emphasis, has said we forego 1.4 trillion in tax exemptions. At the beginning of this whole exercise, Madam Speaker, if you allow me now to speak for 1 minute as the Shadow Minister, we are being stampeded. You are undermining the budget because this is where money is going to be raised. These whole taxes combined, all of them that we are processing now, they are going to raise an additional shilling, just about 300 billion. But you are exempting to the tune of 1.4 trillion. And then you come here and Parliament is wasting its time to look for 300 billion, yet you're exempting 1.4. I therefore want to invite Parliament for this particular one to reject all of it, if not for the problem of the certificate of financial implication. At least, as I said, listen to the Auditor General. You may not listen to us. He's warning you that people you are exempting from taxes are not giving you benefits. And then the government comes here trafficking another law to say we now exempt more. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you, Silo.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to applaud the Minister for the proposals, but also the committee for the report. Number one, for you as a serious expert on figures, to parade a proposal without a plan is like having somebody who is building a house without a house plan. And it becomes difficult at the end because that house can easily what? Collapse. I saw it in the tennis parliament when we were debating the issue of OTT. And we told the government this thing cannot succeed. Some people paraded the ideas and they insisted and they said we shall succeed. Where did it reach? It collapsed before it reached even Ginger. And that is it. So today we are talking about a very serious matter. For me, I'm not opposed to all the proposals. Some of them are beautiful. For instance, if you are talking about exempting taxes on transfer of shares. I thought that was a beautiful one. Yes. So not everything should be dumped. But I think the minister should be given time to go back, refine, come back, so that we pass what is proper. For me, that's what I think. That is my own opinion. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker. Like the minority...
You've been away, and I want to welcome you back from he has been from Serbia. He has just come back, and I want to welcome you back. Rose.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same way, I want to thank the Minister. But I would like to flow in the same water with the minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, we have challenges with taxes in this country. I remember many people have been shot dead in West Nile as we're trying to get taxes from them. Now we are here trying to work in blindness. We do not even want to give us figures. We're just the minister who has all the machinery to support him to get the figures is trying to say we can do it without the figures. I think this is not fair enough to this August House. I'll beg that the minister goes back and comes here when he's really prepared and ready to give us facts other than gambling. We're not here going to continue with this kind of thing. Thank you.
Actually, what you're discussing is matters of tax administration. This is a law that we are passing. The other one is tax administration. Please.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I hear the concerns of colleagues, especially when you say the history we've had challenges of incentives being given and they are not followed up to get the benefits. True. This is a concern we should put to the administrators of the tax. What we are proposing here is to create an environment that will enable investment. And these are right good proposals. The concern of following up to make sure the benefits are realized is another thing that is administrative. Yeah.
Another arm of government. Another. Let me first start with the Kenya, then I come to you.
Madam Speaker, whereas I agree the concern the members have raised, but we are in a very competitive East African region. I happen to represent an organization in this region. As we speak now, Kenya, you can Google online, Kenya has banned the imports of all billets. What's the purpose? One, to create jobs. And if I heard Honorable Moses saying, import of all billets for all steel manufacturers in Kenya, you must get billet locally. What did Ruto do for that purpose? So that he creates jobs for the young people. I have heard Honorable Moses proposing that 70% must be citizens. My problem, and I want to request Madam Speaker and Honorable Minister, we have some foreigners who come here with all the due respect. Our girls are very beautiful. They marry, our girls become citizens. Can we improve that section? Because, Madam Speaker, this is very serious. We have people who come here under our law.
Are you meaning a stamp on the marriage certificate?
I'm trying to say that the proposal of the chairperson of committee is very good. Will help our young people to create jobs, because saying 70% must be citizens to call and to get jobs. 70% if you have a company called Anita Mong Foundation, you have been exempted, you must employ 70% of Ugandans. But my concern is, Madam Speaker.
Me, I'm not a foreign investor.
No, I'm just giving
I am a local one.
I'm giving an example, Madam Speaker. My proposal and improvement that I require from Chairman, that you can be a Sudanese, you can be a Somali, you come here because Ugandan girls are very beautiful, you marry, the next day you are a citizen. So you will qualify to become an employee, part of that 70%. What some countries do, you must be an indigenous citizen. Your father should have been lived there for 20 countries, for 20 years. You get me? So we do that provision. Thirdly, Tanzania has just passed another law of the exemption we are talking about here. Same provision. Jobs to Tanzanians, and they even put a provision that you are only allowed to have a foreigner to become a corporation secretary, managing director, and accounts. All the jobs downward must be a Tanzanian. So colleagues, any provision that creates job for Ugandan is good. But anything which does not create job, I am against.
Honorable members, I want us to differentiate between the enactment of the laws and tax administration. Much as we enact the laws here, we are not going to turn ourselves to be the implementers of collecting taxes. Ethel?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I get to the matter, a point of privilege. Can we have the certificates, the additional information uploaded onto the system? You know, you've made us IT compliant. We cannot all come to your desk and look at what the minister, since we still have them. Additionals.
Yes.
And I will not defer at any one time with the minority report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey. Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils. Where are the pupils? From Lotte Junior School located in Busiro East County. Lotte. They are represented by Honorable Lubega, Medad Segona. Where are you? Please stand up and we see you. Stand up. You see how they look very smart. And Honorable Naluima Beth Ethel. Those are your MPs, and they are very good MPs. You bring them back. Yes, yes. Tell Daddy and Mommy to bring them back. Please have a seat. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've heard the presentations from both reports. The gist of the matter here is the amount of pressure mounted on this House to help government raise revenue. Of course, this is one of the things the Honorable Minister has been telling us, that there is a shortfall, we need money to fund your priorities. And this is the question that has been posed logically by the Honorable Semuju, that through exemptions, you have 1.4 trillion. Some exemptions where this parliament has participated and others on the devolution of the minister. Meaning certain expenditure priorities are not met as a result of our own making. And the minister is here to tell us that, one, I don't have money, I need to raise 400 billion, but the only way I want to raise it is partly by making these exemptions here. In short, if you're drawing a table, it shows he has a deficit somewhere, but for him to raise money is to do away with this tax. And we are saying, tell us how much you've been collecting before we can give you a clearance to do away with this. That is the cost analysis that we want to see, that this is what I've been collecting because the law has been there. The amount of taxes I've been collecting through stamp duties, from transfer of shares, from the importation of ABCDE has been this. And it is irrelevant, it is negligible. As members of parliament, you can join me in doing away with this tax because the benefit is X, Y, and Z. For example, you can say, if he has an example, that maybe Vauxhall or Company X has proposed to come to Uganda and assemble electric vehicles. And it will provide 300 jobs. And this will be the benefit, so that we legislate from a point of knowledge, so that you don't mislead us to legislate in anticipation. I will take your information.
Honorable, thank you very much, Ahmed, for giving me a chance to give you information. I was the chairman of the Committee of Science and Technology, and we had an opportunity to visit a company, a factory in Ntinda of young Ugandans making lithium batteries in this country. They were even complaining, they wrote a petition to the minister, Dr. Musenero, why in the last tax bills we did not give this exemption on the batteries, the lithium batteries and charging points that they are doing in Uganda. There is also University of East Africa, International University of East Africa doing the same. So there are young innovators in this country, and this is very good. I am just surprised that my colleagues on the other side are asking for more taxes. Especially, yeah, actually, that's what you are appealing. And especially when you see for the first time, my brother, for the first time, they are going to have 70%. This is information you should know. What it means in terms of numbers.
Thank you for your information. Since you're a member of the committee, and I'm not saying it's not great information, it's amazing. Okay, but since you have that information, that is the exact information we want from him. That company X manufactures this number of lithium batteries that can be used in electric vehicles, and we've been collecting, let's say, 20, even if he said 500 million shillings from them. And therefore, by exempting them of this 500 million, we shall attract capital investment of, let's say, $10 billion. Who will say no? Because the argument on the slate will be so clear that from the balance of probability, what you expect to forego is much less than what you expect to earn. And we'll legislate from an informed point of view. Now, the shortage that we are having is that it doesn't come out of the report. It doesn't come from the minister's submission. It's not reflected in the certificate of financial implication. What would be the basis of the honorable members of this House to say that now we shall forego this stamp duty?
Let me hear from Honorable Karim.
Thank you very much, Chair. What I need us to understand is not all that is proposed in this law is a new or there are new exemptions. Because when you look at the Act, for example, Section D, because we agreed to disagree with my colleague, the Shadow Minister, because some of the items really do help our people, and some of these exemptions will come down to our people. For example, when you look at Section D, it states, hospital facility developers whose investment capital is at least $5 million United States dollars and who develops a hospital at a level of a national national referral hospital with the capacity to provide. So what the law is doing is removing the part of a national referral hospital. So the exemption is there to encourage whoever has $5 million to come and invest in our health sector. So there are sections that are good. I do propose that we continue and look at one by one, because there are those that I do not agree with.
Go ahead.
Yes, there are amendments that we do not agree with. There are those that are coming in to help and protect our people. A company that, because when you look at another exemption of the manufacturers, it's talking about they're including employing at least 70%. So this exemption has been there, but they are trying now to protect our people from just 100%, 100 employees. Because currently you'll find there is a factory probably employing 1,000 people, but the law requires to have 100 people. So the 900 can be foreigners. So when you look at the amendment in that section, it requires 70%. So 70% of the 1,000 will be 100 people who have to be local Ugandans. So I think we need to move forward and go one by one.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I think the question that our colleagues fail to understand is not the spirit. We are not challenging the spirit, because the spirit belongs with the legislators here. The issue is the quantification. And we would be talking about even $1 million or two. And the power of who accredits a hospital to be referral or not belongs to the Ministry of Health. Of course, we want to encourage investments in health, investments in education. We can even talk about education. We can even talk about agriculture. We can even do it cross-cutting, that any person who makes an investment that is more than $5 million pro rata shall be exempt of stamp duty. You understand what I'm saying? But the gist of the matter is, by presenting this, we are talking about what are we foregoing so that we look at and weigh and say, definitely this is an amazing proposal. You deserve our support. We shall reflect it in another tax proposal. We are not saying that manufacturing of electric vehicles is bad. It's amazing. Assembling of laptops, amazing. Assembling of televisions, amazing. But we are saying, if we are making the proposal, can we make it, if you want to state that it's $5 million and it's about employment, then we go pro rata. Any person above the investment capital of $3 or $2 million,
Honorable
stamp duty of X.
Honorable members, like the Honorable Karim said, can we pick item by item? When we reach committee stage, this item here.
Madam Speaker, the reason what stamp duty is a stamp on value. Let me give an example which is simple. Like you buy land of, there's a stamp duty of 1.5%. The stamp duty which is maybe 1.5% on land is what you apply. It's one of the easiest ways to collect money from values. Now, sometimes stamp duty can increase costs. For example, if I have invested $1 billion shilling and you are going to collect 2% from me for registering my company with shares, which you can allow to invest and produce. One, they have even put here, employ people. The moment it employs at least 70% and earns at least 70% of the total bill, wage bill. You don't have to have 70%, but when the wage bill is below 70%. I think 70%, 75% does not mind. If 75% of 10 is 7.5. So even if you have 5, 75% will be 4 people. So Madam Speaker, stamp duty is one of the easiest ways to put people in the tax bracket. But the moment they are registered, as they are saying, and you allow people to bring in money, even those local ones, instead of undervaluing their shares, now they will come to the market and put them on the shares. Many people here, he buys a land of 100 million, he negotiates and gets an agreement of 5 million, and nobody has the capacity to change it. But if you make the rate low or put nil, the man will declare the other 100, and you will know that he has invested 100 and is doing this, and it will earn income for this country, and that's the basis to do it. So, Madam Speaker, I want to make a proposal that in this, there are those which are good to look at. We have shares, we have debentures, we have mortgage, we have
venture capital,
securities. I think we could go with one by one because even securities are very important. Yes.
Move a motion.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to move a motion that we go to the committee stage to handle clause by clause and section by section to determine which we can allow and which we shouldn't allow. Thank you.
Those in favor say under control, nay. The ayes have it. I put a question that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read the second time. Those in favor say under control, nay. The ayes have it.
The Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair. You on 2?
Madam Speaker, that order is not in the rules, so it's not proclaimed. I am answering those who are making noise. Madam Speaker, I am proposing that clause 2 be deleted, all of it. We can revisit when a study has been done to quantify the benefit vis-a-vis the exemptions that we have already made, as mentioned. We exempted to the tune of 1.4 trillion. Yet we are looking for the money to finance the budget, and every day you are being reminded the money to finance the budget. Now you are taking away from the cash envelope. Okay. So my proposal is that we delete clause 2, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, clause 2, the committee proposes an amendment of the Stamp Duty Act 2024 as follows. That we amend clause 2.
There is a proposal that we delete. There is a proposal that we delete. Is it delete everything in okay, delete everything in clause 2. Okay,
Madam
delete
Speaker,
clause 2.
Yeah, when you say everything,
Delete
you are biasing the
clause 2.
voting.
Delete clause 2.
Madam Chair, deleting clause 2 means deleting the entire bill.
Pardon?
Deleting clause 2 means deleting the entire bill, because that's the only clause we have. And that is their plan. We cannot delete everything. There are things.
Why are you people making a noise?
Madam Chair,
Why are you making a noise? Is it seconded? Dr. Chuti, you're seconding? Deleting clause 2?
No, I had an issue to raise on that deletion.
No, I am on secondment. There are 5. 5 have seconded. Those who have not seconded it, honourable members, those in favor of deleting, I am putting a question.
Put a question. Before I put a question, Honourable Chair, I think this House needs to know that this clause does not affect the revenue side. Actually, it saves generation of revenue. Secondly, it's not an issue can be stampeded in one session, where we need to do a careful study on the implication of the things. This House should give itself an opportunity to study these things. The fine implication of it, honorable colleagues, is that we have exempted ourselves to the extent now we are paying a lot of debt. We can no longer balance our budget, we don't have revenue, and we are exempting. Therefore, and we are exempting without specific studies to inform our exemption. The moment someone does not raise to this occasion and say enough is enough, we can exempt, but let us be very elaborate with the studies. What are the implications? Otherwise, right, Honorable Speaker, when you look at our debt side, the money we are trying to raise, and the exemptions we are creating every day, we are like, as if we are neither here or there. Therefore, right, Honorable Speaker, this is a critical matter. We need a study to inform what we're exempting. Sometimes the minister knows. Some of these exemptions are lobbied positions by agencies to dodge paying tax.
Faith.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members, when I look at Part D, hospital facilities development, whose investment capital is at least $5 million United States dollars. Now, Now, they're not. You people, let's not make things difficult. Let's look at issues one by one. Faith, let's debate on this thing.
Madam Chair, I agree with you that we should handle these matters one by one, case by case. For instance, the issue of debt as highlighted by Honorable Chivumbi. This amendment on C opens a window for venture capital to be raised in Uganda so we can have our own money and reduce the borrowing. If you really want to throw away even a good thing like this one, that's not fair. You don't care for the country.
Madam Chair.
Let's handle it case by case.
Karim.
Thank you, Chair. Why I'd proposed us to go to committee stage, because when you look at, we will agree item A and B, probably we can agree to leave them, but we cannot delete the entire. When we look at section C, which is 60A, I think we can go with it. My proposal is clause 2, we delete section A, B, and D, which concern the investors, and then leave section C, which I believe is quite crucial and necessary for us to help promote, because it's the one which covers the likes of hospitals.
Members, first wait for me to conceptualize.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I think members, I have been given a space.
Yes, Katesh.
Madam
Right, Honorable
Speaker,
Speaker.
the point of order I am raising, this parliament was advised by an experienced former commissioner not to arbitrarily impose taxes without studies. Is he in order now to turn against his own advice and then say just proceed regardless? Is he in order?
Let's hear from the minister or from Katesh.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I think when we are debating, we need to understand the intention of some of these proposals so that we make informed decisions. Now, one of the problems we have in this country is high cost of capital. We have companies that borrow at very high rates. In many other countries, they have incentivized private equity and capital venturists to come in and bring in cheap capital for people. This proposal is intended actually to do support in private equity and especially into early stage and high risk enterprises. I do not think that as a house we should be throwing this kind of proposal because we are trying to help our business. We are trying to help our economy by attracting in cheap capital. It is not, this is a value proposition. You are not exempting someone who is existing. You are putting a value proposition attracting capital in this country. We are not talking about exempting someone who is already here. Why would we be here saying we throw out such a proposal knowing that it has very big benefits for the economy? So, Right Honorable Speaker, let us not mix things. I agree on the issue of exemptions. We need to deal with them. But let's look at existing exemptions, but not look at something that is intended to actually promote economic growth in this country and just throw it out of the surface because we have a problem with exemptions. This is futuristic. It is a value proposition. It will drive in capital and equity, and people will invest in our people's businesses. And then we can collect more tax when the businesses have grown.
Okay, give Ibrahim, where is your study so that we compare?
Madam Speaker, my study, the Speaker has asked me, where is my study? My study, Madam Speaker, is the report of the Auditor General, who is an officer of Parliament, who has advised that out of 36 companies that benefited from tax exemptions, 22 of them were still performing below the threshold upon which they were exempted. And the country lost in these exemptions 1.4 trillion. This study, each MP has a copy or can access a copy. We have only asked government, do they have another study upon which we can best make a decision? They have said they have no study. They are just speculating, but emotionally we approve. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, let me begin with the Auditor General's report, which Honorable Semuju is referring to. It is true that some of the exemptions we have provided before have not yielded economic benefits. And those are the exemptions which the Auditor General is referring to. For today's debate, we are looking at aspects which, if supported, can stimulate this economy. Number one is venture capital fund and private equity. This is a new area. We need to attract patient capital. It has been a challenge in our economy. We need to attract investment, and as a result of that, all those companies, because of favorable regimes elsewhere in the region, Kenya and the others, we have seen much private equity and venture capital going to these markets and leaving ours. So we are saying, in order to allow this area to grow, in order to allow us attract capital in these areas, clarification. And I want us to go one by one.
I want to thank the Honorable Musasi for giving way. I think the line that he's taking is a narrow one. You are a country where foreign companies are closing and going away because of lack of aggregate demand. And so if the message those companies that are closing and going away are carrying with to their respective areas because of the problems within your economy, is the question now to exempt taxes, will that bring them back? If they have left here, they set up supermarkets, people are not buying.
Maybe just still submitting. But you are delaying in your submission. We're not even telling you. Mr. Minister, I think the problem, do you have this volume with you? If you had this volume with you, would explain better. Madam Speaker, venture capital is money which comes in. It comes in different forms. And even forming a company is more or less, you can say it is also a venture, but you are capitalizing your company. Under paragraph 18, Mr. Minister and the colleagues, of Schedule 2 of the Stamp Duty Act. And I wish you
Principal
I wish
Act.
you had worked for you, even if they give you, may not read it. Madam Speaker, now you have to confirm they can't read. You have to confirm they can't read. You have to confirm when he says order. You have to confirm they can't read. Madam Speaker.
Do you have this book?
So, Madam Speaker.
No, if you
Yeah, but
have
the-
it, open 18.
Paragraph 18.
18.
And Schedule 18.
Page
give him.
617.
Madam Speaker, under that, it says capital duty. And the capital duty, if you register the company, the nominal value will be charged
0.5%.
But when you increase it of the fund and disbursement, it will be nil. And when you go to the public through the operation of stock exchange, which is a capital market, are you getting it?
Yes.
Yes, I'm just coming. Public, through a public operation, will be nil. Now, what they are trying to do is now they want to capture also the private. That's number one. Number two, they want to make sure that when you bring the money in the form of a company, a private company is not on the stock exchange, not listed. Very simple. It is not in the public, and even if you're producing its accounts, they are not supposed to be public accounts.
It's a
Like
company limited.
Oil, and that's it. Madam Speaker, what happens is when you put money on a capital, what most people do, interest, a charge, they start bringing money in the form of loans. Now, when I bring a loan, you will pay me interest. As if you're aware, under Section 25, we're trying to limit that. Under Section 90 of the income tax, we're trying to limit it to avoid the related party actions. Now, when he brings interest, you pay him another capital money as a loan. He will earn interest. And when he earns interest, he externalizes it and again brings it back as what? Interest. So it will be a continuous flow because he's trying to dodge payment of stamp duty. In most cases, when you have registered a company, it will only get money if it is under liquidation. At the end, when you have paid everybody under the bench.
Nathan, you would have first clarified to Honorable Senu that he takes out as profit and brings in back as a capital.
So now, that's true, it takes it as profit and brings it back. But what I'm trying to say, if you attract this money, the only money you will be paid will be what we call dividends. And the dividends will be after declaring all the profit. You mark your interest is allowable business expense. But dividends is not allowable business what? Expense. It's after making corporation profit, subject it to corporation tax, then the one you are going to get will be subjected to withholding tax in the form of dividends. And in most cases, most companies will tend to fear to take out money in the form of dividend because of the tax. In short, the money will remain in the company, and instead of going to borrow more money, they will use the internally generated what? Funds. So the advantage of this, which I wanted to say the minister, you needed this book, you would have said you are attracting people to bring in money in the form of shares, share capital, instead of bringing in money in the form of loans, which will be allowable business expense. And that's number one.
But he talked about venture capital.
Venture capital is the same.
Yes, it's the same. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and so when I bring in my venture capital, when I register it with URSB, you will not be, because money,
yes.
Madam Chair, if you are aware, a mortgage deed, a debenture, whichever form I've brought it, because I will bring in my money as a maybe debenture, as a mortgage, you must, when I'm registering it, I must pay stamp duty, and for most of it, for a mortgage, it is 1%, which makes it very complicated. Some people tend to fear to bring in money. They look for countries where there are no charges on stamp duty. It's not good to tax capital at the beginning. You leave it generate, then you come and tax it. And that's what I wanted to put up across.
Thank you, thank you.
You can ask me.
Honorable.
You can ask me, Madam
No,
Chair.
let him ask Nathan.
I want to ask you, if somebody like Amarogo, because I know why they are moving these things. The one that wanted to lend money to Uganda from Nairobi, Amarogo, the money lenders, because some of these exemptions may end up benefiting money lenders. I want to ask you what will happen to a money lender that wants to bring in here money for purposes of lending to Uganda.
Madam Speaker, he has answered. When you lend money, you earn what? Interest. And the moment you earn interest, you will be subjected to withholding tax at is it 10% when you are taking the interest. Whether you have paid it out or not under the law, the moment you make a provision, you deduct the what? The 15%. So if the money lender came, Magoro will pay 15 what? %. Madam Chair,
More information, my colleague. You know, the principle here that Honorable Nanda is raising is that as a country, we should reduce our appetite of targeting and taxing capital. Because capital is the seed that we are investing in the economy. When the companies get that money and they grow and they make profits, then you can target them. So the issue of interest, it is dealt with in another bill, but even that one is at the point when you have earned. But when someone is coming in where we have a problem of having patient capital in this country, we should reduce our appetite to try and tax where we have not invested.
Madam Speaker, stamp duty, in short, in most cases, is either nil or 0.00%. Why? It is just purpose, and by then in most countries, they refund your money after some time. But here we take it as a revenue and we never refund. Because you are taxing capital, which has not what? Generated. Allow people to bring money, generate, make profit, tax profit.
Honorable members, we still have a pending motion which was brought by Honorable Semuju Ibrahim. Honorable members, I'm going to put a question. And the question I'm putting, that those who are in favor of deletion of clause 2, if you are not in agreement of deletion, say no. Say what? No. But if you are in agreement, you have you understood? I put a question that those in favor of Medi. Honorable members, I am saying if you're in support that we delete, we don't want venture capital, we don't want anything, you say. If you're in support of the motion of Honorable Semuju that we delete, we don't exempt, and we don't get venture capital, you get it, eh? You say what? Then if you are saying that we need this clause, like what Honorable Nandala has explained, you say what?
Nay.
Nay. Honorable members, I put a question that those in favor of the motion for deletion of clause 2 say unto the contrary, nay. Honorable members, the nays have it. I put a question that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Chair, we
You're
have agreed that we are going to deal with it. That we have some sections, some paragraphs, which we want to handle one by one. And we want the committee maybe first, then we also bring ours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would like to read the amendments in clause 2 that the committee proposed. The committee proposes that clause 2 be amended as follows. A, in paragraph A, by inserting the word or shares acquired by a private equity or venture capital fund regulated under Capital Markets Authority Act, Cap 84, immediately after the words Cap 84. That is A. B, in paragraph B, by inserting the words or by a private equity or venture capital fund regulated under Capital Markets Authority Act, Cap 84, immediately after the words Cap 84 in the proposed item E. And C, in paragraph C4, in the proposed paragraph G4, by inserting the words at least immediately after the words substitution of, and D, in paragraph D, by inserting the words or to or by a private equity or venture capital fund regulated under Capital Markets Authority Act, Cap 84, immediately after the words Cap 84 in the proposed item F. Justification: to provide for private equity or venture capital as a source of long-term capital that can provide funding through debt or acquisition of shares in privately held businesses. I beg to submit.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee.
Honorable Mafabi.
Madam Chair, on that one, I have no issue. But since we are moving the oral amendments of clause 2, I want to make amendments. Okay, maybe we deal with it because
let's
no, I'm not
finish.
amending the position of the committee. I'm just only looking at an addition so that we deal with it at
On
once.
the same.
On the same. Under C, item C, they are substituting for the word capacity to employ a minimum of 100 citizens, the words employing at least 70% of the employees. Now, Madam Chair, this one here is becoming interesting. What they are doing, initially we were at 100, now they want to move to 70%. If you do this, there are chances of now bringing in transfer pricing. What do I mean transfer pricing? They will decide that those ones that are employing the 30%, they will make sure the payment is not done here, it's done there, but they will transfer it maybe on cost of goods because these items are coming out like the raw materials. And that's where I wanted us to really tighten in that view. So, Madam Chair, I want to move an amendment that instead of 70%, we make it 80%. And also the aggregate to be 80%. So that we'll leave a leverage of 20%, which can easier because look at the arm length transactions. Thank
Chair?
Honorable Chair, I agree with the amendment to the proposal.
Minister?
So then let me make it. Oh, yes. Okay.
Madam Chair, a movement from 70 to 80 still keeps us in the confidence range. I therefore concede.
Thank you. I put a question at clause 2 be amended.
Madam Chair, just as a final one now. The final one. Now, Madam Chair, having agreed on that, now this 80% should run through even in the raw materials. What we're trying to...
70 or 80?
80, yes, 80%. Even the raw materials, whereby the raw materials, unless they're not locally found, then you can decide to go. Like medicinal, most of the herbs are from our forests here. So that's, so we deal with that 80. So where I'm saying that where there's a 70, we put 80 in 2, we put 70 in Roman 3, and another 80 in Roman.
Wherever the 70% is, we put 80%.
Thank you very much. Even the labor is at 80%. No, even the labor.
Yes.
It is all there. Where also the labor we have put, where there's 70, we have put 80. Even the labor, materials, and I mentioned. Because material, even labor is material. I thank you, madam.
Yes. Let's first hear from the chair. Okay.
No,
no.
Honorable
but
Madam
it's a
Chair.
clarification which would help. You know, someone is insinuating. You say when we say at least 80%, I wanted to be clear. What would stop us going to 90 since we have used the concept at least 80%? What would stop us even going to 95, 98?
No, the only difference that Honorable Nathan is proposing is that the minimum in this case should be 80. That's the only difference. That nothing stops us to go to 100, 90 and so on. I agree with the proposal that Nathan has given.
The issue of labor. Right, Honorable Speaker, I know that our foreigners sometimes are so sensitive. We do not want to be outcompeted by our neighbors, and we must be very careful about this. I would suggest we stay at 70%, and not, I'm talking about the labor, because you must also be concerned about what the rest of the East African states are doing. Lest you run, you chase away everybody. By the time you realize you are alone in your house, and nobody will help you. So I think it is something that I need the senior Mafabik to consider.
No. Yeah, Madam Chair, before my younger brother comes to give me information, I think Cyrus, it's true, has just come back. It's true, has just come back. And this country, you are trying to promote your own materials. You should encourage your materials to be used in everything you are manufacturing.
By the way, in East Africa there is free movement of labor, and goods and everything. But you'll find it is only in Uganda, which is more flexible.
Thank you very much for giving. Well, I just want to give Honorable Silas information, and Honorable Nandala. Clause 60A concerns the labor force that is in industrial parks and free zones. So we do not expect to have foreigners taking up a huge percentage. Most of the labor force here, they are locals. They are these casual laborers who are doing daily work. So 80% is quite okay.
And he's from industrial area.
Madam Chair, also what we're trying to safeguard, if you are not aware, maybe let me help Cyrus, is that the moment you put it at 80% as a minimum and the cost is at 80%, you are leaving a leverage of 20%. Should they go out to go more, you are even limiting transfer price, but also should they go beyond, they will try to suppress their costs in one way or the other. And that means they they will help this country instead of externalizing all the money they make here.
Thank you.
And this one should be able
Move
to
the
move. So the minister,
no.
so Mr. Minister, you are here to move it. And now so goes to 4, substituting for 20% instead
For-
of
for 70%?
No, 4 is instead of this because it was divided, subtracting from the balance 30. So now instead of here it will be 20 what? Percent.
Percent, yes.
Instead of 30 it will be 20%.
Okay. I put a question that. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on G1, I would like to propose an amendment. G is about manufacturers of electric vehicles, electric batteries, or electric vehicle charging equipment, or fabricator of frame and body of an electric vehicle who meets the following requirements. Now, my issue is about the requirements. A minimum investment capital of $10 million in case of a foreign investor, or 300,000 United States dollars in case of a citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, 300,000 US dollars in case of a citizen is a bar too high. This is Right Honorable Speaker.
Check in the Investment Code Act. That is provided for in the Investment Code Act. So that's.
But the argument here is been to promote
and that's what you are
investment
saying.
and raise appetite.
You need to amend the Investment Code Act for you to now to have this. Yes.
Just to give information, I think this has been a standard in most of our tax laws. Usually, it's actually even it's lower for those who are investing up countries, up to around 150,000 US dollars. So I think it's okay.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nathan Nandala, and those and the chair of the committee. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Motion for adoption.
I put a question that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading. The Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
I've never heard Aisha's voice loud. I'm happy today I've heard. Kongs.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I beg to move a motion that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Stamp Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Stamp Duty Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill is passed.
Bill second reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable members, we have two bills left, and you know your areas of departure. I think we need to just handle the areas of departure, and you read it, and he has not moved it, but Hajat has a privilege.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's 14 hours, 34 minutes, 41 seconds.
Pardon?
It's 14 hours. We are past 2 o'clock, Right Honorable Speaker. We normally have, for Muslims, we have Salah around that time and lunch around that time. As a point of privilege, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that we break for a few minutes. Those of us who pray around this time, we pray and go have lunch so that we don't get problems.
That's what I was saying. Let's just look at areas of departure and we conclude. It will take us less than 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, my Salah will have expired and I don't want to walk out.
You go. Please go. Honorable members, those who want to go for lunch, me, I'm fasting. Those who want to go for lunch, me, and come back. I am fasting and praying today. Even Nathan is fasting. Even Honorable Semuju is not fasting, but is here. Move the motion. Afande Kavuma is also here.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded by Idris Abiria, Fidra, Edakasi, Chair and Vice, by Max, by Emily Nalongo. Who is Nalongo? By Doctor, by Mamae, by Goli, by Solomon, by Education, Dr. Iroyonga, by Royal Guard, by everybody apart from some few. Ochan, Obama, Margaret, Commissioner Esther. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill is intended to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014 to provide for the following. 1, the definition of fruit juice and nurtured spirits, vegetable juice, and powder for reconstitution into beer. 2, to amend the Schedule 2 of the Act to revise the excise duty on certain excisable goods and services and for other related matters. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And additional information on the certificate.
Right Honorable Speaker, the additional information on the certificate is hereby laid, and I would like to quickly take the House through, with your indulgence, on obvious points of concern by the members. 1 is the impact on the economy, which we say that the bill will facilitate economic growth from 6% to 6.5% in financial year 2024-25 and 7% in the medium term. Number 2 is on the expenditure. We are not going to change the structure. It will be implemented within the existing URA structure, and the budget for URA budget this year is provided. We also provide for the budget for financial year 2025-6. This figure is picked from the MTF. We also provide the expected revenue to government. Madam Speaker, the implementation of this bill, if passed, will result into additional revenue in excess of 200 billion Uganda shillings. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Shadow? Does it have a committee? But just no formula, you can start. That's what he said. Start.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I did not receive any minority report on this, and I'll go straight to the matters. Right Honorable Speaker, I did not receive it. Clause, I will start with 4.2, Clause 2, Amendment of Excise Duty Act 2014. Clause 1 proposes to define fruit juice to mean unfermented liquid extracted from an edible part of a fresh fruit, whether the extracted liquid is diluted or not. Powder for reconstitution into beer, to mean powder, crystal, or any other dry substance which after being mixed with water or any other non-alcoholic beverage ferments to or otherwise becomes an alcoholic beverage. And denatured spirit, to mean spirits that are not mixed with any substance so as to render the spirit unfit for human consumption or capable of being rendered unfit for human consumption, and includes natural spirits or alcoholic beverages made from natural spirits that are fit for human consumption. And vegetable juice, to mean unfermented liquid extracted from an edible part of a vegetable, whether the extracted liquid is diluted or not. The committee observed that the above mentioned items are not currently defined or taxed in the Act, and the provision is intended to clarify and remove any ambiguity regarding the definitions of fruit juice, powder for reconstitution into beer, and denatured spirits and vegetable juice for tax purposes. The committee took cognizance of the Section 10, subsection 2 of the Excise Duty Act, which provides that where excise duty on which excise duty has been paid are converted into excisable goods liable for excise duty, the converted excisable goods shall be liable only to the difference between the excise duty on the converted goods and excise duty originally paid before the conversion. And as such, the committee found no merit in excluding pulp, in excluding pulp and puree for industrial use from the definition of fruit juice. Recommendation. The committee recommends the definition of fruit juice, powder for reconstitution into beer, and denatured spirits and vegetable juice be adopted as part of the bill. Clause 3. Amendment of Schedule 2 to the Act. Clause 3 of the bill seeks to amend the second schedule of the Act, which provides for excise duty in respect of excisable goods and services as follows. The lower the excise duty imposed on opaque beer to lower the excise duty imposed on opaque beer from 20% or 230 shillings per litre, whichever is higher, to 10% or shillings 150 per litre, whichever is higher. The committee observed that the proposed amendment seeks to lower the excise duty on opaque beer, and since opaque beer is made primarily from locally sourced raw materials, the amendment will promote the utilization of the locally sourced raw materials and cause a reduction on the excise duty levied on the other alcoholic beverages, kombuchas. Will provide an incentive to produce and sell products competitively. We therefore, as a committee, recommend that the proposal be passed as part of the bill. B, to lower the excise duty imposed on any other alcoholic beverage locally produced from 20% or 230 shillings per litre, whichever is higher, to 10% or 150 per litre, whichever is higher. The committee observed that the proposed amendment seeks to lower the tax rate on any other alcoholic beverage locally produced. This amendment will promote the utilization of the locally sourced raw materials and increase tax compliance. The committee further observed that during the debate on the report of the Committee on Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023, the House recommended that the rate applicable to other alcoholic beverages, kombuchas, should be lowered to the same rate as opaque beer, which uses similar locally sourced raw materials. And therefore, the committee recommends that the proposal is adopted subject to amendment on the duty rate from 12 to 10%. C, to introduce a new excisable good of powder for reconstitution into beer at a fixed rate of Uganda shillings 2,500 per kilogram. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the clause be passed as part of the bill. D, to repeal the provision of the undenatured spirits made from locally produced raw materials used in the production of disinfectants and sanitizers for the prevention of spread of COVID-19. Now, the committee recommends that the clause be passed as part of the bill. And E, to introduce excise duty at a rate of 60% or 5,000 shillings per litre, whichever is higher, on undenatured spirit of alcoholic strength by volume of 80% or more made from locally produced raw materials. The committee observed that the proposal of excise duty of Uganda shillings 5,000 per litre is high compared to the rate of the final product of Uganda shillings 1,700 per litre. The committee further observed that the rate hike from Uganda shillings 1,500 to Uganda shillings 5,000 per litre on raw materials, whose final product is taxed at Uganda shillings 1,700 shillings per litre, is unreasonably high. And therefore, the committee recommends an excise duty rate of 60% or Uganda shillings 1,500 per litre be imposed on undenatured spirit of alcohol strengths by volume 80% or more made from locally produced raw materials. F, to introduce excise duty of 100% or 5,000 shillings per litre, whichever is higher, on undenatured spirits of alcohol strength by volume of 80% or more from imported raw materials. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, the committee observed that the proposal of excise duty of Uganda shillings 5,000 per litre is too high compared to a rate of the final product Uganda shillings 1,700 shillings per litre. The committee proposes and recommends that an excise duty rate of 100% or Uganda shillings 2,500 shillings per litre be imposed on undenatured spirits of alcohol strength by volume of 80% or more made from imported raw materials. G, to introduce excise duty at a rate of 80% or shillings 1,700 per liter, whichever is higher, on any other and denatured spirits that is locally produced of alcoholic strength by volume of less than 80%, or excise duty at a rate of 100%, or 5,000 shillings per liter, whichever is higher, on any other undenatured spirits that is imported of alcohol strength by volume of less than 80%. The committee observed that the proposal of excise duty of Uganda shillings 5,000 per liter is too high compared to the rate of the final product of Uganda shillings 1,700 per liter. And therefore, the committee recommends an excise duty rate of 80% or Uganda shillings 1,500 per liter to be imposed on any other undenatured spirit of alcohol strength by volume of 80% or more made from the locally produced raw materials. H. To increase excise duty on other wines from 80% or 8,000 shillings per liter, whichever is higher, to 100% or 10,000 shillings per liter, whichever is higher. I. Reducing the tax on fruit juice and vegetable juice, except juice made from at least 30% pulp or at least 30% juice by weight or volume of the total composition of the drink from fruit and vegetable locally grown from 13% or 250 shillings, whichever is higher, to 12% or 250 shillings per liter, whichever is higher. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the proposal is adopted. J. To lower the excise duty or any other non-alcoholic beverage locally produced other than the beverage made out of fermented sugary tea solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria from 12% or 250 shillings per liter, whichever is higher, to 12% or 150 shillings per liter, whichever is higher. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the proposal is adopted subject to amendment of the duty from 12% to 10% as said above. K, I beg your pardon. To introduce a fixed rate of 75 shillings per liter of mineral water, bottled water. I beg your pardon. To introduce a fixed rate of shillings, 70 shillings per liter of mineral water, bottled water, I beg your pardon, honorable colleagues. To introduce a fixed rate of shillings 75 per liter of mineral water, bottled water and other water purposely for drinking, in addition to the ad valorem rate of 10%. The committee observed that the mineral water industry has grown, that this proposal for a fixed rate is to level the ground between the compliant and non-compliant producers of mineral water by providing for both a fixed rate and an ad valorem rate. The committee, however, noted that the proposed rate of Uganda shillings 75 per liter is too high and should be reduced to Uganda shillings 50 shillings per liter to encourage more investment in the industry. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the above proposed amendment stands as part of bill. Excise duty on water be reduced from Uganda shillings 75 per liter to Uganda shillings 50 shillings per liter. L. To expand the categorization of cement to include adhesive grout, white cement or lime, and maintain the excise duty rate of cement at 500 shillings per 50 kilogram bag. The committee observed that under the current law, cement does not cover other existing products on the market with which cement does not cover other existing products on the market with cement in them. including adhesive, grout, white cement, and lime. The committee further observed that the proposed amendment seeks to give clarity on the cement excise duty category by taking into account the cementitious products to include cement, adhesives, grout cement, grout white cement, and lime. These goods are already provided for in the Act, where they are described as cementitious products. Through tax administration, it was established that there is need for specificity in regard to cementitious products as defined within cement. There is no proposed new tax on cement. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the proposed amendment be passed as part of the bill for purposes of clarity. M. To increase the excise duty imposed on motor spirit, gasoline from 1,450 per litre to 1,550 per litre. That describes an addition of 100 shillings. N. To increase excise duty imposed on gasoline, automotive light, amber for light speed engine from 1,130 shillings per litre to 1,230 shillings per litre, equally an increase of 100 shillings. O. To increase excise duty on eliminating kerosene from 200 shillings per litre to 500 shillings per litre, which would mean an increase of 300 shillings. The committee observed that the amendment increases the excise duty on petrol and diesel by Uganda shillings 100 shillings each, and kerosene by 300 shillings per litre. The committee observed that this increase will affect the low-income earners. And therefore, the committee recommends the clause imposing an additional excise duty of Uganda shillings 300 shillings per litre on eliminating kerosene be deleted. The proposal on imposing an increase on excise duty of Uganda shillings 100 shillings per litre on petrol and diesel stands part of the bill. P. To remove excise duty imposed on incoming international call services of United States cents 0.09 per minute on calls originating from the United Republic of Tanzania and Burundi. The committee observed that whereas Uganda is already in the one area network in which international calls between Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya enjoy lower rates of telephone calls between each other, the proposed amendment intends to add the Republic of Tanzania and Burundi into the network within Uganda laws. The effect of this amendment will be the affordability and ease of communication between the persons in Uganda and other members of the states in the EAC community as observed above. And therefore the committee observes and recommends that the clause be passed as part of the bill. Q. To introduce 0.5% excise duty of the value of transaction on payment excise of withdrawal of cash provided through a payment system but does include withdrawal services provided by financial institutions or microfinance deposit-taking institutions. And I would like to read again, honorable colleagues, and honorable Speaker. D proposes to introduce a 0.5% excise duty of the value of the transaction or the payment of service or withdrawals of cash provided through a payment system and does include withdrawal of services provided to financial institution or microfinance deposit-taking institution. The committee observed that the proposed amendment is intended to provide for an equal tax treatment for both the mobile money for payment services that offer similar services to mobile money. These payment services include cheaper cash and wave transfer, among others. At present, the withdrawal of these services are not subject to the said excise duty as that levied in the mobile money. This is because the current law levies the tax on telecommunication companies, which those being targeted are not. The proposal seeks to remedy this unequal tax to treatment by including those in the realm of taxation, enhancing equity and fairness by including all major electronic wallet platforms, and the tax burden on Uganda's current tax burden would be distributed evenly, creating a level playing field and providing an expanded tax base, resulting into an increased government revenue. This ensures the same service, same rules approach, and incentivizes continued growth of digital financial services while still contributing to the overall tax effort. This approach promotes both financial inclusion and responsible tax collection for the benefit of all Ugandans. The committee recommends that the proposed excise duty on payment systems be passed as part of the bill. R. To drop the requirement of hospital.
Does this bring in the agents banking too?
Yes, that's what it means, Right Honourable Speaker. When we talk.
Not what it means. Agents banking is an agents banking. It has a name.
No.
Yes. What is wrong with you including agents banking?
Right Honourable Speaker.
Into the tax bracket.
Yes. Right Honourable Speaker, it is included when we talk of financial institutions, because those are tax agents of financial institutions.
You're making excludes financial institutions.
Right Honourable Speaker, when I was reading, I reiterated myself in emphasis. There was a clerical error in Q, and I will read it again. That's why I said I repeat it for emphasis. Where it said to introduce 0.5% excise duty of the value of transaction on payment services of withdrawal of cash provided through a payment system, and does include withdrawal services provided, and not does not.
No. Does not. Okay, you finish. First finish the report. You go ahead.
R. To drop the requirement of a hospital facility being at a level of a national referral hospital. The committee observed that there is need to define a specialized hospital facility. The committee therefore proposed that a specialized hospital facility be defined under Section 2 of the Act. The committee further observed that the proposal to exempt specialized hospital medical facilities shall increase revenue on medical tourism and investment inflows and reduce medical tourism outflow. The committee further observed that currently there are no private-owned specialized hospitals in Uganda. The purpose of this amendment is to attract private investment in this highly specialized and capital-intensive investment category for the benefit of the people of Uganda and the neighboring countries. And therefore, the committee recommends that a specialized hospital facility be defined to mean a hospital facility that is established to diagnose, treat, manage complex medical conditions in a specific area of medicine. And 2, the proposed amendment stands part of the bill subject to a proposed amendment. S. To correct a clerical error in the wording of other fermented beverages including cider, perry, mead, spears or near beer produced from locally grown and produced raw materials. The committee observed that there is no tax proposal in the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment is for purposes of clerical error in the wording of other fermented beverages, including cider, perry, media, spear, and near beer produced from locally grown and produced raw materials. This removes ambiguity in the current law. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the clause be amended by deleting the rate of 30% or 550 shillings per litre, whichever is higher, from the bill. T. To exempt strategic investors in the electric vehicles manufacturing sector from excise duty. The committee observed that the proposed amendment is for purposes of harmonization of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2024 with the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 and the VAT Amendment Bill 2024. And the committee therefore recommends that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill be adopted subject to the proposed amendments. I beg to report.
Thank you. We have a minority. Principle of fairness. Principle of fairness. If they say there is a minority, let's have it.
Madam Speaker, first of all the minority reports we authored, we wrote to the chairman through the clerk, but we also submitted a copy to the office of the clerk to Parliament and office of the Speaker. I don't know where the chairperson of the committee had gone, but he can go and ask his clerk. The same way he received the other one is the same mode of transmission we made.
So read the minority.
So I wanted it to be cleared, because he thinks it has just germinated. It didn't. Madam Speaker and honorable members, and I want to invite Parliament to treat this as the most serious proposals. The earlier ones were exemptions, but this particular one is the one that imposes tax. I will skip the introduction. I don't have to read the point number 2, which is on non-compliance with the law, but I want just to restate that actually it does not comply with the law, the certificate of financial implication. I don't have to read the narrative, but the Honorable Musasi is looking at me as if he wants to grab me. I also, Madam Speaker, number 3, I don't want to read the whole text on the lack of a comprehensive taxation policy, because I have read it in the earlier reports, but just to reassert that actually even this particular proposal has come with no research. The only area that I want to emphasize, point number 4 in this report, and I'll read, Madam Speaker, very quickly. Timing of the new tax proposals. There is already instability in the tax sector. Traders have just reopened their shops. There is a general feeling of over-taxation with very little to show for it in terms of social services. Roads in Kampala City, Kampala metropolitan districts of Mukono, Wakiso, Mpigi, and other areas in the country have completely broken down. There is a general cry that leaders are swimming in luxury at the expense of taxpayers. This needs to be addressed before any new tax measure is proposed. We need to restore confidence. Stability, as I learned from the Honorable Kate Shumba, is a key principle in taxation. Taxes should be introduced at least every 5 years, not annually like it is with this government. If the country is still crying with the implementation of existing taxes, is your answer to impose new ones? Why don't we first deal with leakage, corruption, and use the savings to finance the budget rather than thinking of new tax measures? You, Parliament, you are going to be blamed for new taxes as you are blamed for the old ones. For once, this Parliament can say no. Let me now go to the specific issues, the tax on fuel. The bill proposes to increase the tax on petrol and diesel by 100 shilling. Government is currently collecting, and please take note, for 1,450 shilling per litre of petrol. That's what we are collecting currently. It is collecting 1,130 per litre of diesel. Annually, government collects 1.6 trillion on petrol alone, shilling 1.1 trillion on diesel, and about 3 billion on kerosene. Taxes on both petrol and diesel is a key driver of fuel pump price. Uganda levies the highest tax on fuel in the region. Tax per litre of fuel of petrol and per litre of diesel. I don't know if these can be displayed, or the Honorable Musasi has connived with those who are displaying this information, because I don't want to read it. But if it is not displayed, I guess all of you colleagues have this report. You can look at it by yourself. I don't have to go, but the point is we are levying the highest tax in the region. Do we have the report? If you have, I don't have. I have provided a table. Okay. Look at Kenya, for example. Kenya is charging the equivalent of 646 shilling per litre. I have told you we are currently charging 1,450. Then you can eat the others. I want to, because I thought the report is uploaded. Honorable Speaker and members, when you take a comprehensive analysis of fuel taxes in East African countries levied on petrol and diesel across 4 East African countries, which I have provided, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, you note that Kenya imposes relatively lower taxes compared to its East African counterparts, especially on diesel. This may contribute to a more competitive fuel market and potentially lower consumer prices. The implication of this increase in fuel prices has a multifaceted impact. First, higher fuel taxes, as exemplified in Uganda, often burden consumers, particularly lower-income households, by escalating the cost of living and transportation and making Ugandans poorer. On the other hand, lower taxes, as observed in Kenya and Tanzania, foster a more competitive business landscape and reduce production costs, potentially enhancing economic competitiveness, something we would admire to have in this country. It is important to note that while we appreciate the crucial role fuel taxes serve as a significant source of government revenue, excessively high taxes stifle economic growth by suppressing consumption and investment. Thus, the reason we reject further excise duty tax increases on fuel, because we need to balance between revenue generation and fostering economic activity in this country. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, businesses will be compelled to transfer these additional expenses to consumers, potentially resulting in widespread price hikes across various goods and services. This escalation in prices could lead to inflationary pressures and potentially restrain consumer spending. Additionally, such a price surges may provide opportunistic businesses with justification to inflate their prices beyond what is warranted solely by the fuel tax increase. The rise in fuel prices inevitably escalates production costs, as noted earlier,
presenting challenges for manufacturers heavily reliant on diesel or as an auxiliary power source. The government taxation policies on fuel in Uganda reveal a glaring contradiction between its revenue generation strategies and its responsibility toward citizens' well-being, as noted earlier in the Minister of Finance's letter. Despite being fully aware of the adverse effects of escalating oil prices on both production costs and individuals' disposable income, this government under President Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa continues to burden its citizens with exorbitant taxes on fuel. Let me illustrate this point. To transport one batch of matoke from Chazanga, I have used Chazanga because that's where I was born. Just to transport one batch of matoke, it costs 3,000. The batch is at 13,000. And it costs 100,000 to transport a cow from Mbarara. 80,000 transport a cow from Gomba or Ngoma. Please know that the tax increase burden will be borne by the poor because the trader will factor in transport costs as he buys his matoke or cattle. Government should not be greedy. You are already overtaxing fuel. Why do you turn it into a soft target for tax increments all the time? This Parliament passed a law in November last year, 2023, giving government exclusive rights to import and supply fuel and petroleum products. Government promised that fuel prices will come down after the elimination of Kenya middlemen. Kenya has now removed the roadblock for Uganda to import fuel. Let citizens first enjoy low prices resulting from change of policy before you think of a tax on fuel. Let the prices come down first before any new tax proposal. We continue to warn this government that the consequences are there as fuel prices so production becomes more costly, hindering economic growth and potentially leading to job losses. Moreover, the average Ugandan faces a significant reduction in disposable income as higher fuel costs trickle down into increased prices for goods and services across the board. This scenario not only jeopardizes individual financial stability but also undermines consumer confidence and investment, exacerbating economic instability. The more reason why many businesses close every year. Furthermore, the lack of consistency and transparency in fuel pricing within Uganda reflects a failure of regulatory oversight. Despite being the responsibility of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, there is a noticeable absence of effective intervention to curb speculation and ensure fair pricing practices. The result is an environment where citizens are left vulnerable to the whims of market forces and profiteering by fuel dealers. In light of these concerns, the government's insistence on maintaining or increasing excise duties on fuel amounts to a blatant disregard for the welfare of citizens. Such policies prioritize short-term revenue gains over the long-term economic stability and well-being of the population. Therefore, we call upon all members of Parliament to reject any further tax hikes on fuel. Tax on mobile money withdrawal. There is a 0.5 tax on mobile money withdrawal already. Government through this bill is expanding the net to include other platforms such as Mcash, MicroPay, Wave, etc. Before this expansion, government must present a study on how introduction of a 0.5 tax on mobile money withdrawal affected the population, especially the poor who receive money in this form. A 5.0% tax on withdrawal means a shillings 50 per every 10,000.
It is
0.5%. This is what it translates in, a 50 shilling per every 10,000. Taxes must be introduced after a thorough study on how they will affect the economy.
And 5 is on the transaction value. Eh?
Yes, that's why it is a requirement under the Public Finance and Management Act to present a certificate of financial implication when introducing a bill. Do a study. Point number 7, tax on lime, adhesive and grout. We ask Parliament to reject introduction of 500 per 50 kilogram of lime, adhesive and grout. While appearing before the committee, Private Sector Foundation reminded members of Parliament of a 2.5 million housing deficit in the country. The policy of this government is of a decent and affordable housing. Obviously, when you increase taxes on building materials, you are increasing the cost of construction. That's why you need to bring studies here, not speculation. This may discourage investment in this sector or may make renting very expensive. Again, we plead with this government not to look at one side of revenue enhancement, but also look at the plight of its citizens. Tax on drinking water. This is a tricky one. The tax rate of 10% already exists. What the government, you stop giving money to Magora, if that's what you're asking. What the government is doing is to charge it per liter. What this means is that for every liter of drinking water that you buy, you will be paying, if we take the government proposal, 75 shilling. Those of you who are buying drinking water in a 20-liter jerrycan, you will now pay more because they are going to charge you per liter. Private Sector Foundation thinks, they appeared before the committee, that this will drive the price for a larger volume of water by about 95%. Currently, the more or the higher volume you buy, the less price you pay. With this new tax, prepare to boil your own water because bigger jerrycans are going to be expensive. We ask Parliament to reject it. Really, you want to charge drinking water? Finally, we advise government to realize, to relieve itself of pressure of seeking to overtax citizens because it wants to raise more revenue by responsibly using what it is already collecting. Government should reduce the cost of public administration considerably. It is the reason we welcome the rationalization of government entities. But as we were processing bills to reduce entities, and therefore money we spend on them, President Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa was creating new staff structures of assistant RDCs and appointing them, including fellows like this one who exhibited his data bombs. We must fight all forms of corruption, including wasting taxpayers' money on useless ventures. And in this regard, the President must act as an example. A minister whose fuel is bought by the taxpayer must not increase taxes on fuel unnecessarily. Maybe we should stop fueling all government vehicles for the leaders to understand the pain that citizens go through fueling their own vehicles. Right, Honorable Speaker, that's the minority report, and I can understand why the chair said he had seen the others and he didn't see this one. I ask this Parliament to stand with the citizens.
Which
the chair
chair?
of the committee.
Okay.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
the
I've
chair.
seen it. That's why I called you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Katesh.
Speaker,
Katesh, first.
let me
wait.
give information that is very important.
First, wait.
Chair, I want to state the following. That when they were increasing taxes on fuel, we have under paragraph 8 of schedule 2 on page, some of them 5, 4, 5, 6, something. There are A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, they have only chosen to increase tax on 3 items. And if I asked my brother Musasizi, why not all? And I will give an example. Jet and aviation, it remained at 630. The reason you did it, if you increased, flights will fly to Rwanda, Kigali, or Kenya to fuel. Then they come, maybe even they may not land here. Now you are going for soft points in life. And Madam Speaker, it is this is the reason why I agree with Honorable Sumujo on the minority, that it is dangerous to really target only citizens. And the worst one is a paraffin. It moved from 200 to 500. Others were increasing by 100. This one was increasing by 300.
No, the 300 has already been rejected.
No, it hasn't.
No, we have rejected. We can't.
Okay.
Kerosene.
Okay.
Kerosene.
Okay, Madam Chair, if let us finish that.
Kerosene was rejected by the committee and even the other minority. So kerosene is not anything for discussion.
So Madam Chair, the other one of financial services, I want to draw the attention of members. They are saying 0.5% of the value of the transaction. Katesh goes to Bank of Baroda. He draws $500 million. They don't charge him. The villager goes to a mobile money. In his Ronco withdraws 1 million. They must charge 0.5% of that 1 million, and that's the capital money. If they were charging, the tax was on the charge, and at the same, having charged 0.5%, there will also be a charge of the person who is transacting in the money. So in short, that's double what? Transaction. And yet the Minister of Finance has worked on the issue of bringing this country to a cashless economy, which means people should transact using mobile money, should transact using cards, fuel cards. So even when you're talking of other service providers, that means if I take my credit card to a pump to draw fuel of 200,000, there will be a charge of 0.5% of the 200,000 of the fuel I've taken, and yet every liter I am paying already 1,450. So, Madam Speaker, this Parliament this time should review this, and my proposal here would be the charge should be on the tax should be on the fees, not on the principal value. Otherwise, that one makes other people better while disadvantaging others. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, the final one, which I want to raise.
Honorable Nathan, the current law we have is 15% of the fees charged. It is on the fees, not the transaction.
Madam Chair, this is the law. It says 0.5% of the value of the transaction.
That is the bill. I am saying the Principal Act.
Madam Speaker, what you are
saying. And what we are saying, why should they change from what was there?
Exactly, that's what we are saying. That you don't go for a value. You go for what? A charge. The reason I'm saying this will increase the value to the tax, the value of the poor person who is going to draw the money from a mobile money or whatever, or who goes and pays a card and whatever. But yet it is 0.5% of the value of the transaction. Madam Chair, I want to conclude on the following.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the principle behind this proposal is to equalize those who transact using mobile money and those who transact using other platforms, specifically the agency banking. Madam Speaker, why don't you let me first serve?
Let him finish.
Madam, we want to improve the proposal which the committee looked at as follows. Payment services of cash withdrawals provided through a payment system and includes all withdrawal services provided by a financial institution or a microfinance deposit-taking institution other than withdrawals at the counter inside a banking hall. Madam Speaker, what this means, if you use your credit card to draw fuel, you have not to draw in cash. So that one is outside this provision we are looking at. It's not cash, it is only withdrawals of cash. And if you look at that book, this is consistent with what we provided for under mobile money. I thank you.
Speaker, I want to make it clear. I don't know if I'm reading a wrong law. Here they say mobile money transaction of withdrawal of cash is of the value of 0.5% of the transaction. That is F13. So that's number one. Number two, Madam Chair, which I want to put across as we're looking for that. Yeah, the other point, Madam Chair, agents banking. Madam Chair, give me agents banking. Agents banking is no different. Let me give an example. An agent of Centenary Bank, he is more or less the counter of Centenary Bank, but he is in Sironko Town Council. So there is no difference. You cannot charge, because again, you are telling me that somebody should get in a border to go to Mbale Town to withdraw. Agents banking, the agent is working on the behalf of the bank. So there's no reason, Mr. Minister, to bring again agents banking in this bracket.
Information, Honorable Nathan. Madam Speaker, the principle under which government enacted the law to create agency banking, it is to deepen what we call financial inclusion. And I'm giving Honorable Nathan information. To deepen and financial inclusion. My dear brothers and sisters and honorable colleagues, this agency bank has tried to create jobs for the youth. And the profit margin is very, very small. Very, very small. Let me tell you. And you need a big capital. You need a capital of 50 million shillings to get a smaller profit margin. And therefore, in fact, government needs to bring incentive so that we widen financial inclusion and have agency banking in more rural areas. Why are more people not in agency banking? Because the cost of transaction, the equipment, the facility needed, the security requires a big capital. And no, mobile money you can transact anywhere on phone, but agency banking you need security requirement. I tried to open agency banking for my community in the village. The banks require you to have a center, to have a camera, to have security moving money from the bank to those rural areas, and you need to have guards, you need big capital. Madam Speaker and colleagues, if we really want to create jobs and support young people and save them, there should be no tax on mobile money and agency banking. Honorable Nathan.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Nathan.
I am giving you to talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Nathan. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm not hearing you.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Just hold on. Honorable Kivalia.
Right Honorable Speaker, you had given me opportunity
Honorable
here.
Kivalia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for those that have taken time to study agency banking, those people make a very little profits. The only money they make is when the volumes are high. And the role agency banking has done in this country, it has really helped those that couldn't queue those long lines in banks. Two, it makes it convenient for you. Instead of suffering with long distances to carry money, you just move few steps. So we are wondering why government is every time. Last year, Right Honorable Speaker, you remember, we suffered with the government to fight the tax that brought on agency banking. I'm wondering why government is fighting to bring it back instead of promoting agency banking so that we open many outlets. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we request the minister to withdraw that tax that he wishes to put on agency banking.
Thank you. Katesh.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to give information because I have carefully listened to Honorable Semuju, and he has invoked my statement. But the information I want to give so that people are not biased. Because if you don't have, I'm giving information. The information I'm giving, because the Honorable Semuju has given information about fuel.
Have respect for each other. He is making a correction of figures.
Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know if this is how we are going to proceed, but thank you. The information I want to give, because my friend here, Honorable Semuju, has given wrong information, and I must correct it. I have information for you to state here that in Kenya, the taxes are much lower than ours. Let me give information. In Kenya, they charge excise duty, they charge petroleum development levy, petroleum regulatory levy, railroad development levy, and adulteration levy. I want to give the total taxes charged. The total taxes charged amount to about 2,155 per liter, not 600. You cannot come here and give wrong information, and you want to get away with it.
Madam Speaker, the trouble.
I can lay.
The trouble is not listening.
No.
Honorable member,
We are dealing
where are you
with a
getting?
specific law called the
Where are you
excise
getting
duty.
that information?
And this information I am giving is from East African Community Tariff Regime as per 2023 on excise duty. So if you go into that, you'll even now look at the costs of transportation.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have a press release from the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Agency in Kenya, and it has summarized the duties and the cost breakdown. In fact, for example, here we do not charge VAT on fuel. Kenya charges VAT. So the information I'm giving, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the total tax charged on a liter of...
Honorable
Let me give my
members,
information, then you give yours.
the way you like.
I am giving information about the total taxes charged on a liter of fuel compared to the taxes we charge on a liter of fuel here. Why don't you listen? Then you make your decision. I'm just informing you. So I have explained.
Honorable members, the information Katesh is giving is not for you to make your decision. It is just an information. And it's just prudent enough that you lend him your ears, even if your ears are blocked, but just lend him.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, Kenya levies about 9 taxes on fuel.
So
And I have explained that when you add them, equivalent of Uganda shillings for petroleum, it comes to 2,155. The reason I'm giving this information is that Honorable Semuju mentioned that the taxes in Kenya average 600.
Tony?
Yeah, but let us
Can
make
I have Tony?
Madam Chair, let us make the record clear. Just make it just 1 minute, Tony. Madam Chair, the reason why we came with that value to be figures, just you know it, because there was already VAT. But if you just take simple numbers, if a liter is 4,000, the cost, VAT on it at 18% will be 720. So when you go and add on, they said that we should always just put a value at as per liter. And that's how it came up. And why you are talking of Kenya, and where you have to be careful, my brother Katesh, is that Kenya has very interesting taxes. There are those that are taxing to pay for the pipeline. For us, when we're buying our fuel, we already pay for the pipeline in the cost of the what? Or the fuel. Because for them, they have to put petroleum levy for purposes of the pipeline. Well, for us, when we go and buy in Uganda, we buy it at a cost, but that cost includes that tax of the what? Of the pipeline. So what I wanted us to be careful is that you may not see some of the tax being brought here in clear terms, but already has been paid as a cost as we're buying the fuel at the border. So what I want to ask Madam Chair is that sometimes we do research and whatever. We would be happy to know the source of my brother Katesh, because he's talking of press release. No, me, I'm giving you information because I know the sector so well. And what I give you, I know, because I pay. So, Madam Chair, Tony,
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Right Honorable Speaker, in the Committee of ICT and National Guidance, we had the opportunity to interact with the MTN.
Honorable members, listen to ICT.
We had the opportunity to interact with the MTN, Airtel, and looking at the charges on mobile money and also other online transaction companies that has come up here, Mopesa, Mowat. Now, when we're having a discussion with them, they were able to explain that their business has kind of gone down. That so many young people are getting out of business. And then the number of transactions have gone down as compared to before, when the tax was moved from 2% to 5%. Now, when we are asking them, what do we do, charging the agency banking and all these other online transactions? Now, they welcome that, but only said, if the tax by government would only come down from 0.5 to 0.3, then you'll have widened the number of people paying tax. Many people would find it easier to transact on mobile money and all those other online transactions, and you would get more money. Because right now, we have reduced mobile money and all these other to petty transactions. 100, 200, 300,000. But if you are transacting 1 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, the charge is so high that people do it painfully. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would think if the ministry had done a baseline survey, they would have actually captured how many companies are coming on board right now doing online transactions. Then you reduce the tax from 5% to 0.5 to 0.3. Then you get more people transacting on this online, and you'll have created opportunity. So I would think for Parliament, we are doing this on behalf of the people. We are not the only people paying this, but there are people outside there suffering. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think Parliament should ask the Minister to review this, and we don't increase any tax on that. Instead, look for a way of reducing but widening. Then on fuel, Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about increasing now additional tax on fuel. But who are the people who are going to pay this? Is not the people in Kampala. Everybody, whether motorcycle, whether generator, but at the same time, the cost is already high for fuel. And people are already complaining. And this law we are passing is for the people of Uganda. So the question is, are we listening to them or we are listening to ourselves? So, Honorable Minister, I think let's not over squeeze it even when somebody is saying, you are pressing my neck. Then you say, no, that's not yet even enough. You squeeze in more. This is my prayer that Parliament and government should sit and weigh the situation and take action. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the honorable colleague has made very valid points, and I hope I got him very well. You see, the issue is many of our youth who operate mobile money, stores, they equally do agency banking transactions, majority of them. And there is an element of lack of an equalizer. What I hear from him is that rather than propose a 0.5%, what the telecoms proposed is that equalize for equally agency banking, since we do the same thing, and reduce to 0.3%. Just a moment, let me finish. So the proposal here, and indeed when we interacted with the telecoms and the banks, is that there is a tilt skewed to one side, disadvantaging telecoms, where money now, you get it through mobile money and then put it to the bank. And then the bank is not charged, and then this one is charged. So the purpose of this proposal, honorable colleagues, it was cause a level ground, as earlier said.
Madam Speaker.
John.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the taxes we are talking about, we should look at the list. Someone earning, say, $1 million shillings per month, the total number of taxes that is going to pay at the end of the day. It's a very long list. The money we are talking about has already been taxed from the onset, starting from pay as you earn, as you continue all the way to fuel and everything that we are talking about. Right Honorable Speaker, at this stage, in this state of the economy, nobody should be talking about an increment of fuel tax. Because we are affecting every single transaction that takes place in this country. When we increase a value on fuel, we are affecting every transaction that takes place. And this is why we are being unfair. We are talking about people who have already been burdened from the onset. At this level, I think it would be courteous to this country that we do not even make it sound hard on this platform that we are talking about increasing a tax on fuel. Let's first of all streamline the taxes that are in existence. If the chair of the committee could be courteous and list all the taxes an individual is paying in this country, we would be ashamed.
Feta.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I would like to seek clarification from the chair to give me a difference between a teller in a banking hall and an agent bank somewhere in the village. What is the difference between a teller within the banking hall and an agent bank down in the village who has taken services closer to the people?
I would like to respond as follows.
First of all, I want to find out from the minister. Is an agent banker part of the bank, commercial bank or microfinance bank? Are you a minister?
Madam Speaker, an agent banker can be me, who is facilitating this business in the village. There's a difference between an agent banker and the bank. They are not, the two are not the same.
Honorable Minister, agent banking is simply a third-party banking. This is where our customers are able to carry out bank transactions at any of our contracted sent agent. Agents are selected and appraised by a bank. By a bank, then approved by Bank of Uganda.
Madam Speaker, what is the issue here we are dealing with? I come from Hamurwa. There is a trading center there. In this trading center, there is a bank agent. I think here we respect each other. Madam Speaker, for me to go to work to an agent banker in my trading center, I don't have to incur transport cost. But if I'm to go to Centenary Bank in Kabale, I have to board a taxi, put in time, spend a day going to look for money in the bank. What agency banking has brought are the services are now nearer to the people. So we are saying, as a result of this, people have benefited. People have benefited because the services are nearer. So when you derive a benefit, give us some small portion as tax. Yes.
Clarification, Speaker. The thing is, you have to chair a because you cannot. Today won't be won by debate. Something that now the minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair.
The convenience of people. So any convenience is just motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members. We have one more bill left. We can stand over this and then go to the next one.
Madam Chair, he wants to push it tonight.
No, let's stand over this bill and then we'll go to the next one.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Sorry.
Honorable members, we're still discussing on the report. We are not going to the committee stage. So we've stood over this bill. Yes.
Bill second reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded? Seconded by Avuru, Edie, Faith, Ojog, Honorable Katuntu, Mariam, Ochan, Emmanuel, John, Wesnail, Silas, by the majority. Obiga Rose, Taka, Wanda. Speak to it.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to amend Income Tax Act Cap 340 to expand the definition of the retirement fund, to impose the tax on disposal of non-business assets, to exempt income derived from or by private equity or venture capital fund, the manufacture of electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging equipment, operation of a specialized hospital facility, to replace reference to a branch with permanent establishment for purposes of international taxation, to provide for withholding tax on commission paid to an agent service provider, to provide for an extension of the tax exemption on the income of Bujagali Hydropower Project up to 30th June 2025, and to amend the first schedule to provide for African Reinsurance Corporation, International Regulatory Board of the East African Power Pool, and Islamic Cooperation for the development of the private sector as listed institutions, and to provide for other related matters. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, this income tax bill we are going to discuss and pass has wider ramification. The Minister of Finance is here alone. Other ministers are part of the team to help government implement the tax bills we are passing. Are we proceeding well with only one minister?
They're in cabinet.
We are aware, Madam Speaker, that we have over 120 ministers.
I know Eki is about to commit suicide. You know, he's very good at suicide. Honorable members, I received a letter addressed to me, and the reference is proposal to insert an amendment to clause 4 of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 to extend Bujagali hydropower project's income tax exemption by 1 year. I'm reading the letter. We refer to the ongoing tax amendment process and the letter dated March 20th, 2024 from Bujagali Hydropower on the above subject. Copy is attached. Right Honorable Speaker, I am seeking your indulgence to insert clause 4 of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024, a proposed amendment to Section 21 of Income Tax Act as follows. 1. By inserting immediately after clause 4A of the bill the following. 4B. Income of Bujagali hydropower project up to 30th June 2025. 2. By renaming clause 4B of the bill as clause 4C. The rationale for this proposal is to avoid escalation of the end user tariff, since tax is part of the formula for computing the end user tariff. As we await for the audit being conducted by the Auditor General, signed by Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Kasaija Machia, MP, and a copy of the letter is given to the clerk, and here is the letter. I'm not reading my own words. What are we discussing?
Sure.
What are we discussing? Let's have the report. Let's have the report.
Madam Speaker, it is not provided anywhere that the presiding officer can propose an amendment. You've read a letter from the minister. In the processes that you are handling, where does that fall?
The letter does not say I am the one proposing the amendment. The letter is only written to me that the minister intends to make an amendment in the bill. It's simple. Maybe I translate it in Luteso.
No, Madam.
Can we have a report? Then you either accept the proposal or not.
That's all I wanted from you.
Yes.
And that's why I asked, where do we factor in the processes going on?
A minister will know where to factor in. Me, I'm giving you information. Can I have a report?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, allow me to go to the real issues of the clauses being proposed to be amended. And I start with Clause 2, Amendment of Section 2 of the Act. The proposed amendment seeks to amend Section 2(3), which provides for the definition of retirement fund to mean a pension or a provident fund established as a permanent fund and maintained solely for either the provision of benefits for the members of the fund in the event of retirement, or the provision for benefits of dependents of members in the event of the death of the member. Section 1 of the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act defines the retirement benefits scheme to mean a legally binding agreement or arrangement other than a contract for life assurance, whether established by written law or by any other instrument, under which members are entitled to benefit in the form of annuity or a lump sum payable upon retirement or upon death or termination of service or upon occurrence of an event specified in the written law, agreement, or arrangement. The committee observed that this amendment is intended to align the definition of the retirement fund in the Income Tax Act with that in the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act to include assessing benefits by members upon the termination of employment with their respective employers. Under the current definition of the retirement fund in the Income Tax Act, a pension or provident fund is only intended for the provision of benefits upon the member's retirement or death. Recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 2 of the bill be adopted. Clause 3. Insertion of Section 5A to the Act. The provision seeks to introduce a tax on disposal of non-business assets at a rate of 5% on the gain upon disposal. Non-business assets for purposes of this section are limited to the disposal of shares in a private company, land in the cities or municipalities other than the principal place of residence and rental property that is subject to rental tax under Section 5, but does not include an inventory disposal of a non-business assets through auction, court order, mortgage, divorce settlement, or spousal separation agreement. The transaction of non-business assets of the deceased to a trustee or beneficiary, or arising from a disposal of investment interest of a registered venture capital fund or private equity. In addition, the bill proposes additional obligations on the taxpayer to pay the tax within 15 days after the disposal or transfer of the non-business asset, and also requires the taxpayer to notify the Commissioner General in writing within 15 days from the date of disposal. The committee noted that the Honorable Minister responsible for finance withdrew the proposal providing for the disposal of shares of a private company from constituting non-business assets and the inventory disposal of non-business assets through auction and mortgages. The committee further noted that there are a number of arguments in support of a comprehensive taxation of capital gains. First, on equity grounds, the capital gains represents an increase in wealth in the same extent as income from all factors of production, i.e. labor, property, or businesses. On grounds of horizontal equity, individuals in the same economic circumstances should bear the same tax burden irrespective of the form of the income or gains derived. Therefore, taxpayers should bear similar tax burdens irrespective of whether their income is received in a form of wage, interest income, or capital gains. In this context, partial taxation or the exclusion of capital gains from the income tax base fundamentally undermines the horizontal equity of the tax system, particularly as high wealth individuals are more likely to derive capital gains. For example, a high wealth individual can structure their affairs to primarily derive capital gains on which no tax is payable. An individual deriving similar amounts as income is fully taxed on the income. On grounds of vertical equity, taxpayers with high incomes should bear a greater tax burden. International experience also indicates that the biggest share of capital gains tax revenue can be attributed to the wealthiest individuals. Hence, taxing capital gains attributes to the progressivity of the income tax system. Therefore, the absence of a comprehensive capital gains tax encourages tax planning through the structuring of transactions to derive tax-free capital gains rather than income. The scope for this capital gains tax. The proposal intends to expand the capital gains tax to cover sales of the following: shares of the private company, land in cities and municipalities, and rental property. The second aspect of this reform is to impose a due date for payment of the capital gains tax, 15 days after disposal of non-business assets, in order to ease the compliance and administration. The third aspect of this reform, is to oblige the buyer of the liable asset to notify the Commissioner General immediately after the transaction has taken place, or else they are liable to pay both the tax liability and the penalty. The committee observed that the taxation of the capital gains is already catered for under Section 21 of the Income Tax Act. In addition, the committee observed that the proposal for the expansion of the scope of capital gains tax to include land in cities and municipalities does not fall within the principles of vertical and horizontal equity in taxation, and as such should not stand part of the bill. The committee further observed the difference between the cost of administration of the tax and expected revenue was not so significant to warrant the proposal in their current reform. The committee therefore recommends that Clause 3 of the bill should be rejected. Clause 4 and 5, amendment of Section 21 of the Act. Section 21 of the Act provides for the categories of exempt income. The proposal seeks to include the following new exemptions under Section 21 of the Act. A. Income derived from or by private equity or venture capital fund regulated under the Capital Markets Authority Act, Cap 84. B. Disposal of government securities. And C. Manufacturers of electric vehicles, electronic battery, or electronic vehicle charging equipment, or fabricates the frame and body of electronic vehicle, and D. Specialized hospital facilities. The committee observed that the proposed amendment is intended to attract investment in the provision of specialized medical services. This is expected to support potential investment in the specialized hospital facilities by reducing on the burden of borrowing and profitability. The proposal has the potential to promote development of specialized services in Uganda, which will reduce medical tourism and support tourism in Uganda from patients coming from the neighboring countries. Recommendation. The committee recommends that Clause 4 of the bill be passed. Number 2, Section 2 of the Act be amended to define a specialized hospital facility as a hospital facility that is established to diagnose, treat, manage complex medical conditions in a specific area of medicine. 3. Section 2 of the Act be amended to define complex medical conditions. Clause 6, 7, 8, and 9. Insertion of Section 78A and 78B and amendment of Section 79 and 83 of the Act. Clause 6 and 7 seeks to introduce new provisions, Section 78A and 78B, to provide for permanent establishment and calculation of chargeable income of permanent establishment. The amendment further seeks to broaden the category of pension or annuity that continues to include, constitutes income derived from sources in Uganda to include annuity paid by a permanent establishment. The committee observed that the proposal seeks to align the definition of branch with the definition of a permanent establishment under the UN Model Double Taxation Agreement and Uganda Double Taxation Agreements. The concept of permanent establishment is used to determine the right of a state to tax profits of an enterprise of the other state. Specifically, the profits of an enterprise of one state are taxable in the other state only if the enterprise maintains a permanent establishment in the latter state, and only to the extent that the profits are attributable to the permanent establishment. The committee further observed that the proposal expands the tax base by imposing a tax at a rate of 15% on every non-resident deriving an annuity from sources in Uganda. It is aligned with the proposed tax on annuity to be paid by permanent establishment under the proposed sections 78A and 78B, and therefore a consequential amendment. The committee recommends that the clause 6, 7, 8, and 9 are passed as part of the bill. Clause 9, amendment of section 83(5), interest on debentures. Section 83 provides for a tax on international payment, and inter alia imposes a tax on every non-resident person who derives any dividend, interest, royalty, rent, natural resource payment, or management charge from sources in Uganda. The proposed amendment in clause 9A aims at expanding the scope of taxation under section 83(1), of the Principal Act to include annuities derived by non-resident persons. This amendment is intended to update the international taxation rules in the Income Tax Act to align with international best practices. It is, therefore, a consequential amendment arising from the amendment of Section 78 and the introduction of Clause 78A and 78B in line with the Uganda Double Taxation Agreements Policy and the ESC Model Double Taxation Treaty Policy, and specifically Article 5 of the United Nations Model Tax Convention, Uganda's Model and ESC Model Tax Treaty. Clause 9A, 9B, I beg your pardon. This clause seeks to amend Section 83 of the Principal Act by providing that the interest paid by a resident person in respect of debentures is subjected to a tax rate at a rate prescribed in Part 4 of the third schedule, where the following conditions are satisfied. The interest is paid to a resident person to a financial institution. The financial institution referred to in A is unrelated to and dealing wholly independently with the resident person, that is the borrower. The interest is not paid as part of the arrangement involving back-to-back loan or other arrangements that is economically equivalent and intended to have a similar effect to a back-to-back loan. The objective of this amendment is to reduce the cost of government borrowing. According to the third schedule, the withholding rate for the interest payable by a resident person in respect of the debentures is 2% of the interest paid. The provision, however, exempts interest paid by government to a non-resident person in respect to debentures. The committee observed that the objective of this amendment is to mitigate revenue leakages arising from the taxation of the Uganda source interest income in the other jurisdiction where interest income is tax exempt in Uganda. Under the United Nations Model Tax Convention, Uganda Model and the ESC Model Tax Treaty, best practices is an exemption of government borrowing. Currently, an exemption from withholding tax results into loss of revenue in Uganda to the extent that the foreign lender pays tax on his income and in their country of a tax resident. To prevent this transfer of revenue to other jurisdictions, Uganda would have to exercise its right to tax the interest income as a source of jurisdiction at the same rate as the foreign jurisdiction. Since it is difficult to determine the applicable tax treatment in the lender's country for the resident, the committee proposes to tax the interest income at a lower rate. The proposed rate at which all interest income would be taxed is prescribed in Part 4 of the third schedule. The committee was informed that non-resident financial institutions were taking advantage of Uganda's tax policy under Section 83 of the Act. Under the principle of worldwide taxation, whereas Uganda exempts the interest on borrowing, other countries still demand for that tax, which simply amounts to the transfer of revenue which is sourced in Uganda. The proposed amendment implies that the tax, which was not being collected initially by the Ugandan government, shall now be collected. This proposal is in line with global taxation principles. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the proposed amendments stand part of the bill to facilitate compliance with best international practices, ease government borrowing, and facilitate revenue collection of gains made in Uganda. Clause 10 and 11, amendment of Section 85 and Part 9 of the Act. Section 85 of the Act provides for tax on payments to non-resident contractors or professionals. The proposed amendment provides for an exemption to an amount attributable to the activities of a permanent establishment of a non-resident in Uganda. The committee observed that the proposal aligns the provision relating to non-resident services contracts to a definition of a permanent establishment under Section 78A. The proposed amendment excludes an amount attributable to the activities of the permanent establishment of a non-resident in Uganda, sourced in Uganda, from being subject to gross taxation on the permanent establishment, shall be treated and charged to tax in terms provided by Section 17 of the Act. Section 17(2)(b) provides that the gross income of a non-resident person includes only income derived from sources in Uganda. Clause 11 is a general consequential amendment replacing the word branch with permanent establishment throughout the Act. Recommendation: the committee recommends that the clauses 10 and 11 stand part of the bill. Clause 12, amendment of Section 90 of the Act. Section 90 of the Act provides for transactions between associates. The Act defines associates to mean any persons not being an employee acting in accordance with the directions, requests, suggestions, or wishes of other persons, whether or not they are in the business relationship, and whether those directions, requests, suggestions, or wishes are communicated to the first mentioned person. Both persons are treated as associates of each other. The committee observed that the amendment is intended to enhance tax administration under the category of business between associates. More especially, the proposed amendments will create a requirement for all persons who are part of the multinational enterprises to submit information on association dealings at the time of submitting their self-assessed returns. The reporting format will be prescribed by the Commissioner and shall include information such as the nature of transaction, of the country of residence, of the association, of the associates, amount involved, and the transfer pricing method adopted, among others. This amendment is also intended to enhance the tax compliance of multinational enterprises to whom Section 90 and 89(1) of the Income Tax Act apply by requiring them to file their transfer pricing documents at the time of filing their returns to allow tax administrators to verify their transactions were at an arm's length, conducting quick risk profiling and in-time transfer pricing reviews. The committee recommends that Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13, insertion of Section 118(1) of the Act. The proposed amendment introduces a new provision to provide for withholding tax paid to payment services providers. The provision is to the effect that a person who pays a commission to a payment service provider shall withhold tax on a commission paid to a payment service provider at a rate prescribed in Part 16 of the third schedule. This section shall apply to commission paid to banking agents or any other agents offering financial services. The payment service agents will be expected to file tax returns annually with a credit allowed for 10% advance tax withheld. The committee observed that the purpose of this amendment is to bring payment service providers within the scope of withholding tax regulations. Currently, there is no withholding tax on commission paid to payment service providers. This amendment aims to broaden the tax base, enhance tax compliance, and revenue collection. The committee further observed the proposed amendment will be an unfair punishment on taxpayers who are forced to take on the role of tax administrators on behalf of the Uganda Revenue Authority. The committee recommends that the clause stand part of the bill. Clause 14, amendment of the first schedule to the Act. The first schedule of the Act provides for listed institutions. The proposed amendment seeks to add on the listed institutions exempted under Section 21, which provides for exempt income, and these are the following: Africa Reinsurance Company, Africa Re, International Regulatory Board of East African Power Pool, and Islamic Cooperation for the Development of the Private Sector. The committee observed the proposed amendment exempts the income tax liability of the three institutions above under Section 21 of the Act. The purpose of the proposed amendment is: A, Africa Reinsurance Corporation to incentivize the development of insurance and reinsurance industry in Africa, to promote growth of national, sub-regional, and regional underwriting and retention capacity, and to support Africa economic development with the ultimate objective of facilitating and enabling Africa economic development agenda and social transformation. International Regulatory Board of the East African Power Pool. Government has committed to promote investment in the power sector and facilitate smooth cross-border energy initiatives within the East African region. Islamic Cooperation for Development of the Private Sector. Government has committed to support growth and investment within the private sector, fostering collaboration with international organizations in the economic development initiatives, promotion of Islamic financing, and encouraging increased funding towards projects and initiatives aimed at private sector development. The committee recommends that Clause 14 stands part of the bill. Clause 15, amendment of the third schedule to the Act. The proposed amendment seeks to amend the third schedule to the Act, which provides for rates of tax applicable under the following categories of persons. A, under Part 4, which provides for income tax rates for non-resident persons by providing for withholding tax rate for interest payable or interest payment by resident persons in respect of debentures under Section 83, subsection 5 at 2% of the interest paid. B, under Section 8, which provides for withholding tax and commissions paid to the payment service provider at a rate of 10%. The committee recommends that Clause 15 stands part of the bill. Hereby submit, Right Honourable Speaker and members.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Shadow.
Madam Speaker, we have a minority report. Because some of the issues are issues I have raised in the earlier reports, I will just draw the attention of Parliament and your attention, Madam Speaker, to them without necessarily having to read each and every. So the first point is non-compliance with the law. That has been the case with all the earlier bills.
and the issues and the subjects remain the same. The second point, which is point number 3, Madam Speaker, point number 3 is that, and I'm happy the chair of the committee has pointed it out. I am only now emphasizing. This bill was proposing the same tax as already provided. And the chair did make a mention on that, especially on issues of capital gains tax. So this point simply illustrates how lazy finance minister and his team are. That even a tax already provided another law they are bringing here, only to be told by the committee that, hey, you guys, what you are bringing, it is already provided. That's why it is important to draw the attention of Parliament to this. The third point, which is the area of dissent, is tax exemptions. We have already presented on tax exemptions. But just to mention, this manufacturer of electric vehicle, battery, charging battery, frame and body, as well as a specialized hospital. Our fear is that these particular exemptions seem to be targeting some people. What they didn't do is to write there their names. The letter that has come in as we are processing this bill about Ujagali actually confirms in these particular proposals what is missing are the names of the beneficiary. But the one of Ujagali makes it very clear. Madam Speaker, I am drawing your attention to this as you are being disturbed. That in the case of electric vehicle and specialized hospital, the names are not, and beneficiary are not specifically provided, like it is explicitly provided in that letter that this one is to benefit Aga Khan of Ujagali. Because I said I don't have to read each and everything, but just to remind Parliament that tax exemptions are costing us 1.4 trillion. And finally, the last paragraph on this point, as I said, is that this exemption looks like a Pineti, Aga Khan, and the Chiramoto tax exemption law. Only their names are missing. Moreover, all these three have benefited from free land, tax holidays, including free money. We've given them free land, tax holidays, and we keep budgeting to go to these Chiramotos, Ruwoa, and Aga Khan. You remember we used our petroleum fund before we started Ujagali. Now, by law, we are saying, everything you take here, you just take, we don't mind. Can government, Madam Speaker, table a list of who currently qualifies for this incentive before consideration of this bill? Then you will know that it is not these individuals. We have spoken about the timing of the new tax proposals and the instability. Those of you who follow social media, you may have seen all sorts of caricatures and of Mr. Tibo Haburwa milking a dead cow. That even when the cow is dead and it is complaining, for him he continues milking. I am just drawing your attention to those. If you are dead, death itself is a complaint if you didn't know. That's why people die when they are crying. So the new tax proposals, which is the last point, is that the timing is very bad. And I think the ministers need to be sensitive. So finally, Madam Speaker, and I want to invite colleagues to always be looking at the certificate of financial implication, especially these brief ones by the lazy ministers. In the earlier ones, they were putting one sentence,
budget neutral. In this one, they are saying, no, the money is already provided. But to draw your attention, what government intends to raise as a result of this proposal is 40 billion. So you are here all day struggling to raise 40 billion, and then later when you are doing appropriation, they will bring a list. You give so and so money, give so and so money. Let's deal with that. Let's stop giving money. And then you don't burden the taxpayers to be paying huge taxes. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I said, most of the matters here are related. So we only invite Parliament to be cautious that you can't have a bill that seeks to raise 40 billion, and in the same bill you are exempting more than what you are seeking to gain. Yeah, so you are giving 600 and only 40. So you want to raise 40 and give away what you don't have, which is the reason now our debt, next financial year debt servicing is 25 trillion. You don't even have to be an economist. So you bring a law to exempt people and then seek to punish the poor people. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to present.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable, yes.
Madam Chair, on a small minority, you see interest. I think we're making a conflict in these laws. We have just passed a law saying the bench raising capital is exempt from stamp duty. Now here, the committee again is coming. It says interest paid by a resident company in respect of a debenture under the current law is exempt from tax. Now you are turning, in the other law you are exempting, here you are coming, you are saying now it should be what? Taxed. I think what I wanted, Madam Chair, to put Parliament to not understand that. That's clause 85, that's clause 9. You see, under the stamp duty, you are exempting the benches, whatever which is being raised by a resident company here. Now you are coming to income tax. You are saying now it should be what? Taxed. Now, you don't do these things that way. The current law has exempted. You should continue with the exemption so that you attract capital in this country. And it is saying a non-resident person bringing money in this country, for lending a company in Uganda, not outside, it's contradictory.
It is
so,
true. It is true.
From the explanation, shabby as they are, they said when you are bringing in, they are not taxing. But when you make a profit and you are going away, they can tax. Isn't that what they mean?
What we're saying here, what should be taxed is already catered for. That is,
there's already an exempt.
Dividends, loyalties, dividends, interest, and whatever. But this is where my say they are bringing 2% a charge. Are you seeing it? It's a 2%.
It's here.
Third schedule on the knee. That's number one. Madam Chair, the rest, yes, you have read a letter for us. We want to thank you for reading. But also, if the Auditor General is having no manpower, we should give him manpower to do the audit.
Actually, the Auditor General does not have vehicles, does not have enough manpower, and I am going to bring
no worry, bring,
budget
Madam.
in this house for this house to support Auditor General because they are part of our staff.
Yeah, that's okay. But Madam Chair, you remember that topic of Bujagali? We discussed that time at length, and it was a serious debate here. And the reason we gave 1 year was we discovered that already Bujagali, they were making money. I have failed even up to now, Madam Speaker, with due respect to you, I respect you so much, to understand a company making a profit. And now it's saying, if we decided to not allow them, because you are paying already them on their capital investment, they pick it and take it out. All the money they bring in loans, they pick and take it, it's exempt. Their capital, they pick it and take it. And we're coming and telling them that now, again, we're exempt. I've failed to understand it up to now. And that's why I'm waiting for the Auditor General's report.
We really need that report. We need that report for us to take a decision as this house.
Madam Chair, why we're raising this, and we need, I think, we need to tell the president that, you see, they are cheating us. And I think there are these guys who go to him and say, if you do it, power will go high. That's a lie. We want to demonstrate it to him, that if we do it, we shall make money for this. There will not be power going up. These guys are just stealing us. That's why you remember, they discovered we were about to finish the loan. They went and renegotiated for us a loan. They again added us more costs so that it takes longer so that they stay around. Otherwise, these guys by now would have handed over this plant to us. This is very dangerous for this country. And Madam Speaker, I would plead with you, as much as you're thinking of this exemption.
I am not just thinking about it. It's not me thinking about it. It is a communication that I got, and it is also my responsibility now to whip my staff. And after this, I am going to whip Auditor General to ensure that we have a report to that effect.
In fact, whip even Musasizi. Musasizi must whip you as a professional accountant. Because this thing, you also understand it very clearly. Musasizi must whip you. You must help this country. And we put you in that office to help us. Huh?
Madam Chair.
No, you don't want information from me. I'm well informed. It's only Musasizi who can inform.
Supporting you. Please,
oh, okay,
please
okay. Now if you're supporting,
it is a positive one. Madam Chair, I want to agree with Honorable Nandala that both the Minister and the Office of Auditor General needs to be whipped. We need to give a time frame within which the Auditor General should report back to this House. The public is looking at us as we are playing games. Every year, we come up with an extension for 1 year, and the excuse is that tariffs will go high, without any proof of how high tariff will go. It is just subjective. They're not being objective. They're not even telling us from what rate to what rate. I think even the manner in which this is being introduced is not good for the country. So I agree with Honorable Nandala that both the Minister, Musasizi here, needs to be seriously whipped, so that next time we don't see such an ugly thing in this floor.
Honorable Musasizi, we are going to whip you. And Auditor General.
Speaker, that's why God made you to be in that office.
Honorable Nanda, more
to work for people.
Right Honorable Nanda, more information. Right Honorable Speaker, I was the Shadow Minister a few months ago. It seems the same reason I've seen in that letter are the very reason they gave last year. Even last year, they came here with an extension of 1 year. The other year we said, let's give them 1 year and conduct a parliamentary investigation. Me, Honorable...
We actually did a parliamentary investigation.
Yes, we did a parliamentary investigation. And Honorable Kateshi, myself, Honorable Nandala, and the Tayewa spent many months investigating Bujagali. We did not only establish that Bujagali could pay tax, corporate tax, profit tax, is that actually they were making money out of, and they ought to pay Uganda money. Now, you begged us, we give them 1 year. And I remember even you personally begged, 1 year, accept 1 year, so that they can clear their house. They're coming back to say, we now beg you for another year. Those will be now 3 years. And before we know it, they would have achieved the 5 years they wanted. Right Honorable Speaker, I think right now, enough should be enough. Let tariffs go high. Even after all, we now have a lot of power on our grid. Let us now take leverage of the dams which we have built and refuse this extension of Bujagali. Because what is happening, Right Honorable Speaker, is becoming impunity. They take this parliament for granted. They don't respect the processes. Last minute, they sneak in a caleta. After all, this parliament will say, yes, let us refuse and see what will happen in this country. Otherwise, enough is enough.
Madam Speaker, I would have been persuaded by number one, if the audit report was ready, and number two, if the former Shadow Minister of Finance, my friend Honorable Chivumbi, wouldn't have said that let the power price go high. Madam,
You know, the mistake the Katesh group made was to recommend that Auditor General should do a forensic. Huh? You can answer from this side.
Madam Chair.
Let the chair.
As is
answer.
coming. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I think that Semuju will be fine. You have nowhere to speak from. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think that government is putting this house in a box, and colleagues, we have to be very careful when we get excited and make statements like let the power tariff be high. It is something that may actually be against us. The minister had this report. I presented this report, it was adopted. He was given time. What we needed to hear from the ministry is how far they have gone with the audit. Because we are going to be pushed into a corner to say we reject, and then government will turn around and say your parliament is the one that has led to the tariff to rise. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need a commitment from government. Tell us how far you have gone with the audit, so that it's not an endless, whatever, then we move forward.
Honorable, it is not government to do the audit. They do not audit themselves. The issue is how far has Parliament gone with the Auditor General. So unfortunately, I don't even see one commissioner here. I don't see.
Right, Honorable Speaker. My point, what I'm saying, before we get excited to make a decision that
Madam Speaker, it is important that when you are dealing with a matter as complex as this one, you go back to where it started. The agreement we signed with Bujagali first was that we are going to buy all the power generated whether we use it or not. 2, the total price of Bujagali was meant to have been $500,000. It rose by more than 100%. You go back to that. That's why the electricity from that dam is at between 12 and 13 cents compared to the 2 cents from other dams. So you cannot blackmail Parliament that if they don't extend the exemption, that now there will be the reason why the tariffs have gone up. You go back to those who committed the original sin of signing those agreements, committing Uganda, and the president was involved 100% in it.
Kibalia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members,
Information.
let me first hear from Kibalia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are debating this issue in the same way we debated last year. This House, Right Honorable Speaker, would maybe wish to know as to why the audit report is not out by now. And you were asking that none of the commissioners could be around. We have our chief whip here. Right Honorable, we would request that you give him a minute to call one of the commissioners so that by the time we continue with the debate, we are updated why isn't the audit report out.
Can we first go to other clauses as we leave that one? So that we are able to finish. Let me give whip. Not whip. Lope. I'm sorry for calling you whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, 2 things. It's important, as colleagues are saying, that we don't get blackmailed as Parliament. The tariffs are high already. People actually keep complaining of the high tariffs. So when we say, if this is not passed, the tariffs are going to go higher, people are saying, wait a minute, the tariffs are already high. It's a problem. So before we give another green light, right, Honorable Speaker, we need to insist and say, let that audit be done. If it is our fault that that audit has not been done, then let's check ourselves and fix that issue, because otherwise then we might make two mistakes. So that if we are giving it another green light, we know it makes sense. Because as of now, we are thinking, what are we giving a go ahead to? It's kind of similar to when we were discussing the Magola issue, money. To say we are extending money to them, but we have not done valuation. We don't know how much equity, how much stake we are going to have in this. So it's as if we are moving blindly. So I want to suggest that we do not move blindly. But the other issue quickly, Right Honourable Speaker, is regarding these waivers. In this very house, Right Honourable Speaker, we have tasked the Minister of Finance to table here a list of all the beneficiaries of tax waivers. Right Honourable Speaker, that list has never come. I do not know why they keep holding on to that list. We have tasked the Minister of Finance severally to table here a list of all the beneficiaries of tax waivers. So as the Minority Report is actually asking specifically about those to benefit from this one.
The current list of the tax waivers, the current one, we didn't have any. The ones that were there were presented to the committee, and it swims. The committee is not comfortable with. Committee, what happened to the tax waivers? You're not satisfied with explanations.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we requested for more information through the Honourable Minister of Finance. We requested for more information from the Uganda Revenue Authority.
So
this information was brought at the tail end when we were so much engrossed in these tax bills and the rationalization bills. So we have the information, we have not processed it yet.
Okay. The list was brought.
Actually, some members on this end are saying that list was not provided. So maybe for us to safeguard the minister, I think it would be good that he tables it here, so that tomorrow no one says that list was not tabled, and then it gets to be sent to the committee.
Leader of opposition.
Yes, Right Honourable.
It was tabled here. I forwarded it to the Committee of Finance.
The issue, Right Honourable, we have always wanted
and I think maybe you're not just sharing information with your shadow. He needs to get to know what is there.
Right Honourable Speaker, the issue has always been completeness of everybody that gets to be a beneficiary. And that's been our okay, let me take this information.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to give information to the Leader of the Opposition in this aspect. First, the report that we adopted in this House did not order the Auditor General to do a forensic audit into Bujagali. The report we adopted had two directives to the Auditor General. The first one was to audit the government shareholding, because government is a shareholder, but Bujagali, the BEL, has never treated government as one of its owners. Government does not participate in the meeting, etc. The second one was about the 15 million USD expenses to UETCL. But there were so many other recommendations that we made. For example, that URA recovers corporation tax of USD 63 million, almost more than 200. URA, it was a directive of this House, that Uganda Revenue Authority should go and audit and recover. That one does not need the Auditor General to help URA. We had also said that government should go and negotiate the power purchase agreement to provide for a cap on the returns on investment. You remember the formulas were provided to us here. Thirdly, we had also said that when the president first sought the exemption here, I think in 2017, for 5 years, and the minister was here, In the 5 years, we had thought the power tariffs would reduce from, I think, 11 that time to 8. But instead, it went to 13. Immediately, we granted here, it went from 11 at that time to 13. 2 months instead of coming back to 8. So those were the issues that we had proposed. So it is not correct and true that these explanations that we are giving here is relevant. The House took its decision. In fact, if we displayed the recommendation adopted by this House on one side and what we are discussing now, this House would appear to be the most unserious. You cannot turn against your own recommendation and then you start meandering around. It's not possible.
Let me end. He was giving me information. Let me end with this general statement, Right Honourable Speaker. The reason we are insisting on this question of the exemptions and the waivers, the Auditor General's report is a bit worrying, because if we are exempting to the tune of 1.417 trillion, ideally, the backing is, yes, when you exempt, as long as it feeds into the economy, creation of jobs, that's normally the explanation given, yeah? But you see, these are people we are giving free land and all these other incentives, and then there's waivers to the tune of 1.417 trillion shillings. In the meantime, we are now going after the ordinary folks, increasing tax on fuel and all these different things. There is a problem when we don't balance these things up. And that's why it would be good that ultimately we get that processed report from the committee of who these exemptees are, how do they get to qualify, because that's important for this House to get to know. And then we are sure these people do qualify, it is justifiable, because at some point we'd hear there are companies whose proprietors are unwell, there are companies which are heavily indebted, but the business people downtown are saying they're also heavily indebted. They get loans from banks and so on. So if you're exempting these ones, how about the others? So there's got to be a proper balancing act. Let me take that information in 30 seconds, with your permission.
Thank you very much, Lop. Thank you very much, Lop. Lop, the information I wanted to give you that the tax exemptions for Bujagali started in 2012. And they were meant to last for only 5 years. And they were supposed to end in 2017. These extensions have been going on since 2017. They added another 5 years up to 2022. And when they came here the last time, they said exactly the information my brother has provided, that power tariffs are going to reduce to our decime. 2 months down the road, they instead just increased. So, honorable members, who is Bujagali? Why are they always on the list of exemptions, even when it is against the taxpayers? Look, that's the information I wanted to give you. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I think we need to, with certainty, because many times we resolve and give timelines and say this ought to happen. We want to be safe to say, if we are going to avail this money to give a green light, when does this audit get to come? Because me, I'm even happy to say, if an audit is available and it makes all the economic sense, we go ahead. But now we are operating in the dark. We need to know how soon can we have an audit before we say, go ahead and receive this money.
Elijah, you first sit.
Before the minister comes.
First sit, Elijah. Elijah, first sit.
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the concerns the House is raising. And as most of you know, I have been at the center of this Bujagali transaction since 2017, when it first came here. I was the chairman of the Finance Committee then. Madam Speaker, I want to propose a way forward. The issue is we must make a decision based on the audit. The audit has delayed.
Lope is asking how much time.
I want now to commit to persuade this audit within
Honorable
6
members,
months from
listen,
now.
6 months.
Within 6 months from now, we have this audit in place.
Honorable members. Okay.
You see why I'm pressing you hard for timelines is because we resolve things here and many times they're not followed. Yeah, the ad hoc report that we adopted here, this was the conclusion. Therefore, the committee strongly calls upon Parliament to compel the government to renegotiate with Gujagali Energy Limited the terms in the PPA before deciding to extend the tax waiver. This is in addition to recovery of all excess payments and application of proper figures in the calculation capacity payments going forward. This you did not do. Now you want us to believe you that in 6 months you're going to produce an audit. I want to be able to believe you, Honorable Minister. But you're not helping me to believe you.
Honorable Lope.
Yes, right, Honorable
Honorable Lope, as we leave this house, I am going to have a letter to Auditor General that this is a resolution of the House. We need audit report from Gujagali. But the negotiation, did you go and negotiate?
Maybe finally, right, Honorable, because this is something we passed. What's the timeline to this? Because this was February of last year. So we are now in May. Over a year has passed. So you see, that's the challenge. When we ask you to do something and you don't do it, we struggle to believe you as government.
Honorable Senyonyi.
And we'll give you a copy of the letter.
Honorable Senyonyi, I'm sure me and you know that we still have the best years ahead of us. There are things I wouldn't want to put on my profile by promising what we cannot deliver. I want to pray and I want to beg you and colleagues that let me go through this budget process good enough next week. God willing, we are concluding the budget process and then I follow.
Clarification. Take my clarification. It's
and I will report
take
back
my
to you,
clarification.
colleagues.
It's always.
Please sit. Sit. Sit.
Take my clarification.
I am undertaking
Please sit.
that
He's-
I will
he's
do
taking
what
undertakings.
Rope has asked. Immediately after this budget process, I will do that and report back.
I want to remind
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I want
Maybe
to-
you have just come back.
No,
We have been sitting. We have been sitting here. I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Clause 1. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Deletion.
Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, Clause 3, which means insertion of Section 5A to the Principal Act, we propose that this clause be deleted. And the justification is there is already a capital gains tax arising from the sale of shares in the private limited company, limited liability company provided under Section 21K of the Income Tax Act. Imposing a rate of 5% will cause a conflict in the implementation of the provision. 2, land being a factor of production should not be subjected to a tax since it has the effect of increasing the cost of doing business. 3, the proposal is discriminatory and not equitable since it proposes a tax to tax land in cities or municipalities. The proposal imposes challenges on tax administration and causes challenges of under-declaration. Capital gains is on capital assets used in businesses, and as such, land is not a business asset. Rental property is subject to rental tax under Section 5 of the Act. The proposal to impose a 5% tax upon disposal is unjustifiable and ambiguous. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor said to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I propose to insert in clause 4 of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 a proposed amendment to Section 21 of the Income Tax Act to read as follows. 1. By inserting immediately after clause 4A of the bill the following. 4B. The income of Jagali Hydropower Project up to June 30th, 2025, and by renaming clause 4B of the bill to become clause 4C. I submit, Madam Chair.
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 Madam Chair, I heard the proposal saying 6 months, and what the Honorable Minister has read seemed to say 1 year.
What we are making? We make it a year. Bills are 1 year.
6 months.
Madam Speaker, the chair speaks on behalf of the committee. The committee has not sat. You can't come here and speak as the chair of the committee on this matter. If the Honorable Musasi wants to push it himself, please don't aid him. Which committee did you convene to deal with this matter?
I will slap you.
Right Honorable Speaker, the proposal that was brought here and discussed proposes a 1-year exemption, and the exemption of the Jagari dam, and we therefore I agree with what the Minister has proposed. Madam Chair, the agreement I have is that these bills are for 1 year. We cannot propose any less.
Honorable members, we need a commitment from government. Wait, and I hear from government.
Right Honorable Speaker, in addition to what the Minister of Finance has stated, we all know that we amend the tax-related laws every financial year.
Let us deal with you, tax areas. Let us deal with you on the negotiation. Do your part. The Auditor General was saying, get us exactly how much they have stolen. That's what we're looking for. Because here the Committee of Parliament got $63 million, but they could have stolen more than that. If Lemon A6 Rivers can get $63 million, what about the others? So these are the things we are trying to look.
Have something to say.
Jonah.
I was here. I request.
Jonah.
Because Jonah didn't stand up.
I know, I was standing. No.
After that, Bodo will speak.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I first want the House to address its mind on how bills from government find itself to this House. A bill from government like this would have been discussed in Cabinet. And a Cabinet white paper presented. There is no way a Cabinet would miss that. The casual nature in which this proposal is coming is suspicious.
Very suspicious.
And I want to invite your attention. The casual nature in which this letter is coming, an afterthought by some people who think that it is. I will accept the information.
Thank you, Honorable, for giving way.
Now,
Right Honorable Chair.
you people, stop grabbing microphones.
No, he gave me information.
Okay, let's turn over clause 4. Let's 5 first. Let's first go to 5. Go to 5.
Clause 5.
Honorable Chair.
Clause 5.
Proceed, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of it. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
As you reconcile clause 4, we are moving on. Reconcile with the honor.
Clause 6.
And the love. Clause 6.
We finished 5.
Clause 6. I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
There is amendment in clause 9. Yes. There's amendment.
Madam Chair, in clause 9, I just wanted to give a clarification. Because I had colleagues saying that we are imposing yet another tax, yet we had exempted. No, the exemption here that we said earlier is for money coming in. So we are saying that when money has come in and they have made a profit, when it is going away, let the government benefit from that you've made. That is all. Yes.
If that's the case, then its interest should be treated at the same rate. Because, yes, if the withholding tax on the interest is 10%, why should you make us 2%? So I would make a proposal that if you have now decided that interest should be liable to tax, then it should be applicable everywhere. Yeah, because, for example, I've gone to Kenya Commercial Bank, I have borrowed money, and I'm now paying back. For me, I'll be subjected to withholding tax of 15%. For you, you go and negotiate somebody with money in the bag, he brings here and calls it a debenture, you want him to pay 2%. If we have all agreed that we should pay money which has made a profit out, the rate should be the same, so long as it is interest.
Chair.
That's the withholding tax rate of 10%. And Madam Chair, this is under schedule. I think, schedule. No. I think if we have agreed, Madam Chair, interest is under withholding tax. For example, in the schedule on dividend is 15%. On interest, third schedule, part what? Third schedule, part withholding tax on interest, it's 15%. Madam, uniformity be
rate. So how do you expect the economy to thrive? So I think for me, because the moment you put
taxing interest.
Yes, you see, you are trying to make Uganda a competitive destination for capital. Now, if you want to raise you put high taxes on interest rates, money will go in other jurisdictions. So we should not. No, I'm telling my brother, Honorable Nanda, that if we have to take the 2%, my chair here wants to give information. We cannot take the rate of 15% to 10%. It's very suicidal.
Honorable Chair, Madam Chair. Honorable colleagues, understand that the tax that is applied when they are taking up the pay something, but also have brought in money at a cheaper rate.
Karim.
What we need to agree is that this is a tax on their income. And when you look at the third schedule, 2% is actually quite abnormal because all the rates that are here, I think you check on page 155, you'll see that even residents are charged at 15%. There are those for contractors who are non-residents are also charged at 15%, winning bets 15%. So everywhere we have 15%. So you suggesting 2%, Chair, I think it's quite low. It's quite abnormal because this is the percentage on the profit, their income, not on what they are bringing into the country.
Yeah, just a second. Madam Chair.
You first hear from Mehdi, then you respond.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to refer to the submission of the Honorable Kate Shumba and the Chair. When we are trying to resist the temptation for exemptions at stamp duty, they said please desist from overtaxing capital. The House was persuaded. And they said, wait for that money to stream until those people make profit. Now, we've reached at the tail end. Now the narrative is, don't even tax that. Because they won't come back. It will seem unattractive. Now I can tell you, your very same statement is contradictory. Because if I make anything here, as a resident lender or fund or whatever, I pay that 15%. And it's here. The withholding tax rate for interest and dividend payments to a resident person under Section 117 and 118, excluding interest on government securities, is clearly 15%. Therefore, where is the fairness in this taxation? And what do you want to encourage?
Let me clarify before information comes in. We are not saying that let there be no taxation. We are saying avoid excessive taxation that will discourage someone from coming to this jurisdiction with cheap capital. So the 2% that the chair has talked about, my argument was against the proposal which Honorable Nandala raised out of desperation, actually, to say that you put it at 10%. This is not your money. If people find Uganda with a high tax regime, they will invest somewhere else. So we can take 2%. We can take 2%, and that is consistent with the statement I made from the beginning.
Honorable Katesh, when you look at this, the third schedule, is 4 and 5, income tax rates for non-resident persons, and then withholding tax rates for interest and dividends for resident persons. It is at 15%. Where did you get your 2%? What was the basis?
Why are you denying us?
Because this is on interest rates. At least the other one was on capital. We left it. But now we are talking. We are saying, why are you reducing? And yet we are looking for money.
Madam Chair, I beg the indulgence of colleagues that we thank you. Madam Chair, the argument of Honorable Katesh was that can we create an environment of allowing a capital to come in? Yes, which the House agreed with. Madam Chair, I have consulted with my technical bench and would like to drop this proposal.
So clause 9 is not amended. It stands part of the bill. It is deleted.
Madam Chair, now that's why let us make a proposal. You see, sometimes that's why you need to study these laws and to do research. So, Madam Chair, I want to move an amendment that clause 9 be deleted.
I put a question that clause 9 be deleted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stands part of the...
Madam Chair. You see, you see, we're creating weaknesses.
Clause 12.
Clause 12. This is again bring laziness in your area. This, they said that a person who to whom is this shall, time of filing returns, submit transfer. That is your job. My job is to file my return, tell you how I did my business, and it is up to you. And Madam Chair, this is bringing real competence in the URA. I want to move an amendment that clause 12 be deleted.
Yes.
Is it really in order for a committee member to come here and start arguing and bring amendments after failing to attend the committee meetings and yet following the committee rules? Is it fair? Madam Speaker, is Honorable Nandala in order?
Honorable Enos, I thought we were in a committee of the whole house.
Madam Chair, committee of the whole house. We are part of, he's part of the report that we submitted. How can he argue against the reports that we submitted?
Honorable Katuntu Abudu, I think you didn't do a good job.
Could that have been me?
That's what I'm wondering. What happened? Yes. The first advise the member.
First of all, according to our rules, committee members are not supposed to debate their own report in the general debate. But when it comes to the committee stage, they are free to contribute to the debate. We are now at committee stage, not general debate of the report. And I made that at the beginning, but students really are difficult.
Madam,
and honorable members, we told the Honorable Katuntu to make amendments to the rules. Kindly, if you have an amendment, I don't know if you're still open.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we are still open, but let me express my disappointment. I wrote to the office of the LOP twice, no response. I've written to the office of the Chief Whip twice, no response. I've written to the clerk's office twice, no response. But we are proceeding. And I wrote to the Dean of Independence, actually, and all the whips of parties. There is nobody we have not written to and twice, and none has responded.
I am going to ask the deputy clerk to take responsibility and coordinate all the offices and ensure that we get the amendments. Yes.
Madam Chair, clause 12 states that a person to whom this section applies shall at the time of filing returns submit transfer pricing information to the Commissioner in a format prescribed by the Commissioner. Madam Chair, we can achieve this without necessarily amending the law. I therefore concede.
Make the proposal.
Madam Chair, that's why I said this Musasizi went as our accountant. So, Madam Chair, I want to move an amendment. I want to move a proposal that clause 12 be deleted from the bill.
I put a question that clause 12 be deleted as proposed by Honorable Nandala and Honorable Musasizi. Those in favor say under control, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under control, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
14.
Madam Chair, we propose to replace the word international with the word independent, and the new reading to be as follows: Independent Regulatory Board of the East African Power Pool. I submit Madam Chair.
My proposal is that if you put it at 15.
Oh, yeah. Clause 14, I put a question that the proposed amendment by Honorable Minister be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14 as amended.
I put a question that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
15.
Chair, part 4, the proposal is 2% on interest paid, and our proposal is that it be streamlined to the law states 15%. But if it collapses, then they walk away empty-handed. I can see Honorable Musas is very happy with the deletion. We can recommit.
Chair, this is a consequential amendment, so I think Part A will be deleted. I propose that Section 15 be amended by deleting Part A, which is consequential.
I put a question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by Honorable Masaba Karim. Those in favor say on the contrary.
Clause 15 as amended.
I put a question. I put a question that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5. We stood over. 4. Sorry, clause 4.
Clause 4.
We stood over. We stood
Clause
over.
4.
Chair, as I had proposed earlier, I want to propose again an insertion immediately after clause 4A of the bill.
You finished that. All what the House wanted was your commitments.
Madam Chair, the commitments I made, and I like to repeat that they are twofold. One regarding the actions by the ministry. This one I am going to follow up and we provide a report by July. And the one requiring Auditor General, we shall also follow, and within 6 months we ensure that the Auditor General has completed the audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this House has historical memory, and the issue of Bujagali is known to all of us. Year after year, the same commitment has been given to members, and you can check on the Hansard. Bujagali is very profitable, and the threat they always issue in presentation of this exemption is that the tariff will go high. And the issue is factorization of the taxation into the cost of the end user tariff for power. We are talking about the income of Bujagali. So it's a profitable company. You're looking for revenue. Where are your priorities? Because you told us not to tax capital. we exempt the capital. Now, on the profit, we don't even tax the profit. Now we are exempting the income. What are the priorities of this nation towards growth? Otherwise, day after day, we go in for borrowing, committing Ugandans to pay interest when we exempt those that are making and reporting profits in this very country. Therefore, what will we tell the posterity, Honorable Musasizi? Because what you've stated has always been promised on this floor of Parliament, and not by you alone. The Honorable Bahati was here previously, and different finance ministers promising the same. And the reality is that you can't present any answer, because the answer is known, that the company is highly profitable and it's exempted from paying income tax. Whereas struggling Ugandan companies of small proprietors are being strangulated to pay every single tax. And profitable multinationals are exempted from stamp duty, every form of tax. And what do we have now?
Yes,
Honorable Speaker, the issue I want to raise is that while we recommend the audit to be carried out, in our recommendation, we are very clear that actually one of the biggest drivers of the high tariffs is the high cost of borrowing. And I've seen His Excellency the President talking about it, even in the previous statement he rose. So we would like to encourage government, even as you negotiate this window, look at the possibility of borrowing money to pay off that loan so that we stop this high rate of return of 19%. It would actually end the story once and for all. And that was one of the key recommendations we made.
So that government owns it.
Government will owe, that will be automatically bring down the rates.
Madam Speaker, if you can allow just information, I think the Honorable Musasizi should be kind to some of us. This letter has found us here. I want to be helped to understand. So when we exempt, how much exemption are we making? Say that we make a decision knowing that we are exempting, it can be 10,000. Yeah, why should I have a problem with 10,000? So tell us how much will our decision mean? And then as you explain that, the President himself had said we are looking for money to buy out Aga Khan. And he said that many times. So can we also be updated on how far has the President gone in buying out Aga Khan? But most important, tell us how much money shall we forego by this exemption?
Madam Chair, the information I wanted to give you, Honorable Minister, is that the little knowledge I have about income tax is charged after deducting all costs, including interests. Income tax is charged on profits, on the income you've earned, on the profits you've made. Why would anybody be interested for a country to lose money? Because if you don't earn a profit, they don't charge you income tax. You're not charged. Honorable Chair, it will be dishonest to this country to keep on losing money where we would have been earning money. And that is the information I wanted to pass on to Honorable Member. I don't know why Honorable Musasizi is in a rush for this. This is something that we can put on hold and deal with it when every information we need is here with us. Thank you very much.
We first want to let's answer the question of Honorable who? Semuju. Then we get Honorable Katuntu.
Madam Chair, the tax foregone as a result of extending this exemption will be 74 billion in financial year 2024-2025.
Honorable Katonto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have sat patiently listening to the arguments being raised by colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, is it the case that we tax those we are not supposed to tax, and then don't tax those we are supposed to tax? It looks like. Let us agree. If we commissioned the Auditor General to do the audit, I've not had anybody explain whether that audit took off or it didn't, first of all. And if it didn't, what were the reasons? That's number one. You know, talking generally, in economics, they say you forego this. So if we forego the 74 billion, and I don't know whether that's from audited accounts, or it is an assumption, because that figure is also doubtable, Honorable Musasis. So really, we may pass this bill without this particular request. However, you still, if you can come with the proper figures, I will take the information.
So the information I want to give you, Honorable Abdu Katonto, is that when you look at the certificate of financial implication for the value-added tax, government says the whole of this bill will raise 74 billion. That's the information I wanted to give you, that the whole of the value-added tax that we have just processed will raise 74 billion.
And we still have another 74 billion to forego. So really, we are talking about zero raising. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I propose this, because we need to listen to them if they have a case. But they must present a good case. And this is not the time for them, because I don't think they have the facts. So we can pass this bill, come back with all the details, with an amendment to that bill, we subject it to scrutiny by the committee, and they come with a report, and we discuss something in detail. Other than saying we are passing something which we are not sure of. So we are not closing the door. The Honorable Minister, Honorable Musasis. Honorable Selcom on the floor.
Honorable Katonto, you first
I resume myself.
repeat what you had said. He was.
I was saying we want to listen to him, and we want to be open, but he doesn't have the facts. since we first gave the waiver, we have foregone 380 billion. 380 billion. We are now seeking even to forego more money. However, Honorable Musasizi, we are not closing the door. Go, come back with detailed facts. Let the request be subjected to the committee scrutiny, and they come back with the report. Then, if it is a case deserving, we shall give the exemption. As of now, nobody in this house has got basis to grant that exemption, as of now, from the facts we have.
You come with a meeting. Honorable members, for me, what I think we can accommodate an income amendment bill number 2. We can bring number 2. As of now, we first pass this. Then we wait for Honorable to bring number 2. I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. If you don't understand what I'm saying, don't dilute my legal language. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and bill settled. Honorable members, remember we have stood over one bill and we'll still expect Income Tax Amendment Bill number 2 from any case. I am going to adjourn the House and dine. I have adjourned the House. Stop Honorable members have adjourned the House and dined.
Until Christmas next year.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Did you know that our #1 value as a nation is to respect and protect the environment? With the current population increase of Uganda and industrialization, this has increased pressure on the natural resources, resulting into environmental degradation and global warming. Developing countries like Uganda could face 80% of the global climate change effects by the year 2030 if no action is taken. Join us here on UBC TV, Inspiring Uganda, on our Eco Plus program, where we bring you an in-depth analysis of issues that are disastrous to our environment. Every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. only on your loved station, the National Broadcaster.